Very good morning to everybody. Today is the second day of our conference, 29/8/2020. Welcome to everybody. We started the first day of the conference with the great blessings from Bala Prajapati, followed by the keynote address, exceptionally well presented by Dr. Emmanuel, who has been working on Palmyra route for the past 60 years. We had a keynote address, followed by the keynote address. We had yesterday His Highness Madrila Himachala Pavanudu, the heir of Vijayanagara Empire, Andhra Pradesh. And his presentation was made live through WhatsApp because he was having some trouble with the technical issues, and it went all very well. Followed by which we had the resource person, the first plenary session by Sami Kannu Jebamane Isaac Samuel, who was the associate professor, Sultan Idris Education University in Malaysia. He was trying to explicate the current situation and the Palmyra team working together as one family members was present by Dr. Sami Kannu. And we couldn't have Mogili Revati from Karnataka because she had some sad news from the family. One of the relatives passed away and she went off. So that's how we couldn't have her. And then we had a session with Dr. Sadasivan, who brought out the history of ours from the linguistic point of view. And he came out with lots of authentication from the Sangam ages about toddy taping and the culture of ours. Followed by which we had Arul Rajaselvan, assistant professor from Nesamani Memorial Christian College, Marthandam. He introduced about the Varma arts, the hidden arts of ours, shown to everyone. And followed by whom we had Usha Rajanandini. She also presented her study on toddy taping culture in Kanyakumari and Tirunelveli district, how she has been working with different organizations and how she has been helping different sect of people to come up in their life. That was presented by her. And then we had Dr. Rajesh, who presented on the same topic about Varma Kalai, Varma things. And then we had some discussions with scholars who were present about the evaluation of the particular day. And the day went on very well. And we thanked everybody for their valuable and core support for the presentation. Today, it's the second day. We start this session with Bala Prajapati, who has given us the blessing through a video recording that we'll present to you. And then Dr. Sobanan will exactly present the keynote address. And we're trying to get Vatikuti Ramarao from Andhra Pradesh. He's yet to come. His line is off. We will be trying on him. If he doesn't join us, and we will have Dr. Ganeshan Shanmugavelu from Malaysia. He's a senior lecturer in the Institute of Teacher Education, IPO campus, and he will be with us. He will spend about an hour with us talking about his life and the association that has been working there in Malaysia. Then we will have Professor Thomas at 12:30. Professor Thomas will explain about the word Santor that has connection with the family of ours, the kith and kin of ours, as Palmyra culture. And we'll have again Pandla Surya Gowda. We are also expecting him. We are yet to get him connected, hoping for the best. And Dr. Emmanuel will present today very, very important issue, that is Sri Padmanabha Swami Temple issue. The judgment that was given is just opposite to the roots of Palmyra, and that will be intellectually and with the historical perspective he will present it. And followed by Dr. Emmanuel, we will have a person from Bangladesh University, Dr. Mose. So he will be presenting on what is Palmyra. He is also running a group in Facebook about Palmyra. He will talk about his involvement in the activities of Palmyra section, different parts of the world, and we are trying to get connected with the lots of other groups from international organizations. We will get them. We have another special session with Dr. C.A. Rajesh, who will also present about Varma Kalai and some martial arts of ours in different parts of the world, how it has originated. And yesterday in one of the good sessions, Dr. Emmanuel was explaining about the resource that he gained from different books that were like Bible for him or a holy book for him. And he introduced lots of books of different people, 2 books from Dr. Shobanan. One is about the what Sivakasi writes. The other one is about temple entry movement and published by Dr. Shobanan. They were all well said by Dr. Emmanuel. His keynote address yesterday was exceptionally great, and today also we are expecting him to talk, but he's not feeling well. He has just gone down to his house, hoping the best. To hope we all pray for Dr. Emmanuel's presentation today also with us. We expect him to be with us for about at least half an hour so that he can contribute what is the real scenario, the real picture of a Padmanabha Swami temple. He can present it much better than anybody else. So we are also trying to go through the court legal activities regarding all this. So there are many things to be done, and hope Emmanuel sir will be fine with us. So we have asked him to rest for some time and come back so that he could be with us safe. And so these things will happen today. Today we, so I welcome everybody, and for the great presentation of viewers and the great participation of viewers. Let's start the day with the blessing from Bala Prachapati. Shall we?
பார்த்தால் இலங்கையில் தான் பனை சார்ந்த பொருள்களை எல்லாம் நிறைய இன்றும் பயன்படுத்துகிறார்கள். பனைக்கு மரத்தினுடைய உணவு என்று சொன்னாலே அது உயர்வு என்று கருதுகிற தன்மை இன்று சிங்களவர்களிடம் இருக்கிறது. சிங்களவர்கள் பணியாற்றுகிறார்கள். ஆதியிலே தமிழர்களாக இருந்து ஆதியிலே பனை தொழிலாளிகளாக இருந்தவர்கள் இன்று அங்கே ஒரு சில இனங்கள் பணியேறுகிறது. அவர்கள் குலத்தொழிலாக வைத்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களுக்கு அடிப்படையிலே அந்த காளி வணக்கம், மலையில் இருக்கிற கந்தனை வணங்குகிற வழக்கங்கள் எல்லாம் அங்கே இருந்தது, பரவலாகவே இருந்தது. ஆனால் பிறகு என்ன ஆகி போனது, அந்த சிங்களர்கள் வந்த பொழுது அவர்களை எல்லாம் பௌத்தம் ஆட்கொண்டது. பௌத்தம் ஆட்கொண்டவரோடு அவர்களெல்லாம் புத்தர்களானார்கள். இவர்களுக்கு ஆதி மதம், இவர்கள் தென்னாடுடைய சிவனை வணங்கி அப்படி வாழ்ந்தவர்கள் ஒடுக்கப்பட்டு சன்னமாக வெளியேறினார்கள். அப்படி வெளியேறி இந்த இந்திய உபகண்டத்துக்குள்ளே கேரள கடற்கரையிலும் அதுவும் கிழக்கு கடற்கரையிலும் பனையை நம்பி வாழ்ந்து இங்கே முழுக்க பனை தென்னை சார்ந்த வாழ்க்கை ஆரம்பித்தது. அப்படி பார்க்கிற பொழுது இன்று தமிழகத்தில் எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் நாடார்கள் என்று அழைக்கப்படுகிறவர்கள் அந்த பனை சார்ந்த வாழ்க்கை வாழ்ந்த சார்ந்தவர்கள். அவர்கள்தான் அந்த முதலாக இந்த உலகிலே ரசவாதம், அதாவது 2 ரசாயனங்களை சேர்த்து வைக்கிறது, அதுபோல் ஒரு பொருளை பாதுகாப்பது. இப்போ கடலிருந்து பிடிக்கிற மீன் அழுகி போகும். உப்பிட்டு வைத்தால், அது காய வைத்து வைத்தால் அது அதிக நாள் பாதுகாக்காக இருக்கும். அப்போ உணவு தேவை, அதை சேகரிப்பது, அதுதான் தேவ வங்கி அன்று பண்டமாட்டு தான் வங்கி என்று கூட சொல்லலாம். அது சற்சார்பு வாழ்வு, அதுதான் அது ஒரு நிலைப்பாடு. அதுபோல் பனை சார்ந்த பொருளை கருப்பு கட்டியாக்கியால் கற்கண்டாக்கினால் 100 வருஷம் அதை பாதுகாக்க முடியும். அதுபோல் அந்த பதநீரை எடுக்கிற பொழுது பதநீரில் சுண்ணாம்பு, அதாவது கிழிஞ்சல் சுண்ணாம்பை சுட்டு அந்த பொடி அதனுள்ளே போட்டு வைத்தால் அது புளிக்காமல், அது சடித்து போகாமல், கெட்டு போகாமல் அது பாதுகாக்கப்படுகிறது. அப்படி பாதுகாத்து வைத்து இனிமே சேர்த்து அந்த பண்பாடு அவர்களுக்கு வந்தது. அங்கிருந்தால் மனிதன் கற்றுக்கொள்கிறான். ஒவ்வொன்றாக ஒன்றை பார்த்தால் ஒன்று கற்றுக்கொள்கிறது. எனவே அடிப்படையில் அதுதான். அதுபோக பனை ஓலையில் எழுதுகிறார்கள். ஆனால் அதுதான் ஆதிகாலத்து பத்திரிகை, அது ஆதிகாலத்தினுடைய ஏடுகள், நூல்கள் எல்லாமே வளர்ந்தது. அதற்கு முன்னால் எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் ஓட்டில் எழுதியிருக்கிறார்கள். என்ன கீழடியில் தோண்டி பார்த்தால் தமிழுடைய நாகரிகம் அந்த ஓட்டு எழுத்து, பாறையில் எழுதி எழுத்து அதுபோல் கங்கை கரையை தாண்டி இன்று பாகிஸ்தானில் கூட தமிழூர், கரூர், கோட்டையூர் என்றெல்லாம் தமிழ் பெயர்கள் பல ஊர், பல நூற்றுக்கணக்கான ஊருக்கு இன்று தமிழ் பேர் இருக்கிறது, அடிப்படை கலாச்சாரம் இருக்கிறது. அதுபோல் ஆப்பிரிக்கா கண்டத்தில் எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் குரலுக்கு குரல் என்று தான் பேர், அம்மிக்கு அம்மி என்று தான் பேர், தாய்க்கு அம்மா என்று தான். அதுபோல் அகப்பை, இது போன்ற பொருள்கள்லாம் இன்று அவர்கள் பயன்படுத்துகிறார்கள். ஒரு பெரிய கடல், ஒரு கண்டம் பிரித்து வைத்திருந்தாலும் ஆதி காலத்திலே ஒரு காலத்திலே லெமுரியாவிலிருந்து அங்கு சென்றவர்களாகத்தான் இருக்க முடியும். அவர்கள் அப்படியே இருக்கிறது. நம்முடைய தென்பாண்டி மக்கள் எப்படி வாழுகிறார்களோ, பனை சார்ந்து வாழுகிறார்களோ, அதுபோல் அங்கே பனை எங்கெல்லாம் இருக்கிறதா உலகம் முழுக்க இருக்கிறது. குறிப்பாக எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் இலங்கை, இந்தியா, மலேசியா, இந்தோனேஷியா போன்ற நாடுகளிலே பனை, ஆப்பிரிக்கா, ஆஸ்திரேலியா போன்ற பகுதிகளில் பனை சார்ந்த வாழ்க்கை. அப்போ அந்த பனை சார்ந்த வாழ்க்கை காலத்தால் மாறி போகிறது. கரும்பு தோட்டங்களும் அதன் மூலமாக நிறைய இனிப்பு பொருள்கள் எளிதாக ஆலை மூலமாக தயாரிக்கிற பொழுது எப்படி மிக உன்னதமான பட்டு நூறுப்பு கையினாலே செய்தார்களோ, கைத்தறி ஆடைகள் வைத்திருந்தார்களோ, அதையெல்லாம் அழித்து விட்டது ஆலைகள், கனரக தொழில். அதுபோல் நிறைய தயாரிப்பது. அப்படி வருகிற பொழுது அந்த தற்சார்பு போய்விடுகிறது. காந்தியடிகள் சொன்னார்கள், தற்சார்புன்னா ஒரு பனை சார்ந்து, தென்னை சார்ந்து. பாரதி பாடினான், காணி நிலம் வேண்டும். அவன் 100 ஏக்கர் கேட்கல, காணி நிலம், ஒரு 5 ஏக்கர் கொண்ட நிலம், அங்கே ஒரு நீரோடை, 10-12 தென்னை மரம், அங்கே குயில்கள் பாட, மயில்கள் ஆட, இயற்கையோடு இயந்த வாழ்வை வாழணும்னு அவன் ஆசைப்பட்டான். அவன் தென்னையை தான் கேட்டான். ஏன்னா தென்னையின் நிலையில் இருந்தால் அந்த பனை குடும்பத்தை சேர்ந்த தென்னை பதநீரை கொடுக்கும், அவனுக்கு வேண்டிய இளநீரை கொடுக்கும், நல்ல தேங்காய், பால் போன்ற அனைத்து கொடுக்கும். உள்ள உணவும் தங்கிக் கொள்வதற்கும் எல்லா ஆதாரங்களும் அது சார்ந்து இருந்தது. எனவே பனை சார்ந்தது தான் நம்ம பண்டைய இலக்கியத்தில் சொல்லப்பட்டிருக்கிறது. ஔவையாரை எடுத்துக்கொண்டால் அவள் வீட்டுக்கு அரசகுமாரிகள் வந்த பொழுது பனை பட்டையிலே, ஓலையிலே முதல் பிளேட் அதுதான். மனிதன் தரையில் போட்டு தின்னிருப்பான் ஆதி மனிதன். ஆனால் அவன் ஒரு இலை, பனை ஓலையில் அது தண்ணீர் குடிக்கலாம், தண்ணீர் மொண்டு கொண்டு வரலாம், தோண்டி அது தண்ணீரை தோண்டி எடுக்கிற இதெல்லாம் இவர்களுடைய கண்டுபிடிப்பு தான். பனை சார்ந்த நாகரிகத்தினுடைய துவக்கம்தான். அவையால் அந்த பனை ஓலை பட்டையிலே வைத்து நொங்கு கொடுத்ததாக சொல்லுகிறார்கள். அது இலக்கியத்தில் சொல்லப்பட பெரியது. அதுபோல் ஓங்கி வளர்ந்த பனை மரத்தின் நிழலை பற்றி பாடியிருக்கிறார்கள், பனை விதையை பற்றி பாடியிருக்கிறார்கள். பனங்கிழங்கு, நாராய் செங்கால் நாரைகளுடைய வாய், அந்த மூக்கு, நீண்ட மூக்கை 2ஆக பிளந்தது போல பனை அந்த கிழங்கை பிளந்து வைத்தது இருக்கிறது என்று இலக்கியம் பேசியதானால், எது இருக்கிறதோ, எது அதிகமாக தேவையோ, எது அத்தியாவசியமோ அதைத்தான் அதிகம் பேசியிருப்பார்கள், பாடியிருப்பார்கள். அன்று பதிவிலே வாழ்க்கையிலே இருந்த அந்த பயன்படு பொருள்கள் பனை, அந்த பனங்கிழங்கு பனை சார்ந்தது, அது இலக்கியத்திலே இருக்கிறதானால் அது பெரிய காரியம். அதுபோல் பனம்பூ, சாதாரண உமி போன்ற பூ, அது அழகான பூ அல்ல, மனம் பொருந்தி அல்ல, உதிர்ந்து போகிற பூ. அந்த பனம் பாளையிலிருந்து சின்னதாக அதை மாலையாக்கி அதை அணிவதுதான் கௌரவம், அதை அணிவதுதான் சிறப்பு, அந்த மாலையை தலையிலே சூடிக்கொள்வதுதான் சிறப்பு என்று சேர மன்னர்கள் இருந்தார்கள் என்று நாம் பார்க்கிறோம். எனவே தமிழனுடைய அடையாளம், இன்று கூட தமிழகத்தினுடைய தேசிய மரம் எது என்று கேட்டால் பனை தான். அதனுடைய வேர் ஆழமாக போய் நிலத்தடி நீரை கொண்டு பாதுகாக்கிறது, கொண்டு செல்லுகிறது. அதுபோல் அதற்கு தேவையான நீரை அது இழுத்துக்கொள்ளுகிறது. எங்கே பனை ஆளும் இருக்கிறதோ அங்கே தண்ணீர் இருக்கும் நிலத்தடியில் என்பது அனுபவபூர்வமான கண்டுபிடிப்புகள் தான். அனுபவம்தான் ஆதி மனிதனை வாழ வைத்தது, வளர்த்து வந்தது. எனவே ஆரம்பம் பனை தான், அதில் யாருக்கு ஐயப்பாடு வேண்டாம். அதனால தான் காளியை வணங்குகிறவர்கள் ஒரு பனையே காளியாக வணங்குவதும், பனை கொடுக்கிற பொருளை காளி கொடுக்கிற பதார்த்தமாக மதிக்கிறார்கள். ஆனால் இன்று காளிக்கு பல பேரை சொல்லி, புராணங்களை சொல்லி, ஆரியர்கள் இங்கே வந்த பின்னால் இந்த மண்ணின் மைந்தர்களை அடக்குவதற்காக பல காரியங்கள் அதில் இது உண்டு. நாம் சொல்ல வேண்டுமானால் பாரதம் நடந்த காலம், நம்முடைய கண்ணன் கண்ணனுடைய திருமாலுடைய அவதாரமாக வந்த கண்ணனுடைய அண்ணன் பலராமனுடைய கொடி பனிக்கொடி. அதுபோல் அந்த யாதவர்கள் வாழ்ந்துட்டு பழம் தொழிந்து விடுகிற பனை சூழ்ந்த பகுதியில் தான். எனவே அந்த இயற்கையே இயல்பாக அப்படி இருந்ததுன்னு பாரத காலம் சொல்லுகிறதானால் இன்று ஆளுக்கு ஒன்று சொல்லலாம். ஏன்னா அவரவர்கள் அவரவர்களுடைய கருத்தை அவர்களுடைய ஆதிக்கத்தை நிலைநாட்டுவதற்காக நிறைய வரலாற்றுக்குள்ளே புராணம் என்று சொல்லி போய் புரட்டுகளை நிறைய புரட்டி சேர்த்து விட்டார்கள். அதனால்தான் அதை தனி மொழியிலே வைத்து சாதாரண மக்கள் படிக்கக்கூடாது என்று காரணமானவர்கள் யாரால் இது வந்ததோ அதை மறைத்தே போட்டார்கள். என்று காளியை கூட வேறு வேறு அவர்கள் அழைப்பதும் மந்திரம் சொல்வதும் நமக்கு தெரியாது. மூலமாகவே நிறைய வரலாற்றை புதைத்து போட்டார்கள். எனவே அடிப்படையில் இன்று மனிதனுக்கு தேவை வருகிறது. நிலத்தடி நீர் சேகரிக்க வேண்டும், இயற்கை காற்று வேண்டும். அப்போ எளிதாக வளருகிறது. எந்த விதையை போட்டாலும் பாதுகாத்து மரமாக்கி கொண்டு வந்தால்தான் அது அந்த விருட்சம் வளரும். பனை அப்படி இல்லை, யாரும் வேண்டாம். ஒரு விதை விழுந்தால் அது வளர்ந்து ஆடு மாடுகள் கடித்தால் அதை தாங்கி வளர்ந்து மரமாகிவிடும். 12 ஆண்டிலே பலன் கொடுக்க ஆரம்பித்து விடும். எனவே பனை என்பது இயல்பானது, இயற்கையானது, கற்பகத்தரு, அது தானாக வளருகிற தரு. எனவே அந்த கற்பகத்தருவானது நம்முடைய மண்ணின் கலாச்சாரம், மண்ணினுடைய அடி.
Bala Prajapati has wonderfully presented his blessings to us, and we are all gifted to have him over a WhatsApp video. And thank you, Ayya. He on his note, he was talking about palm culture, palm root, palm nut, palm juice, and no sickness will afflict a person if regularly consuming palm juice was well presented by him. And he was also talking about the jaggery, that is the best kind of fruit in the world, food in the world, and was presented by him. Of course, it's the second part of his. Yesterday also he mentioned the same utility sake of palm culture in his speech. He was also talking about palm rope. Palm rope is what do you call this? Environmental friendly, unlike the plastic ropes and all those available in the modern world. The palm rope is the one that after the usage it gets submerged into the earth and becomes like a manure. That is what he was talking about. And he also mentioned some point very important about leaf. He was talking about the Bharat War, and that had lots of mentions about palm culture, and very specifically as Dr. Emmanuel says, the palm umbrella that is held by Bhishma in the Mahabharata culture is by a palm leaf. Palm leaf. So that is a palm culture has been created from the history. And he also said about palm jungle, palm forest. The root of the palm tree goes deeper and deeper where the water source is available and brings to the people through palm juice. And he says where there is a palm garden, there is oxygen level high. So every Palmyrian should have a palm tree planted in his house. And there is a scientific study also. If there is a coconut groove in an area, the network coverage will be less, which means it prevents all kind of radiation from the artificial sector of the human inventions. That is how Dr. Bala Prajapati was explaining lots of things about. He was also mentioning about the 7 states that we had in Lemuria continent, where we had our culture more than 10,000 years ago, as the cultured Pandyan kingdom and the reign that was brought into the world with authentication from the literary evidences of Tamil and the Sangam literatures. So this is how he was bringing in the history of ours, the richness of ours, the glorious past of ours was brought out by Pujita Guru Bala Prajapati. Thank you very much, Ayya. We are really proud of you. Thanks for your blessing. And still we continue gaining more and more knowledge from you. Thank you, sir. So that's a good presentation by Adikalar Paul Prajapati, who is always with us. He has got lots of communication with Dr. Emmanuel and the Palmyra group with more than 300 participants in the team. He's regularly in touch with us. He has been discussing about how to go ahead in the future career of all the Palmarians. That is, these are the things explained by Dr. Maryade Kuria, the Honorable Bala Prajapati Ayya also. So he's warmly with us. His greatness is with us, and with his blessing we go today. And today we have a great personality who has been in tie-up with Dr. Sobanan, who was a retired professor from Kerala University. Two of his publications are exceptionally known and great for every Palmarian to read. The first one is about temple entry movement and Sivakasi rights, and that has been well and widely read and said and spoken of. And wherever Emmanuel Doctor talks about, he mentions this particular book that is a record of and the crown of the Palmarians in Travancore region, and that is how Dr. Sobanan is known. And he also produced the second book that is called The Nadas and the Temple Entry Movement. This has got lots of evidences from the Sivakasi rites and how people have been moving from one place to the other. And when Dr. Emmanuel was speaking yesterday about, he says, till 1898, the Palmyra culture has been existing so predominantly in the root of all the Chera kingdoms and all other kith and kin of Chera, Chola, Pandya empires. And in 1898, there was a bill brought out or promulgated by the British Akbari Bill. And the bill has stopped the toddy tapping. I mean, this has brought down the culture of Palmarians to the downtrodden level. But we are not the downtrodden. We are the reigners. We are the rulers of the world. We have the root in the reigning community. We have the root in empire community. We have the root and the chronicle with the Chera, Chola, Pandya and Travancore empires. These all are well fed by Dr. Sobanan in his writings. And yesterday also Dr. Emmanuel was telling about Veluthampi, the anti-organized sect personality who had at a stretch killed 3,000 Palmarian people in our Travancore region, which has been a sad and melancholy of our culture, which has been known to our people. That is what we have this conference. It is not that just like a conference we conduct. It is for our future generation to know the history and the sufferings and the pins that we walked on. We walked on the pins that really gave us pain. And from the pains of all our glorious forefathers, we gain the victory of our future. That has been mentioned by different speakers. So Dr. Sobanan, we welcome you today for the keynote address of the second day conference. Welcome you, sir. Please go ahead.
Good morning to all the learned participants of the first online international conference on Palmyra culture. At the outset, I would like to congratulate and compliment Dr. Emmanuel sir, Professor Amal and his associates for the excellent organization of a two-day international seminar conference on Palmyra culture. Yesterday, the first day of the international seminar became memorable through the excellent discourses of veterans and giants like Dr. Emmanuel sir, followed by His Highness Bala Prajapati, His Highness Pandalu, and also followed by the eminent professors like Professor Sadashivan from MS University, Professor Swami Kanno, Dr. Jabamani, and also Professor Usha Nandini, and Raj Selvan, John Ramesh, and others. Of course, it was a very pleasant and very excellent day as far as first day was concerned. Today, I would like to speak something on the Palmyra culture and the social status of the Nadas. At the outset, once again, I thank the organizers for inviting me to make this very brief presentation on the Palmyra culture and the social status of the Nadas. As you all know, the Nadars who once held a predominant position as Sandro, and also intellectuals, they later became the victims of a variety of trials, tribulations, hardships, and miseries in the course of history. Now, the Nadars once claimed a very rich heritage, a great antiquity, even from the days of the last Lemurian continent, I should say. As you know, this region of Kumarigandam formed an integral part of the Lemurian continent that was destroyed by the continental drift and the huge deluge like the last tsunami. Now, the origin of the Nadars, as well as the Palmyra tree, can be traced from the days of the Lemurian continent, I should say. Both the Palmyra tree as well as the people who inhabited the region were noted for their ability to confront adversities in their life. And as you know, Palmyra tree is noted for its sturdy nature, going to up to more than 90 feet deep on the earth. And also it used to withstand any adverse situations, even without proper water and manure, it used to thrive. Almost like the Palmyra tree, the Nadars, whether they were known as Sandos or Shanas or Kshatriyas or Brahmins, whatever they were, they were also, just like the Palmyra tree, were accustomed to stand any trials and tribulations, any hardships, problems in their life. These people who trace their origin from the land of Lemus, from the Lemurian continent, they continue to retain the same predominant status even during the Sangam days. As a specialist in the Sangam literature, you people would be knowing the details which are available from the Sangam works like Paditipatu or Puranaru or Tolkappiyam and other important literature of the period about the ability of these people as intellectuals, scholars, and nobles. And I think Professor Sid Thomas would be able to shed more light about the important position of the Nadas during the Sangam age. And we come across a lot of literary sources to substantiate the preeminent position of the Nadas during the Sangam periods. So such a predominant position, they exercised during the ancient period, during the early periods, underwent a lot of changes in the course of history. When we think in terms of toddy tapping, or the use of liquor, and during those days, during the Sangam period, as well as during the Vedic period, we come across a lot of details about the manufacture, use of intoxicating liquors like toddy, soma, surya, and likewise all these things remained an important part of royal life during those days. Which were regarded as very healthy, essential to the people. But in the course of century, in the course of history, and such a situation underwent far-reaching changes. The condition of the Nadas, especially the people who were associated with the toddy tapping, Palmyra climbing, and such preparation of jaggery or karipatti making or such things underwent a lot of difficulties following the uh, advent of the Aryans. A number of factors, we can see that a number of factors contributed to the uh, decline of the Nadas from such a predominant status during the ancient days, especially during the medieval period. Following the arrival of the Brahmins, following the Aryanization, we come across a lot of changes in the social status, social scenario of the Nadars, especially who are associated with Palmyra climbing and also manufacturing and use of toddy. So, uh, as a result of this, the Earthware Society, the original society of Tamilagam, or the original society of South India, underwent a lot of changes. That is, following the advent of the Aryans, following Brahmanization, following the introduction of the Vedas, Samhitas, Shastras, they tried to bring the society of South India, especially the society of Tamilagam, under the Shastras and Samhitas of the Brahmins. So this led to a lot of changes in the social scenario of Tamilagam. Now they tried, the Brahmins who came down to South India, who came down to Tamilagam, formed only a very microscopic minority. As you know, we trace the origin from the days of Sri Rama or Saint Augustine. And likewise, the number of Aryans or Brahmins who came to South India became very, very limited. And with a very minority section, with this microscopic minority, they succeeded to divide the society of South India, so Tamil society, into two broad sections, that is Idangai group and Valangai group. The society was broadly divided into touchables and untouchables. The society underwent transition in the form of caste Hindus and non-caste Hindus. The society changed in the form of lookables and unlookables. People became touchables as well as untouchables. The people who stood with the Brahmins became touchables. They became lookables, and they formed the Valankai, the right hand of the Brahmins. The people who went against the Brahmanical traditions, Brahmanical laws and regulations, they were reduced to such a system of, such a status of non-Brahmins, or such as a condition of non-caste Hindus. It is Savarnas. The Savarnas became untouchables. But unfortunately, fortunately, the Nadar people who were against the Brahmanization, who were not prepared to accept the Brahmins into their families, and they wanted to retain their individuality, they wanted to retain their independent status, they were not prepared to share with their women. So as a result, what happened, the Nadars were reduced to such a lower position. And thereafter, we come across, right from following the Sangam age, say right from the 7th or 8th century onwards, the Nadars began to experience most unfortunate conditions in their life. They became, they lost their predominant position as administrators, intellectuals, scholars, pundits, teachers, and they were forced to seek asylum, shelter in forest areas, dairy areas, and they were forced to undertake all kinds of hard work, and they were not able to get a regular source of livelihood, and they were boosted from their livelihood, their shelters, from their home, houses, and in short, they were forced to take a shelter asylum in most unhospitable and most unfriendly areas like terraces or forests. And they were, it so happened, they were forced to depend upon a Palmyra tree. And as I already mentioned, Palmyra tree was suspected to uh, thrive, exist in all the conditions. And as people, we know the nature significance, importance of a Palmyra tree, and the ability, qualities needed for a person to climb all the way to the tree and also take all these nungu or and other things. And so it is not an easy thing. It is a very hazardous. It is a very Herculean. It is a very, very, very difficult step. That is, it is not possible on the part of our ordinary mortals, common people, and common people to climb the tree and undergo all this kind of difficult work. But the Nada people, they succeeded to do all such hazardous, very dangerous, and very difficult works in their days. This is not only the case. Thereafter, they became the victims. These people who once remained such a predominant, so once held such an important position in the society, became the victims of a lot of such problems. They were not permitted to move outside the house. They were not permitted to come anywhere near to the public places, public markets, or temples, or public offices, or they were not permitted to cover their body properly. Their women folk were not permitted to cover their bosoms. And likewise, the Nadas were not permitted to use mustache. They were not permitted to have a turban on their heads. And also, they were subjected to a lot of William service. They were also subjected to a lot of Viriti service. You may be knowing what is William and Viriti. There were hundreds of William service given by the people of our community. William, that is doing work to the high caste people, to the rulers, to the temples without any remuneration. William service, that is a service, that is a work done without any remuneration, without any rewards. Though the Nadas at that period were not permitted to come anywhere near to the temple, they were forced to give all the things necessary to the worship in the temple. Likewise, they became the victims of a lot of such trials and tribulations, and their women folk also became the victims of several things. They were not permitted to use ornaments. They were not permitted to use a proper dress, and even they were not permitted to carry water on their hip, and they were not permitted to use public wells. So likewise, we come across a lot of such restrictions and disabilities to the people. This remained the case of the community till the 18th or till the beginning of the 19th century. This was very pathetic. We come across a lot of literature from different sources about this such a situation of the community, who were known in different names at that period. As we know, of course, there were a number of subsections among the Nadas, but the condition of these people who were associated with the manufacture, sale, and use of toddy were almost the same. So in such a danger, once again, we should remember that the people were noted for their hard work, their sincerity, their integrity, their honesty. Through their hard work, their integrity, they could attain some financial position, a higher position by the 19th century. So as we know, wealth formed an important factor in the social mobility. So when they began to sound through the accumulation of some wealth, through their hard work, actually it is quite natural that, they wanted to have a place in the temple administration. Or at least they wanted to go to the temple, go to sanctum, to see the Garbhagriha, and also to worship in the temple. So in such a situation, and likewise, by the 19th century, we come across that the people, they wanted to restore their lost rights and privileges, especially for the for covering their body using the upper clothes, and also for the use of the mustache, for using the turban, And there are different stages. I'm not going to all the details. You may be knowing that even the role played by Vaikunta Swami was very important with regard to the use of a turban, mustache, and also upper cloth, and all that things are there. But and as a result of the teachings of Vaikunta Swami and also the teachings of Christian missionaries and ever so many factors, we come across a great change, a great upsurge, a great revolt, a great uh, awakening among the community by the 19th century. So among the different agitations piloted by the community people, and I think I can share some of my ideas about the temple entry agitation. Of course, you may be knowing about the similar agitations led by the people for right to move through the public roads, or to right to draw water from the public well, and also to cover their breast. Likewise, a series of agitations were there during those days led by this community people towards the identity of their caste, and also the identity of the culture. So among these different disabilities, I think this temple entry, the right of the people to enter into the temple for worship became very important. Especially, it became very, very, very crucial as far as the community in the regions of Madurai, Tirunelveli, and nearby places. And then a number of, even we come across Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple is there. So likewise, Biranagar temple is there, Kamadi temple is there, Shivagashi is there. Likewise, almost all the prominent temples which were managed by the caste Hindus, especially by the Brahmins and the Valadas of the period, they wanted to keep aloof the Nadars from entering or coming anywhere near to the temple because of their pollution. They treated the Nadars as a polluting community due to their association with toddy tapping. They were not prepared to permit the Nadar people or this community people to come anywhere near to the temples. So ultimately, these people or this community people, they tried to use all these symbols of their aristocracy, like sacred threads. The Nadas of these areas, they used to punul, sacred threads, as a mark of their superiority. Similarly, they tried to have their tuft, the kuduma, and also their ladies tried to tie the dhoti or that sari in such a way, almost like the Brahmins. So they became vegetarians. Likewise, they tried to adopt a number of practices associated with Brahmanization or Sanskritization. And ultimately, the ultimate idea that was to enter into the temples, to conduct worship in the temples, Hindu temples. So that became the greatest bone of contention, and that became a great issue of the period. So finally, there took place epic revolt, a great revolt in Tamil Nadu by the end of the 19th century. And I'm not going to the details as such. When I got an opportunity to serve in the Madurai Kamaraj University as a faculty member in 1980s, around 1980s, I due to association with my friends there in Madurai, and I was very much attracted towards this particular aspect of disabilities, the restrictions experienced by this community people. And I also visited a number of these places like Kaumadi, Madurai, Rishivagashi, and other places. And thereafter, I just had a plan to undertake a small research work on this temple and agitation. And that resulted in the particular temple entry agitation and the Shivagashi rights. I selected as a project, and then I went over to Tamil Nadu State Archives, Chennai, and from there I could get a lot of original records, a lot of cases during 1898. It was the end of the 19th century. There took place a number of disputes, a number of confrontations, a number of clashes among these Nadars and non-Nadars on the question of temple entry in and around Madurai and Tirunelveli. There were hundreds of cases, and all such cases were there in Madras archives. Still, it is there in printed forms. Cases were filed in different court. Hello, sorry. So as a result, I went over to Madras archives, and from there I could collect all these original cases that took place in 1898 among the Nadars and other community people on the question of the entry to the temple. And there were hundreds of such cases, hundreds of cases. And thereafter, I went over to National Archives of India, New Delhi, and from there also I could get a lot of such records. One of the important problems that whether the Nadars were permitted to enter in the temple, that became a biggest legal issue. And cases were there in the local courts, district courts, and there finally it went to the High Court. From High Court, it went to the Supreme Court, and finally it went over to the Privy Council of Great Britain. And I could get all the files from Madras, from New Delhi, and also I could get the files from the Privy Council also. And all these cases were connected with the claim of the Nadars, the right of the Nadars, whether these people were permitted to enter into the temple. It became a very hot issue. It went up to the Privy Council. Based upon the Shastras and Samhitas, in short, finally, the Privy Council came to the conclusion that those people who were associated with Palmyra climbing or a manufacture of intoxicating liquor, they are not permitted to come anywhere near to the temple. So they are permitted, if they are very particular, they can go for their own temples. It is not possible to enter into the temples which were controlled by the caste Hindus. As a result, what happened, we come across the erection of a number of mighty temples near to the caste Hindu temples by the people, by the Nada people in Birudanagaru, in Birudannagar, in Kaumadi, in Shivagachi, in Madurai, and several other places. For the decision of the dark courts of we were not permitted to come anywhere near to the temple due to the association with the preparation of toddy, manufacture of toddy and its connected things. So that became a great issue, and finally, such records. What I would like to mention, the such records I collected from the different research centers, different archival centers in India and abroad, became the basis of my monograph. And of course, the UGC also granted a small amount towards the towards the working of that project. And finally, when that book was published, and still I remember that it was very much appreciated by the Vaidilingam, Advocate Vaidilingam, then General Secretary of Madurai Nadar Mahajana Sangham, and he also purchased more than 100 copies of the book, and also he gave a small amount as a gift, and further he conducted some functions at Ramanat that during the time of their Manad, and honored me with the Panad and felicitation, other things. Such was a pleasant experience with regard to the temple and re-education and Shivagashi rights. And I think it is not necessary to go to the details of Shivagashi rights. And it is terrible riots that took place between this Nadar community on one side and the entire society on the other side. Even the Pallas, the Parayas, they were not sympathetic towards the Nadas. They all joined. The Brahmins, of course, the Brahmins didn't come to the picture. They were supported. They supported the Vellalas, the Brahmins, Vellalas, the Maravas, Devas, the Kallas, Hamadayas, and all other communities. The entire society stood against the Nadars because of their claim for a higher society, higher rank in the society. There was no exception. What made me actually to select such a topic, because the Nadas in Madurai and other areas, they used to claim that we are all Kshatriyas and we are all Brahmins and we are very high caste people and we trace our origin from this and that, Suryas, Suryagura or Chandragura, Kshatriyagura, like this, Just I wanted to expose that, this was the real position of the Nadas. Of course, the Nadas once held a very high position, but due to the disunity among the Nadas, or due to one fact rather than due to this different factors, they lost their predominant position. The entire society, the entire community became the victims of all kinds of trials and tribulations. They became untouchables, unlookables, and unseeables, and they were not. And likewise, their women folk, they once had a very dignified status in the society. They were also subject to all kinds of dishonesty in the society. And actually, I wanted to establish such a particular point, and thereafter we come across, a period of great change among the entire community. When we take the case of even temple entry itself, long before the beginning of our temple entry by International Congress, or under the auspices of by Mahatma Gandhi, the temple entry movement became very popular in South India, and they were forced to agree with the rights of the Nadar community to erect their own temples, and also the same was followed in Kerala also. When we come to the Kerala, my second book that formed the temple entry movement in South India. In South India, the temple entry movement initiated by the Nadar community in Tamil Nadu in the course of the 19th century became one of the greatest inspirations. That became pioneer among the important social reform movements throughout India, even before Swadeshi movement or even before our self-respect movement. And likewise, all other movements, this temple entry movement gathered momentum in South India in particular, and that afterwards spread to other parts. And thereby temple entry became the pioneer among the different social agitations in South India. So, shall I limit and wait for the comments, or should I continue?
Sir, you can continue, sir.
For how many minutes more, please?
You can use your time.
Hello?
Sir, you can use your time, sir.
It was the same case with, what we say about upper cloth rebellion or Melmunda Viplam. So the people in Kanyakumari region became just like the people in other parts of Tamil Nadu, the people in Kanyakumari region, they were noted for their dynamism, their originality, and their ability. Of course, especially in the field of education, social change, and all that things. There we come across similar agitation. Of course, followed by the temple entry agitation. Temple entry agitation gave the impetus, gave a kind of a vigor that became the pioneer, that became inspiration to a number of such further agitations. And there in the 19th century itself, we come across this upper cloth rebellion or a people's revolt led by the people of Kanyakumari district, especially in the women folk. There were three important stages behind the upper cloth rebellion in in our region, especially in Travancore. During those days, as you know, Travancore formed an integral part of, South Travancore, Najinat, Kanyakumari district, Marivendam remained an integral part of Travancore kingdom. Travancore kingdom once remained Wayanad. Wayanad, before the formation of the Wayanad, it remained a part of Chera Empire. So it can be traced. As you know that Kanyakumari region also remained an integral part of ancient Tamilgam, and the people of Kanyakumari region were also very independent and noted for their dynamism. And in the 19th century, Kanyakumari district became awakened in the way through the teachings of Christian missionaries, especially by the London Christian LMS missionaries, London Missionary Society. They played an important role. Among the, we come across the advent of a number of Christian missionaries in Travancore, starting from the Portuguese, Dutch, French, English, starting from the different types of Catholic missions. And among the Protestant missions, that LMS mission became very important. And South Travancore, especially Kanyakumari region, became an important fertile ground for their work. So this when we see the course of when we see the course of Upper Cloth Rebellion, there were 3 stages. The first stage comes during the period of Rani Lakshmi Bai, and in Travancore there were 2 important Ranis, Rani Lakshmi Bai and Rani Gauri Bai. Gauri Lakshmi Bai, and Colonel John Monroe was the resident of the period, and Colonel Monroe got the opportunity to serve the Travancore as well as resident as well as Divan. And by seeing the pathetic situation of the people in South Travancore, as I already mentioned, they were subjected to all kinds of humiliation. The women folk were subjected to all kinds of humiliation. They were subjected to all kinds of restriction with regard to their movement, their civil rights, and likewise, a lot of miseries, difficulties were there for the people, especially people in the form of non-caste Hindus, people in the form of untouchables. He was really pained by seeing the pathetic, painful condition of these people, and he wanted that they should be permitted to cover the upper part. And I'm not going to the details of the condition of the people at the period. First attempt was made by Monroe in 1816, I think, if I remember, in the course of the second decade of the 19th century. And, it was highly opposed by the caste Hindus. They were against permitting these people to cover the upper part. That led to a number of agitations, a lot of problems. As a result, they were forced to change the thing, and they were again, it was undertaken during the time of 1840s, and again 1860s. Anyway, there were 3 rounds of struggle led by the people of Najinat towards the right to cover their breasts. Finally, through the intervention of our British government, especially Madras government, the Raja of Travancore, the Maharaja of Travancore, was forced to permit, issued special ordinances or proclamations by permitting the people to press honestly and move through the public places to use mustache and the like. Simultaneously, during this period only we come across the birth, the Avadara, the arrival of Ayya Vaikuntha Swamigal. And as you know, Aya Vaikuntha was also having a very turbulent career. And among the social reformers of modern India, he occupies a predominant position. And unlike other great reformers of the period, he hailed from the lower ranks of the society without much formal education, going to the colleges or any other institutions, through his own gift, through his illusion, through his meditation, through that he could get such a remarkable ability, such a ability, almost like an avatara incarnation, and he could do a lot. He criticized the then administration of Travancore, and also he appealed to his people to use all these upper clothes, and also use a turban by that is their headdress, and also he wanted these people to have a mudiri kenar in Samito, to have food, water from the kenar, from that well, and also prepare food. And also he became the pioneer towards the promotion of that Pandi Bhojanam, or what we say about inter-dining. Now, people who hail from the different communities came down to Samito with their agricultural products, and they got water from the Mundiri Canal, and they prepared the food. People sat together, people respective of Palla Paraya, or Chettiar, or Mudriyar, or Vallala, Nadar, and all the people, they joined together, and they ate together, and that actually marked the beginning of inter-dining in this social history of entire world, I think. So, the people believe that it has got its own miraculous effect. People who are affected with very terrible diseases like cancer or several other diseases where diseases were not able to heal, all came down to Samito and had the darshan, and also have this Samudri Kanar, and also that sand from that area, and they should heal all their diseases. So likewise, just like this temple movement also, Vaikuntha Swami actually heralded the beginning of a new age in the history of mankind through his teachings. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. I'm listening.
Hello? Can I conclude now?
No, sir.
Because, the power is also getting out.
Oh, power is getting drained.
So
Okay, sir. You can conclude, sir. Then you can conclude.
Okay. So anyway, I wanted to share some of my ideas only. If somebody can, somebody wants some clarifications, I think I would be able to share my ideas.
Okay, sir. We have.
So I didn't go for any personal problems. I was confined to bed, and I could speak only from my memory. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Thanks a lot.
Sir, we have a feedback session by.
And his. What would be
Sure, sir. Thank you,
feedback
sir.
session when it would? Hello.
The feedback session is by 3
Hello?
o'clock, sir.
Okay.
Sir,
I wanted to just.
By the time we'll come up with the feedback, sir. Sure,
Okay,
sir. Thank you,
right.
sir. Thank you for your words.
Right. Okay. Right.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, right.
Now we have Amal Hieronymus.
Very good morning, sir. And Sobanan sir, you have done your job so great, and we were listening outside with Dr. Emmanuel, and he was enjoying your speech. Yeah, he was enjoying a speech from one of.
I didn't go for any.
Now we have Dr. Yeah, we've got Dr. Thomas with us. I will ask him to say a few words about your presentation. So, shall I?
Okay, right.
Dr. Thomas? Hello? Dr. Thomas? He's not getting connected.
Okay, no problem. We can meet now by 3 o'clock.
We have the session of, yeah. When Dr. Thomas comes into 3 o'clock, we will have the evaluation with him, because he speaks. Yes, he's got his all 30 joins us.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so kind of. So thank you very much. So we are proud. We are really proud to have Dr. Sobanan, whose words were so powerful, and he has traced out the history of ours, how we should go ahead in future, and he's one of the greatest resource persons over the history of ours had. And just like Dr. Emmanuel in Travancore region, in Kanyakumari, and Dr. Sobanan is one of the greatest resource persons in Kerala, and lots of research scholars have been guided by him. Even last year, there was a 2 years ago, there was a guy from Madurai who was doing lots of research under, for which Sir played a major role in that. So that is exceptionally great in the part of Dr. Shobanan. We will have enough and more discussions with you, sir. We will really have some more sessions on you with you later, forthcoming days and months.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you very much,
you.
sir. So kind of you. Have great.
Right.
It was an enlightening presentation by Dr. Sobanan. Dr. Sobanan is the resource person for Palmyra route, and he has been guiding us.
Hello?
I have been in touch with him for many a time, and he gave us wonderful guidance how to go about, how to plan, how to even how to go about with the sessions. He was with us at the background, and Dr. Emmanuel was always discussing with him for any decision he takes or any publication of his work he brings in, or any of his works he takes in. And Dr. Emmanuel and Shobanan are good colleagues and good companions of the research work that has to be taken out. Now we have a great scholar whom we call Engineer Ganeshan. Engineer Ganeshan is from Tamil Nadu actually, and his research work goes on um, linguistic applications and authentications on the Palmyra culture. How we have been the base for the formation of languages, and that is what is his speech. He gave two speeches of him. One is in Tamil, the other one is in English. And we had to record him because he is too old to travel here and there to go. His energetic and enthusiastic words are recorded, and he's taken with us by a video, and let's have it. And he's even he says that Tolkapir is the greatest grammatical scholar who is known to have produced grammar even 3,000 years ago in the history, and whose grammar is without any change is practiced now in the Tamil literature. That is how the structure and the proceedings of grammar goes along with these words. That is Tolkapir's research. And all these things are studied by Dr. Ganesan. Dr. Ganesan has taken lots of efforts. He has published about 11 books on the right way of presentation. The right way of presentation. How it has not been taken into consideration with linguistics, and he has connected all the literary aspects of Tamil, and even here he has referred some Malayalam books and Kannada books for his research work, and his research mainly falls from the land of Travancore, from where he starts his the interpretations of Tolkapir is not rightly interpreted as we expect. So as I have been working with him for many days, he used to call me, Amal, how about this going? How do you feel about the feedback? And he has lots of queries on his work. And still, his exceptional work falls under the sound system of Tamil. How the sound system has been produced or framed with the culture of Palmyra. If you had really watched the culture of ours, like palm tree climbers, when they go for their work in the morning, early in the morning, when they go alone, they carry all their tools, and when they climb up, when the toddy is ready, or the palm juice is ready, they won't call by name, but they make a kind of sound. The sound is understood by the wife or the members in the family, and they would come with the vessels to take the toddy home. So he says that this sound is the basic for the language, and the sound has played more and more stress into the language. So he has quoted lots of Even when he was talking about the six senses, like they say Uirmei and Manane, like it has a words called Uttari, Vai, Moku, Kan, Kadu, Manane. So these six things are said. Uttari is nothing but the brain. As திருவள்ளுவர் says, எப்பொருள் யார் யார் வாய் கேட்பினும் அப்பொருள் மெய்ப்பொருள் காண்பது அறிவு. The sixth sense is that. So Uttari is not found by, not identified exactly by the scholars, but they have interpreted wrongly, telling that it is a feeling. It is not the feeling, as Ganesan says. It is the sixth sense that we will have to use. That's what he says about Uttari. This was introduced by later scholars in, for example, Save Subramanian, and some more scholars in the later years in the 18th century and 19th century. They introduced the sound system into language. It is also in connection with physics and mathematics. That is how Tolgapir has produced. Like, it is not that Tolgapir from the Palmyra root produced something without any root, but it has a sense. It has the root in the six senses with physics and mathematics. That is what is the research of Dr. Ganesan. It talks about vowels and consonants, as vowels are, connected with life, and the consonants are in connection with the body. And these two things are interconnected by Dr. Ganesan, producing about the physics and the mathematical structures are found in the language produced. It talks about the five senses as Uttari, Vai, Moku, Kan, Kadu, Manane. One is about the sixth sense, as we call the rational thinking. The second one is the mouth, that is used for the expressions of sound. And the third one is the nose, that produces some nasal sounds. And eyes, that contribute to the communicative skill. Ears, that receive the best knowledge from the scholars and the elders. And the Manane is the one. The Manane is the word that something connected with mind. And people interpret it like it is in connection with the heart. But what that Dr. Ganesan has brought in is, Manane is nothing to relate with the heart or psychology. He says it is the vibration of the heart. For example, he quotes many things. One is about when you have a lie to tell, when you have an opportunity to tell a lie, and you will have a palpitation, you will have a tension, and that will be sensed by you when you touch your heart. It of course it is personally realized by the individual, no doubt about. So this is what is the research of Dr. Ganesan. The palpitation, the tension, the vibration in your heart is the emblem that Tolgapur was talking about, the Manane. This is what is the research he says. Even Graham Bell in the 18th century introduced about the two kinds of sounds. And the sound that comes out as a character, the sound comes out with the speed. And these two things are expressed in the 18th century by Graham Bell before the invention of telephone. But interruption because some connectivity failure. Dr. Ganesan is in. We welcome you, Ganesan sir. Let me just wind up about Dr. Ganesan, who is in Tamil Nadu, who is 86 years old. He has got his research in different ways, and he has come out with tamilquality.com is the website where if you can just come about his research work, you will find about tamilquality.com. That is the research that he has produced on the website. You can you can view it, and this will be so his thought and idea will be heard now to you through the So now we patiently listen to the words of Dr. Ganeshan from Chennai. He's staying in Chennai now. He's 86 years old, and his voice is recorded, and we play that for you. That audio is mute.
ஐயா பேசுங்க.
At the outset, I wish.
ஐயா கொஞ்சம் சத்தமா பேசுங்க. ஓகே.
At the outset, I wish to thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk to you. I am Engineer J.A.L. Ganesan, and Quality Control Engineer. During my education itself, I thought that why I should not do something for Tamil under the quality control. Accordingly, I have done this work. I submit to wish our novel work to examine language under quality control principles and methods. My aim is to standardize every element of the language under the title of Scientific Approach of Quality-Wise Language. Scientific Approach of Language-Wise Quality Control, published in books as Quality-Wise Language by Manivasagar Padipagam, number 31, Singer Street, Paris Corner, Chennai, 108. I introduced a transgress modern field of research to resolve and establish various questions similar to phonetics, linguistics, etc. What we have upheld is the standardization of each and every element of language, starting from alphabet and its sounds, words, and sentences. Will greatly depends upon the language concept of estimation by following various quality control methods, preventing it varies from person to person and place to place. Individuality of every language is to be protected. Therefore, I suggest various methods of standardize each element independently. Achieve this, first I create an imaginary language. In order to accomplish this, decided to keep away from all the language known to us, which include our own mother tongue. Afterwards, we started examining the language, how it should be. Then letters, alphabet, then sound, shape, etc., etc. Next, to determine what are all the other factors which would be suitable a perfect use of language. For example, when speaking about the sound of a letter, we insist only one sound for one letter. Similarly, only one shape for one letter. It should have the same pattern for each and every letter. I list out such rules in a series in the first volume. In this volume, we discuss on the status of linguistic sound and the status of alphabets, making the sound one sound for one alphabet. But that sound will hold in itself the combined qualities of simplicity, that is elimai, pleasantness, inimai, acceptability, acceptability means etc. Here what I say is sound is like the life force of language. We establish a sound pattern involved on each alphabet with separate pattern of each alphabet, making a compact method for linguistic research. That is page 39-40. Shape, vadivam. On page 43 and 46, mark or sign to indicate higher sound. On page 47-48, shape of mark on page 49 to determine the set fact. A simple chart also given in page 56. Because of our mother tongue is Tamil, we have chosen Tolkappiyam as a basic guideline instrument as above. In our second volume, we follow I follow the detailed as follows. The common status referred in volume is being added to the Tamil language mentioned in volume 3 via page 15 and 65. It is splendidly explained of the peculiar aspect of Uir, May, that is life and body. Next, Uir May, a derived combination of life and body. For determining the quality, considering the status, character, work, etc. were done in an unique way by comparing with formulated imaginary language with the letters chapter of Tolkappiyam. Fourth volume, we described grammar as the linguistic law, and we argue that as an advocate is required to reveal the hidden facts to light. In the same manner, proper arguments are necessary to bring to light the secrets or essentials of grammar by the language law. The first, that appropriate explanation is required for grammar, is argued in page 10, 2 and 12, 14, as how the grammar should be formulated according to the letters through the 6 notes given. Further, I demonstrate 9 aspects for expression of letters in page 17 and 18 and for shape in page 19. In 28, the dreamer for the grammar of sentences is explained. Page 31, aspects of sentences or continuous sentences explained appropriately, I believe. The aspect of Tamil words, sentences, running prose style, story, poetry, etc. narrated in second volume or being carried on to the fifth volume are believed to be very informative to deal with the quality aspects of languages leading to standardization. In the sixth volume, we have given important clarifications on the queries raised by many people. Incidents of variations are identified under two main reasons. They are chance causes of variation and assignable causes of variation. Both are to be confirmed by means of testing and inspection. Statistical quality control will help to identify and further action to restrict and remove from the process. The outcome of the above are quality assurance, reliability, and dependability. Relative IS, ISO, etc. detailed several methods and mathematical solutions to follow, but which might look like a little hard for our present linguistic scholars and would come understandable if properly explained. Next is the seventh volume, the aspects of unit, that is letters, sound measurement. Tolgapir called this as Mathirai. Tollasan is discussed in the seventh volume, and the criticism and the explanation given by me is so subtle that it has not so far reached even the top realms of any of the critics of Tolkapiam attempted so far. For example, Nodital, snap with the thumb and center finger, produces sound. Imital, that is tingle, that is frequency or speed of the sound. For sound, 2,900 years ago, itself Tollasan knew that sound has volume and volume. That volume has been prescribed as nodital, and the speed had been prescribed as imital. I have critically brought it to light for the first time to the world in the 21st century what Tollasan had fixed. The unit, that is Mathirai, 7th century before Christ. Although the modern scholars had the opportunity of science almost from the 19th century AD, determining the units of sound and speed. I declared that the nodital and imital are two aspects of Tamil language letters. Sound unit is called Mathirai. Volume 7 speak about it. The fact that the presenting that I presently here what the Tamil world has not known or realized so far. What I prescribe to measure only, that is sound. In terms of what? The natural emittal making no sound at all are to be considered one milestone ahead of modern singers. More detail are available in volume 7. Some of the other arguments put forward by me are thought-provoking according to readers. For example, letter E does not have any resemblance with its mother letter. Number 2, letter U destroy the basic law as well as the principle stated all over the language, that is weird make. Who should not be actuated by derivative, that is composite letter of ill, and the last is perfection. If it is so, it naturally loses the so long maintained quality of life letter. My argument that all the linguistics are to heed attention to. Next, number 3, letter I produces double sound, 2 sound. I insist this should be a single sound, a deviation from the basic theory, that is one letter, one sound. Letter O, having mixed complication of double sound and actuated by a derivative law. Further, this letter not offer in all the 19 list of letters. I have brought out many informations which so far Tamil world has neglected or not aware of. I have brought out 9 volumes of research work on this subject. Volume 8 speaks of Tollasan's grammar for poetry. This is a novel idea of our Tollasan. It starts from poetical to ilaivu. One of the beauties of the composition and exemptions, etc. This is explained in simply and lucidly. Analytical study from page 42 to 61, so much informative. Aerial view of the quality from page 61 to 64 and general outlook from page 64 to 76. Despite the keen sense of details given are rare. In 9th volume, it contains the reference of the Elutadikaram of Tolkappiyam, and the Veer Eluthu life letter, and how it remains as Veer. What you mean by Veer, which is discussed about letters. how and about the May. Let us discuss in page 32. And my research goes on expanding stage by stage. The fundamental methodology of our research can contribute even to the origin of script. When the whole research is completed and might help even the decipher of individual scripts, and can also find out the cultural or linguistic corrections made on the Tamil language with its period of action by the developing this research. It is understandable that this work has been given on for the last 35 years with no support of any kind of any source. At present, our work is confined to only theoretical format, and its practical format is awaited, since it is involved finance and the support of a group of dedicated scholars. Certainly, such kind of research or deserve arguments in it in all its sense. By all means, it is quite understandable that the research undertaken by me is quite new to the entire linguistic world, as this research is a maiden one in this direction. There may be some inadequacy. I under the impression that the nature of our work needs a combined effort involving scholars of mathematicians, physics, statistics, quality control engineers, computer engineers, linguistic scholars, etc. for total success of my research. I wish to acknowledge the opinion recorded by Cultural, Historical, Linguistic Research Organization of India also. As far as the opinion of above is concerned, this field is novel one that none others have given thought of so far. It is my opinion that these methods my opinion that these methods discovered by myself, J.A.L. Ganesan, can meet with the requirements of many problems forced by linguistic scholars. The present scholars are unable to explain the forms wir, may, matrai, etc. prescribed by the grammarian Tolkappiyar, particularly matrai, to demonstrate it with the level in terms of decibel and hertz. The theories put forward by me are quite perfect. Here, the Clear India feels that our project can be made a great success and beneficial to the world of to the world if requisite encouragement is given to us in the progressive line of their required facilities. Clearo India is confident that it would be a global one if the field of standardization of linguistic studies to precisely record human civilization, registering our hearty congratulations. I think I have given a small confined explanation about Tolkappiyar. Thank you for listening to it. தமிழ்ல நான் கொஞ்சம் வித்தியாசமா பண்ணிருக்கிறேன். அதாவது நம்முடைய இந்த பனை கல்ச்சர் எல்லாம் இருக்கு பாருங்க. ஆமாங்கய்யா. அதுக்கெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் ஒரு நோட் கொடுத்துருக்கேன். இப்போ இதுலயே வந்து இவங்க எல்லாம் அந்த
There was a great presentation by Dr.
ஆமா, அதுல அந்த இதுல நான் அதை சொல்றேன். தமிழ் ஸ்கிரிப்ட்ல வந்து படைக்கப்பட்டது இவர்களால். அது எப்போ பண்ணலாம்? அது எப்போ பண்ணலாம்? அது எவ்வளவு நேரம் போகும்? உங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் ஓய்வு நாளைக்கு
Ganeshan Shanmugavelu, sir. Ganeshan, sir. Ganeshan, sir.
ஒரு நிமிஷம் அப்படியே இருங்க, நான் கட் பண்ணி திருப்பி போடுறேன். அதை ரெக்கார்டிங் ஃபினிஷ் பண்ணு.
Okay, can you?
Sir, can you? Yes, sir. Can you please stop sharing, sir?
Okay, wait.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we have introductory section by Amal.
Can you, can you hear my voice?
Yeah, sir. We can.
Okay, thank you very much.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
There was a presentation by Dr. Ganeshan from Chennai, and he's 86 years old, but still he has the passion and the spirit for the linguistic approaches of the Palmyra route has been identified by him, and he has come out with the sound system of what has been made by Graham Bell is not a new one. It had been made in the history of ours since 3,000 or 4,000 years in the history with all documents and authentications. He proved it. That is how Dr. Ganeshan is so great. And we have in the afternoon session, followed by this speech, we have Dr. Ganeshan Shanmugavelu from Malaysia. He is a senior lecturer in the Institute of Teacher Education, Hippocampus, and he has been in touch with us for many days, and his guidance, his appreciation, and everything is really a boost for us to conduct this conference in a better manner. And having in contact with Dr. Emmanuel, he had very good word of appreciation from both the sides. They contributed enough and more to the culture of ours. These are all amazing in the field of Palmyra culture. And followed by Dr. Ganeshan, you have another great scholar, Dr. Thomas, a retired professor, who will talk about the word Sandor, how it has been spread throughout the world of intelligence and the widespread culture of Palmyra. That will be continued by him. And you have the next session at 1:15 by Padla Surya Gowda. We are still in touch with him. We don't know what goes wrong with him, but yeah, we are trying to get him in touch. As soon as he comes, we will really link it to the site. In the afternoon, we have Dr. Emmanuel with the thought of the Padmanabha Swami temple issues and the judgment, which is against the Palmyra route, that he will really discuss with that. And people are welcome to have your queries and questions to get answer from Doctor. We are also legally in touch with many ways to get the legal, the judgment, legal way of approaches towards this judgment also. And there are many support needed from our side. And in the afternoon, we have Dr. Mose, who will be introduced by Dr. Nandini, who is a professor in Kodaikanal Mother Teresa University. She gave a wonderful session yesterday, and today Dr. Mose will be introduced by her. Dr. Mose is a professor in University of Bangladesh, and he as a resource person will really enchant us. And in the afternoon, we have Dr. Ramesh again. And as a chairperson, we will have good sessions here in the afternoon. And Dr. Benison will wind up the session in the evening with his magnanimous efforts that he has put in. And here we have Dr. Frank Joyson to introduce the resource person, Ganeshan Shanmugavelu.
Yes, Dr. Frank.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, good afternoon, Doctor.
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, how are you?
Yeah, good, sir. Very happy to see you here.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah,
Me
we are
too.
keeping
Waiting for so
in touch
long.
with you. Yeah, very great, sir. Yeah. Good afternoon. Today we are pleased to welcome Dr. Ganeshan Shanmugavelu, a special guest and plenary speaker from Institute of Teacher Education, Ipoh Campus, Perak, Malaysia. He is working as a senior lecturer in his institute. He has published many articles in Scopus Index and Web of Sciences journals and presented many papers in national and international conferences. His research interest is on Indian community in Malaysia and educational studies. He is keeping close association with me and Dr. Emmanuel sir and our team, and has great concern about uniting and empowering Palmyra people all over the world. Today, he will speak on the historical development of Nada Raikya Sangam West in Malaysia. Okay, we are very happy to hear from you, sir. We want to know more about Malaysian Nadas and palm culture people. With that, I ask you give full attention to Dr. Ganeshan Shanmugavelu and help me in welcoming him for the plenary talk. Sir, you can proceed. You can.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank you very much, Dr. Frank.
Yeah.
I'm very happy
Yeah.
for giving me a chance.
Yeah.
This international conference where we've been talking for nearly 1 month, I guess.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited for this day, in fact. And I would like to thank the whole organizing committee of this international virtual conference on Palmyra culture, date 28 August to 29 August.
Yeah.
And also to Mr. Manuel, M. Emmanuel, chairman of CLERO, and all the organizing committee for helping out organize this wonderful conference for international level. And yesterday we have Dr. Sami Kanu from Sultan Idris Education University who was talking about Tirunelveli Nadas.
Migration of Tirunelveli Nadas.
Tirunelveli Nadas to Malaysia. And my topic will be on particularly on the Nada Raikya Sangam, or we call it Nada Association in Ipoh, Perak, which was started by the Nada community in Ipoh to preserve the culture and heritage of Nadas in Malaysia. So this Sangam was started in 1960s.
Sir, Dr. Rajesh will help you to share the slides.
Slides, okay. When we talk about Nadas, the culture heritage of the Palmyra people are very wide historically. So we wait for the slides. Okay, this is my slide. All together, I think I have 67 slides, but I'll try to finish off by what's the time? 11:45 a.m. in India until 12:30 p.m. Right now, Malaysian time is 2:15. 2:15 in the afternoon. So I'll try to finish in 45 minutes. And this is my slide. My topic will be on historical development of Nada Raikya Sangam, West Malaysia. Because Malaysia, they have two parts, East Malaysia and West Malaysia. So most of the Nadas are staying in West Malaysia. So my talk will be based on this Sangam starting from 1967 until 1991. In fact, this is my first degree research topic in 1992 when I was doing my first degree in historical studies. So I did this thesis in 1992. It's just academic exercise. The idea to do this research on this Nada Raikya Sangam came when I saw a book in the library of University of Science Malaysia written by Robert Hargrave, The Nadars of Tamil Nadu. So when I saw the book, I was very impressed. And I was wondering, there are a lot of things to be known about this community or this clan, the Nadars. So I decided to do the research on this association, which was formed in 1967 in Ipoh, Perak. My grandfather is actually from India, and he's a toddy taper in Malaysia, and my father is not. That's why the culture is changing. Although traditionally we are known for toddy tapers of Palmyra and all this, but now there are a lot of changes on this community throughout the world. And one important aspect that we can see of this community is business. Either in India or in Malaysia itself, most of them involved in business. Okay, the second slide, this is the map of Malaysia. So West Malaysia, East Malaysia. Okay, the next slide, sir. Okay, my introduction. As Dr. Sami Kanu mentioned yesterday regarding the migration of Indians to Malaya, which was known until 1963. And Indians are actually one of the largest races in Malaysia. Most Indians who migrated to Malaysia are from South India, especially Tamil Nadu. And if you look at the history of Indians in Malaysia, in the year 1921, the Tamils itself from Tamil Nadu represented 82% of the number of Indians in Malaysia. And of course, there are other Indians came from other parts of India, like from Kerala, Andhra, Gujarat, from Punjab, and so on. But out of this number, majority are Tamils. So the Tamil community in Malaysia consisted of various groups, as we know, according to their clans and so on. And one of them are the Nadas. So historically, these Nadars came to Malaya, same like the other Indians who came to Malaya at that time, during the 19th century and so on. Okay, next slide, sir. Indian Association, when Indians came to Malaya during the early 20th century, Indians start to form associations for the Indian community in Malaysia. And some of the associations are such as Kinta Indian Association, which is in Ipoh, 1906. Until now, it exists. And Penang Indian Association, until now, it exists. And Selangor Indian Association, 1909, and other Indian association as well. So there are also many Indian associations were established for various groups which were established as associations, established as socio-economic organizations to oversee the welfare of its members, especially to uplift their social and economic development. If you look in Malaysia, there are many Indian associations. Telugu Association of Malaysia, for Gaunter, for Malayalis, and so on. And one of the important Indian association based on clan is the Nadar Raikya Sangam or Nadar Association, which was established with the aim to look after the welfare of Nadar community in Malaysia. In fact, in 1925, the Nadars in Malaysia already established an association called Nadar Paribalana Sangam or Nadar Protective Association. So from this, we can see that the Nadars already established in Malaysia from early 20th century or at the end of 19th century. In 1925, they already have a Sangam or association. Okay, next slide. Okay, we go for history of Nada Raikya Sangam or Nada Association. The idea to form an association for the Nadars, especially in the state of Perak, was started in 1966. And according to Mr. Puveya Nadar, I forgot to acknowledge the late Mr. Puveya Nadar, who gave a lot of support for me when I was doing this research in 1992. He gave me all the documents, all the primary sources, the report of the Nadar Association to me to do the research. And according to the late Mr. Puveya Nadar, a founder member of the association, since there was no any association for the Nadars in the state of Perak, so they feel that the need for an association for the Nadars in the state of Perak. If you can see, Indians live in many states in Malaysia, especially in the west coast of Peninsular Malaysia, from Kedah, Penang, Perak, Selangor, Melaka, Negeri Sembilan, until Johor, and Pahang, Kelantan, and Terengganu. So every state, all the Indians have their own association, like Indian Association of Penang, Selangor, and so on. So for this community, especially for this clan Nadars, they started this association in Perak. In addition, the association also aimed to safeguard the welfare of the Nadars, such as improving the standard of education of Nadars and provide financial support and assistance to the members of the association as and when the need arose. And it was registered under the name Nadar Aikya Sangam Perak, registered on 26 January 1967 under ROS in Malaysia, Register of Societies, and was located at number 1035 Buntung, or now we call Buntung, Ipoh, Perak. And Buntung is the place where many Indians staying in the city of Ipoh, Buntung area. And Buntung, if you go to Buntung, majority of the Indians living in Buntung are Nadars, Hindu Nadars, and also Christian Nadars. Okay, next slide. And this is the certificate of registration for Nada Raikya Sangam Perak, which was given by Register of Societies. So this is the first document, reliable source or primary source in historical research, when we need to have this as evidence to prove to others that this association is legal. Okay, and next slide. This is the first, not building, this is actually a double-story terrace house belonging to Mr. Puveya Nadar, the late Mr. Puveya Nadar. And this is the place they were doing not activities as a center or office for them before they moved to the new building in 1991. Actually, this is the house of Mr. late Mr. Puveya Nadar. Okay, next slide, sir. The first president of the Nada Raikya Sangam was Mr. Nyanamutu Nadar, and in the year of his establishment, where it was started in 1966, registered in 1967, the total number of members are 215 people, which is very huge for the first year, and they become members of Nada Raikya Sangam. And in the same year when they were formed, they made an application to secure land from the government for the association to carry out its activities. In the first year, they already applied for a land to build a building. Okay, next slide, sir. We go for the development of Nada Raikya Sangam until 1991. The newly formed Nadar Association, in fact, encouraged more Nadar community or Nadar clan in Perak to join this association. In 1968, they have 320 members. And in the first AGM of Nadar Sangam, various suggestions were raised. For example, Mr. Siddhambaram Nadar suggested that all members work together and strive to develop the Nadar Sangam or Nadar Association with more people joining as members of this association to make this association more stronger with more members joining them. Next slide. In the first AGM, annual general meeting, Dr. DBS Edward Nadar was elected as the president of Nadar Association. The founding president was Mr. Nyanamutu, and the second one was Dr. Edward Nadar. And one interesting aspect of this association is every year the president and the new committee will be elected. Some associations, they elect the president 3 years once. But for Nadar Raikya Sangam, from the beginning, every year they elect the new president and the committee. If the president won again, that is another story, but every year there is election. So this is actually to reflect a dynamic leadership and membership to assist the association to fulfill its objectives. To facilitate the administration of this Sangam, Nadar Sangam, the office will move to a new place on 7 September 1969. Okay, next slide, sir. In September 1970, a committee was formed to attract new members and also to interact with existing members. This committee actually visited all the districts in the state of Perak and succeeded in the enrollment of new members. And they will go to every district to see the Nadar community and persuade them to join this association so that the welfare of the Nadar community will be taken care of. So on 15 September, for example, in 1970, they formed a kabaddi team, which was called Aikya Sadugudu Kulu. This team took part in local competitions in Ipoh. Actually, in my thesis, I've written a lot of information, but for this conference purpose, I have to shorten it so that because the time aspect. So although Nadar Association is for the Nadar community, of course, but one important thing is they also take care of the welfare of others. So this shows that these Nadar people also are very caring for other community as well. So on 30th November 1972, Nadar Sangam or Association donated Ringgit Malaysia 51 ringgit to the victim of a boat tragedy in Perak. And since its formation, this Sangam, this Nadar Sangam, the members are only from the state of Perak. So the Nadars of other states are also encouraged to join this Nadar Association in the future. So they want to make it, this Sangam, go wider and focus to all the Nadars staying in other states in Malaysia as well. Next slide, sir. Next slide, sir. Towards the end of 1974, financially, the total saving of Nadar Sangam was Ringgit Malaysia 7,681 ringgit 44 cent. And in 1974, there are around 13 women members in the Nadar Association. It's a very small number. The activities of an association can be implemented effectively if the association has its own building. This is very common for any association. We need a building to run the activities. So towards the end, Nadar Association sought to acquire a piece of land from the government. So they tried very hard and it was successful. Later we see in the slides. Okay, next slide, sir. Next, to facilitate the process of acquiring a piece of land, a special committee was set up on 8 June 1975, which consisted of 7 people. And this committee was assigned to liaise with the government to acquire the land. With the sustained efforts of the association, an application to the government was registered on 22nd November 1976. Okay, next slide. The Nadar Sangam, Nadar Association members also increase every year, and with it, for sure, the financial position of this association also strengthened. As of February 1976, the total number from 200 plus became 330. It's it's actually successful for this association, where they managed to persuade the Nadas to join this association. And with a strong financial position, the Nada Association continued to contribute in many avenues, thereby working towards the welfare of the members. Next. As of May 1977, the total number of members were 328, and the total saving were ringgit Malaysia 12,644. And in the 10th AGM, Annual General Meeting 1977, Mr. Karpusami Nadar suggested that Nadar Association also venture in business activity to gain income for the association. So this is one of a good suggestion given by Mr. Karpusami during the AGM to make it more financially stable. And Mr. Samuel Nadar from Nellayar. Nellayar is another term for Nadars, if I'm not mistaken. Nellayar Association from the state of Selangor attended the 10th AGM in Ipoh, the 10th AGM of Nadar Rakyat Sangam, and he praised the Nadar Association for its achievement and for the effort of the development of Nadars. And one of the fundamental objectives of the formation of this association was to improve the education of Nadars. That is the main objective. As for this, an education fund was launched at the 10th AGM. And during the AGM, a total of ringgit Malaysia 3,668 ringgit was collected on the first day of the launching of the education fund. This shows the commitment of the members for the development of education for the Nadars, especially the children of the Nadar members in this association. Next slide, sir. This proof that the members of the Nadar Association were committed for advancement of Nadars in education. As of April 1979, financial stability can be seen in this association, where they already have saving of about ringgit Malaysia 23,126 ringgit and 89 cent in the saving. And out of this, in the education fund, they have 4,694 ringgit. And of course, this is a good development for the Sangam. And since its formation, Nadar Association only focusing in the state of Perak. And because of this, there are suggestions by the members to open branches, the Nadar Sangam branches in other states in West Malaysia, so that the Nadar community can be united together, no matter where they are staying. As yesterday in the slot, I think Mr. I. Rajesh was telling about Palmyra 3 is only one route. There is no branches. So this is what actually, in fact, is a good idea by telling that actually, because that's the facts, in fact. And in the year 1980, Nadar Association purchased a van to be used for the activities and to visit its members staying outside of Ipoh. And during my schooling days, during this time, I've seen this van coming all over the places where the Nadar live, and then they come and promote the Sangam. And almost every weekend they come to many places to visit the members during that time by using the van. And since its formation, Nadar Association don't have any logo. Okay, they don't have any logo. So in 1981, a logo designing competition was held to design the logo of Nadar Association. And in 1981, Nadar Association also donated ringgit Malaysia 111 ringgit and Tamil books to the library of Sultan Yusuf Secondary School in Batu Gajah, Perak. This shows that Nadar Association also are committed to help other communities from other races as well, especially for the development of education. And this Sultan Yusuf Secondary School is a multiracial school. Yet they donate some of money and also buy Tamil books for the Indian students in the school. And besides that, an amount of 201 ringgit was also donated to the Anglican Welfare Society of Guntung. Okay, so next slide. Nada Association's dream of acquiring a piece of land became reality when they made the application earlier. In the 14th AGM in 1981, the building fund was officially launched, and during this AGM, a total of ringgit Malaysia 6,500 ringgit was collected for the building fund during the meeting. And one more important aspect is its members are increasing every year in this association. Next slide, sir. Until August 1982, the total members of Nada Sangam were 550, and the amount of money in saving in the bank was ringgit Malaysia 38,536 ringgit. And meanwhile, Nada Association also printed in 1982. They printed 600 calendars to be distributed to all the members. I had seen this calendar where during that time they give to all the members. And until December 1982, the building fund, which was launched, already had ringgit Malaysia 5,965 ringgit, and the education fund also increased to 7,120 ringgit Malaysia. Next slide, sir. In 1983, Nada Association donated 151 ringgit to Kampar Tamil School for the construction of a school hall, and also study loan were given to 5 students to further their studies. And in 1983, in the 16th AGM, Mr. Philomin Paul, the secretary of Nalayan Sangam Selangor, who attended the meeting, donated 251 ringgit to the building fund. Next slide. In April 1983, Nada Association received a letter from the government informing that the land application had been approved. So it's successful. So the construction of Nada Association building required a lot of money. So it was successfully accomplished by the efforts of the members, each of whom who contributed to the cost of building the Nada Association building in Ipoh. Next. 1984, Mr. EPD Samuel Nada, a well-known generous philanthropist who really gives support for the development of Nada Raikya Sangam in Ipoh, he donated a sum of 2,000 ringgit Malaysia to the building fund. And until December 1985, the building fund had 10,000 ringgit and the education fund had 8,872 ringgit. And Nada Association also bought Mica Holding share, unit trust share for 5,000 ringgit to improve the financial situation. Next slide, sir. In 1986, Nada Association made an application to the Register of Societies to change its name from Nada Raikya Sangam Perak, which was only focusing in Perak, to Nada Raikya Sangam West Malaysia, where it can overlook or contribute to all the Nada communities staying in other states in Malaysia. So they apply to the ROS, Register of Societies, to change the name. And the new logo of Nada Raikya Sangam was also sent to the Register of Societies for approval. Next slide, sir. Nada Raikya Sangam entered a new era and underwent several changes in 1987. This was evidenced with the change of the association name to the application was approved, and the name was changed to Nada Raikya Sangam West Malaysia, or Nada Association West Malaysia. And the changing of the name was designed to expand the association's influence throughout West Malaysia. Next slide, sir. And this is the letter, approval letter by the Register of Societies, who gave approval for the changing of name to Nada Raikya Sangam West Malaysia. So this is a legal document, okay, in fact. All right, next slide. With this, the Nadas throughout West Malaysia were united under one association, and it's allowed the association to contribute in a better and meaningful way to the Nadas as a whole. So it covers all Nadas in West Malaysia. So with the changing of name, 2 divisions were created, or 2 sections were created in the Nada Association. That was, one is a youth division and one is women's division. So for the youth division, the head appointed was Mr. Walter Nadar, and the head for youth for women section was Madam Selamal Asirwadam, was appointed as the head for women. Okay, next slide. In the 21st AGM 1988, the president called more Nadar community from other states to join the Nadar Association. And in the 1989 22nd AGM, Mr. EPD Samuel Nadar promised to donate another 3,000 ringgit to the building fund out of 2,000 which he donated earlier. So he promised to donate another 3,000 ringgit. And Mr. Selvaratnam Nadar was appointed as the head of the building project. And Mr. Selvaratnam Nadar was a secondary school teacher. In fact, he was my science teacher when I was studying in the secondary school, Sultan Yusuf Secondary School in Batu Gajah. So the construction of the building was given to construct the building. It was the contract was given to a Chinese company, Yu Chai Development Company, and the agreement was signed on 10 October 1990, and the construction work for the new building was started on 24th November 1990. Okay, so immediately it was started because they have all the financial resources to build the building, and it was estimated the building will cost during that time, I think it's around 100,000 ringgit Malaysia, which was reported in the annual report of Nadar Rakyat Sangham. In fact, most of my information I took for my research is from the annual report of Nadar Rakyat Sangham, which was given to me by the late Mr. Puya Nadar, and the secretary during that time, Mr. Anthony Nadar. Okay, the year 1991 is an important year, in fact, for Nadar Association because the new building was completed in 1991. Okay, next slide, sir. The administration of Nadar Association also applied to change the address of the association to the new address where the building was built. So the new address is K7 Regat Sungai Pari 4 of Jalan Sungai Pari, Buntung, Ipoh, Perak. And the logo of the association was also created, and it began to be used after receiving approval from the authorities. The official opening of the new building was held on 17 April 1991. Next slide, sir. This is the letter of approval to change the address, to change the address of Nadar Rakyat Sangham. Next slide, sir. And this is the building, the new building of Nadar Rakyat Sangham. In Malay language, it's Persatuan Nadar Bersatu Malaysia. United Nadar Association, we can call like that. Or in fact, we just use Nadar Rakyat Sangham Malaysia, West Malaysia. And this is the logo of the Nadar Rakyat Sangham, which is used until today. And the logo, later I can describe the content of the logo shortly, briefly. Okay, the construction of Nadar Association new building, in fact, was a proud moment for all Nadars in Malaysia. With the construction of the new building, the association could carry out its activities in a meaningful and more organized, systematic, and effective way. Next slide, sir. Moreover, Nadars from other states also could join the Nadar Association, and in this way, the Nadars from Malaysia could contribute to national development and stay united to preserve important things, the culture and heritage value of the Nadars, and also the Indian society as a whole. We can't forget the Indian culture, in fact, our heritage, the diaspora aspect. Okay, so this is what the Nadar Association was aiming to contribute to the Indian society as a whole, and also the Nadar community. Next slide, sir. Nadar Rakyat Sangham also celebrated 50th anniversary in 2016. It started in 1966, and in 2000, this is the invitation card printed for the Nadar Rakyat Sangham 50th anniversary. Nadar 1966, 2016. Tanga Villa, Alipudal, invitation for 50-year celebration. Okay, next slide. Okay, as conclusion, because my research, because I did only until 1991, until 1991. So I only have the records and the information until 1991. After that, I think maybe in future I might do some research on other association until today. Maybe in future there is a plan actually. So conclusion, overall it can be stated that the NADA Association founded in 1966 and registered in 1967 in Ipoh has thrived and played a key role in contributing to the NADAs, especially in the state of Perak. The NADA Association managed to put up a building with the efforts of its own members, the contribution by its members itself. And the NADA Association has made a significant contribution to the NADAs as well as the Indian society towards national development. The NADA Association was one of the first community-based associations in Malaysia, helping to further establish and strengthen ties amidst the community. Okay, next slide, sir. The need to respect the significant Tamil population in Malaysia and to provide an impetus to their development was duly recognized by the association. As stated above, in identifying education as primary aim, identifying education as a primary aim and its establishing of education fund, it signifies the nature of the good work done by this association, Nada Aikya Sangam West Malaysia. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the logo, and this is actually the black and white, which was printed in black and white, and it was given to me by Mr. late Huya Nadar when I interviewed him on this association. And next slide, sir. The logo, in fact, describe many things, sir. It's not very clear. I can just read out the structure and design of the logo is that of shield. The shield reflects the organ or instrument of the self-defense from any form of menace. This constantly reflects the duels of impression that knowledge is power for human development. Other than that, I think it will take a lot of time if I go through the logo. Then we have seen the logo, so I think we will just skip to another slide. Okay, this is the next slide, sir. Okay, this is a few photos of the committee members of Nada Aikya Sangam, which was printed in the annual report. Few of the committee members during 1970s. So Mr. Puveya Nadar in the first picture, Mr. Puveya Nadar is sitting third from right. Okay, third from right. That is Mr. Puveya Nadar in the first picture. Okay, next slide, sir. And this is Palmyra. Okay, Palmyra tree climber. This picture I took from the book Nadas of Tamil Nadu by Robert Hargrave. Maybe people were telling this is our employment from the beginning as a toddy taper or Palmyra tree climber. And from this work or this occupation, now the Nadas have changed a lot to different level where they involve in business. And as we can see in Tamil Nadu itself, many businesses are owned by the Nada community. In Malaysia, it's the same also. I mean, there are many Nadas involved in businesses, especially like sundry shop and so on. In fact, one of my uncle also owned a sundry shop, and he was a wholesaler supplying all the Indian products for the Indian community in Batu Gajah last time. They call the shop name was Central Store. Central Store. Mr. Ramakrishna Nadar, my uncle. They started the business last time, but now the shop is not anymore. Okay, we go for the next slide. Okay, in the next slides, I just want to show the Nada businesses, the business that Nada people do in Buntung, Ipoh, Perak, where the Sangam is located. Okay, next slide. This is the village we call Kampung. Kacang Putih. Kacang Putih is the business done by Nadas in Ipoh, in Buntung, Ipoh. It's actually Muruku based, Muruku and other Indian stuff. They were doing this business. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the one of the business, very famous. Okay, by another community in Buntung, Ipoh, where they produce groundnut, cashew nut mixture, Indian sweets, muruku, and many more items which cater for the Indian community and also other races in Buntung, in Ipoh, and also they sell to other places in Perak, in other states, and also they export this product to other countries like Australia, Thailand, and so on. It's a successful business in Buntung, Ipoh, which is run by the Nadar community. And this is one shop, CTS Kacang Putih Enterprise. Next slide, sir. This is their shop. There are many shops there which selling these products by the Nadar community. Next slide, sir. This is the business. Many people coming buying. Next one. This is another shop, DNS Kacang Putih. Next one. This was the one, Muruku and so on. Indian cookies, which make a lot of profit for them actually, in fact, because they sell to many people and many people like to eat these cookies. It's one of the best in Malaysia. And next, this is one more shop, Kacang Putih SR. Next one. This is one more. Next. This is one more, PKH Enterprise, wholesaler and retailer, all kinds of muruku and kacang, groundnuts, nuts. And this is one more shop. Okay. Okay, this is one more. TMS Food. Next. This is another one. Actually, there are many. There are many there in this area, Buntung, where this business is located. That is how they are selling. This man actually buy from the wholesaler just now and sell it in other places using motorbike. So they earn money from that. They buy from the wholesaler and they sell in other places. Okay, next one. So this example of the product done by the Nadar community in Buntung, Ipoh. Buntung is very famous for this product. All Malaysia knows about this place because this is the main producer throughout Malaysia. This kacang putih or cookies, murukus and so on. And actually my research, in fact, was published in the Global Research Forum on Diaspora and Transnationalism in their newsletter in 2016 under their newsletter Roots and Roots. Okay, a historical perspective on the development of Nadar Raikya Sangam in West Malaysia, 1967-1991. A short article. In fact, I'm planning to rewrite my research and to publish in one of the international journal, maybe Scopus or ISI Index journal in the future, because it's all in my thesis. I just need to translate it. I think that's all. Next slide. Thank you. Terima kasih. Nandri Wanakam. So that's my talk on the Nadar Association in Malaysia, in West Malaysia. And some of the businesses or the main business by the Nadar community in Ipoh, Perak. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
And thank you, sir, for your wonderful words about the Nadar Association in Malaysia. And I would like to say a few things about sir's words. First, what I first went in my life went was the date of registration. It was 26th January. 26th January in India is a Republic Day. Oh. And on the same day they have registered and they've received it. It shows that we are Republic in the society.
Yeah, yes, correct. I didn't realize that actually, in fact. Oh, good. Thank you very much for the information.
Yes, it's we are republic, and it shows. And the other thing, what I came across, and what we could see, the peculiar character in Malaysian Association was, look, when we saw that, when our professor, when a sir was telling that his father was also a toddy taper, and we know that from the history that the people went to Malaysia when as workers.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
today, because of the hard work and the striving thing, pain, and they were undergoing pain and agony even in such a situation. Now they are successful.
Yes, true.
That's a reality. What we could see from our history, from the past days, that Nadas were once the rulers
Yes, true.
of this society, of this Dravidian culture, but later we have become the slaves, but not the slaves. We have come back in the same speed. We have bounced back, and we have proved in the world that we are the best businessmen, and we are the best people.
Yeah, true. Because as you said, sir, through my reading from Robert Hargrave book on the title "The Nadas of Tamil Nadu," then only I came to know about this community very deeply. Because before that, I only during my small time, my parents used to talk about this Nadar community, but basically because they were only talking about their occupation was the toddy tapers. My grandfather was a toddy taper, and I have few uncles also was doing this job earlier in Malaysia in 1950s, 1960s. But my father was a government servant. So as you said, the social status, the economic status of these Nadas really changed throughout. Of course, in India, in Tamil Nadu, in fact, also in Malaysia. So as you said, for their hard work, they already strive for excellence, especially in business. Even in Malaysia, many business like Sunday shops, the small shops are owned by Naras, especially in Ipoh, Buntung, which I was talking just now. The kacang putih business is now a multi-million business. They start from small. Now they have their own shops. They have their factory, and they are exporting this kacang putih, the muruku, the cookies, to other countries. So this shows that they are very hardworking, and also we can say that they want to be successful in their life. So the Palmyra culture itself, when we climb a Palmyra tree, we know how hard it is. Huh? So
Yes.
that is the thing that actually now they already improve themselves. And as you said, once it was telling, they were telling that Natai Andavar Nadar, okay, land, a lot of the lands. Maybe because through the research what I read, that is what it was written. And yesterday, Mr. Emmanuel was giving a very solid, excellent talk based on his research, which I also don't know many things. When I was listening to his talk yesterday, I came to know these so many things are there about this Nadar community, historically, culturally, and so on. That's what I can see, sir. Thank you for Mr. Emmanuel for his talk yesterday. I was very excited and very happy to listen to his topic yesterday. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
yes, he's a Jain, and
Yeah.
he's well known around the society. Even in Nadar Association website of Tamil Nadu, it is written that he's one of the best writer there, portrayed. That you can see his name in Nadar Association website. And moreover, I like to say a few things about saying Sir's words. One thing, they looked after the brothers of the society, the other people of the society as their own.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
cared. They had the hospitality.
Yes.
What was in our vein, was running in our vein. And the other thing, education was given importance.
Yeah.
Where even in Tamil Nadu, we could see that Nada is giving importance for education. And we have a great leader who really worked hard to uplift the student community. And the other thing, the donation, they themselves have joined hands to achieve and to survive. The other thing I noticed, they have donated books, they have visited their friends, and all such things we could see only where we have unity.
As you
Yes, sir.
As you were telling, sir, of course, we have to agree on this. Kamraj Nadar, Peruntalaivar,
Yeah.
how he give importance for education for the people in Tamil Nadu. That one nobody can deny. So that is one of the important factors that we have to agree, and other community also agree when he became the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and he was the President of Indian National Congress. And I used to read about his background and all this, and there was a thesis written in Tamil Nadu, also PhD thesis about Kamraj Nadar. And also, as you know, the richest Tamilian in the world, if I'm not mistaken, is Shiv Nadar. Is it, sir?
Yes,
The
sir.
richest Tamilian.
Yes,
He
yes,
is the
sir.
University Shiv Nadar University in Uttar Pradesh, right?
Yes, sir. HCL. He's a
Yes.
well-known entrepreneur.
Yeah, well-known entrepreneur. And
Yeah.
Mr. EPD Samuel Nadar, which I was mentioning just now, the great philanthropist, he owned a college in Malaysia. If I'm not mistaken, last time it was Federal Institute of Technology, FIT. He owned the college, and he donated a lot for the community, for the entire Indian community in Malaysia, giving scholarship and so on. So these are the true facts of this community where many people don't know. So for me, this conference can be like a starting point for us to introduce these people and to make known to the world of this community. And I think in future, many more conferences should be held like this for these people, the Palmyra culture.
Sure, sir. We are looking forward for all your cooperation, and we'll move forward with it.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And now I would like to invite Dr. Amal Hieronymus to introduce Dr. C.C. Thomas.
Sir, is it audible, sir?
Hello, sir. Yes. So Dr. Ganeshan was.
Sir, is it audible?
Yes, it's audible. It's audible. It's audible, sir.
Yes.
So Dr.
Yes,
Ganeshan was talking with his own enrichment, and we have Dr. Thomas now. During the talk of Dr. Ganeshan, he was telling about the migration of the Tamils from Tirunelveli district towards the other parts of Tamil, Ramnath district, and how they have been living in Malaysia, their history, their chronicles, style of living, and the contribution, how the Christian and Hindu and other various sects of people have been living together, and now how people have been deviated by in the name of mixed marriages, and all these things are brought down by Dr. Ganeshan, and he was in good rapport with us and with all the scholars here, with Dr. Emmanuel and all the others. The same point was mentioned by Dr. Sami Kannu Jabamani Isaac Samuel yesterday in the speech, how people have migrated from Tirunelveli district, and how they have enlarged their visions and ideas through their migrative places. Wherever they go, they are bound together. So this is one of the opportunities that is given to us. We have to live together. We have to hand in hand together, fight for the rights of ours, to bring back the glorious atmosphere created by our ancestors and forefathers. That is how we have been living. And now we have, thank you very much, Dr. Ganeshan. We have.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes. So proud of you. And we would like to have more extension activities through you people. We'll have to interlink people from Singapore, Malaysia, Indonesia, even Australia. We have got lots of teams from even Saudi Arabian countries. So Canada, we have some from America, UK. So these are all our next work is not to end with the conference, but we'll have to go ahead. We have to go on. The time as it goes on to spread the unity of ours to be shown. It is not that individually we stand, of course, just like a palm tree, we are rooted in. Without any branches, we are rooted in, but it is the symbol of ours. We have to root together without any branches. We are all bound together as one family members, kith and kin. It has to sustain to the future generation. That is what is very, very essential a part of ours. If you give a palm juice to the generation of viewers now, they will really hesitate to drink it. So, which means our glorious past is not known to the generation of ours, which has to really transcend. We have to transcend the reality of the history into the future history. That is what is our aim. Hope Dr. Ganeshan's speech has really enlightened everyone. It has pulled the pulse of everyone to know the value of our culture, our heredity, our chronicle records, and the authentication we have in the history and in literature and everything. We will do wonders. Thank you very much, Dr. Ganeshan. We
Thank
keep
you very much,
working
sir.
on with you. Thank you. Dr. Thomas is here. Dr. Thomas, how do you feel about the speech given by Dr. Ganeshan Shambugal? What do you say about?
Sir,
Okay.
actually very useful, sir. This speak create an awareness among us to understand how the Nadars moved from India to other foreign countries, and they worked for the consolidation of their kith and kins by organizing an association in Malaysia.
Oh, that's great.
Very useful talk, sir.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Ganeshan, your presentation was very useful as for the words of Dr. Thomas. And the
Yeah,
next
thank
resource person is Dr. Thomas. Dr. Thomas, if you really know, he is a person who has studied the meaning of the word Sandor. The word Sandor has a deeper meaning. It has got lots of contribution to the reigning community, that is the Nada community, the Sandor. What does that word really mean? So Emmanuel sir was discussing yesterday about the epithet of Nadas. So the word Santar has got epithet of Nadas. Is it true that how we have come from the glorious past of ours, enriched in being in the royal society? And Dr. Thomas, when being in Trichy now, he is also from Kanyakumari, but he's staying in Trichy, and he's a retired professor. And the Shanar is etymological corruption of the word Sandor. So Shanar is etymological corruption of the word Sandor. This will be very enlightening speech, I expect. For the past 2 months, I have been regularly talking with Dr. Thomas, such a wise person whose thoughts are regularly monitored by the intellects of the other sects of the people. And many a time he was humiliated by the other sects, and he was not given the proper right. His articles were thrown out, his videos were taken off, so many things have taken place. Still, Dr. Thomas is known as the great scholar in the Indian literature and in the field of Palmyra culture. Dr. Thomas, I welcome you warmly to have your presentation.
So, okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Go ahead.
Is it audible, sir?
Yes, it's audible. Please go ahead.
So, good afternoon to all. Okay, good afternoon to all. Respected Dr. M. Emmanuel, the chairman of Cliro India, Dr. Amal, Dr. Thiru Mahaguru Bala Prajapati Adigalar, Dr. Sadasivam is a retired professor of history from Manoanmaniya Sundarnar University. Yesterday, he delivered a useful talk. Dr. Sobanan is also a retired professor of history from Kerala University. Dr. C.J. Rajesh, Dr. Benison, Dr. Ganeshan Shanmugam, and other eminent persons associated with organizing two-day international virtual conference on Palmyra culture. First of all, I extend my thanks to Dr. Emmanuel, sir, for giving me an opportunity to have an association with the intellectuals and eminent personalities. In this connection, I extend my thanks to Dr. Sobanan and Dr. Sadasivam for their help me to enlighten my ideas and conceptualizing the theme for today's presentation. Today, I like to present a theme, conceptualization of the title Sana, as gleaned from the Sangam literature. The word Sandor, Sandor, Sandon, and Sandanmai are interrelated. English translation of the word Sandor is an attester. Sandor refers to poets, warriors, and great men of the Sangam age who filled with enlightenment. Hence, Sandor indicates great and noble person. Sandon refers to one who excelled in enlightenment knowledge. The word Sandonmai refers to righteousness, nobility, greatness, nobleman, and wisdom. Here today, I like to present a theme on conceptualization of a title Sandor based on Sangam literature. Regarding origin of the formation of the state in the Sangam, ancient Tamilagam, ancient Tamils developed their settlements around the places of their original habitations. Based on their original habitations, the 5 geophysical divisions known as Thinais, the Maduram Thinai, Neidal Thinai, Kurinji Thinai, Palai Thinai, and Mullai Thinai were developed that became the habitat and cultural units of the people of the respective area. The Tamils, known as the Sandos, produced enormous literature which helped for enriching knowledge of the Sangam age. During the Sangam age, 3 ruling dynasties with the title Vendan or the king emerged very popular. The remaining areas were also brought under their status of feudalism. In the Sangam literature, a word called Nadan. When the state formation occurred, 5 Thinais were formed. In 5 Thinais, Kurinji, Mullai, Marudam, Neidal, and Palai. Kurinji region was headed by Nadan. Then Marudam region was headed by Uran, and Neidal region was headed by Serpan. The Nadan, Uran, Serpan என்பதற்கு என்ன உண்மையான லிட்டரரி மீனிங் என்று டிக்ஷனரியில பார்த்தேன், கிடைக்கல. Therefore, I own my interpretation. நாடன் அவன் சுறுசுறுப்பாக நடந்து வேலைகளை செய்கிறான் நாடன். அப்ப குறிஞ்சி பகுதியில அவங்களாலதான் அங்க வேலை பார்க்க முடியும். ஊரன் அவர் மாடுகள் ஊர்ந்து சென்று உழவு செய்கிறாங்க, அந்த இடத்தை செம்மைப்படுத்துகிறாங்க. சேர்ப்பன் அவ நெய்தல் பகுதியில வலையை வீசி அங்கே இருந்து மீனை பிடித்து அந்த மீனை என்ன செய்கிறாங்க, கைனாலையும்
Hello, Inachi, Dr. Rajesh, what happened?
Dr. Thomas, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Is it audible, sir?
Yeah, you go ahead.
Sorry, is it audible?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay, sir. Okay. So, when I went through the Tamil literature, especially Ettutogai Pattupaattu, I got a lot of references about the Nadan from Kuruntagai, then Kuruntagai, Ainguru Nuru, Alitogai. But afterwards, there is not much reference about the term Nadan. Therefore, I here made a hypothesis that in the beginning, when the Thinai formation was formed into 5 geographical or geopolitical division known as Tinai, 5 leaders were enough for controlling respective Tinai region. But later, when the ruling dynasties emerged, Cheras, Cholas, and Pandyas, this Tinai region was dislocated, and these Tinai regions were conquered and annexed by each ruling dynasty. Therefore, based on this hypothesis, today I frame the lecture. In Kalittogai, there are plenty of references about the term Nadan. Nadan refers to, in the Sangam, as per the Sangam literature, the term Nadan refers to the administrator of the Kurinchi region. Nadan, literally meaning, is given in the dictionary that Desalvan, Desattai Alvavan. அப்போது அந்த சங்கம் ஏஜினுடைய துவக்க காலத்துல பார்த்தோம்னு சொன்னா அந்த குறிஞ்சி முல்லை மருதம் நெய்தல் என்ற அந்த ஃபார்மேஷன் வரும்போது குறிஞ்சி பகுதியினுடைய தலைவராக இருந்ததுதான் நாடன். கலித்தொகையில நாடன் என்றுள்ள அந்த சொல்லை வைத்து பல கருத்துக்கள் இங்க இருக்கின்றன. அதாவது what are the, I like to list out the important sentences occurred or occurred with the title Nadan. Valamali Nadan, Ongumalai Nadan, Peringal Nadan, Magilum Kunda Nadan, Nanmalai Nadan, Kunda Nadan, Mamalai Nadan, Nanmalai Nadan, Perumalai Nadan, Purai Nadan. So these were the names given to the Nadan. So they in different literature or different poems, the name Nadan is addressed in different way. Therefore, then after these 3 earliest Ettutogai literatures, Kurundogai, Aingarunuru, Nattinai, and Kalittogai, we could not find this type of references in the latest work. Actually, Dr. Sadasivan sir helped me a lot for chronologically arranging these literatures. Ettutogai Pattupaadu. Therefore, based on this, I conclusion on hypothesis that the term Nadan was included in the earliest works of Sangam literature that indicates that even in the early period of Sangam age, when the state formation was occurred, Nadan occupied an important place. Then what was the development occurred in the area where the Nadan control area? Then again, when we speak about the 5 Tinais, it is still not clear among the historian whether all the each Tinai, that for example Kurinchi, whether all the Kurinchi region was brought under a control of one leader called Nadan, whether all the Nile region brought under a one leader called Sherpan, whether all the fertile field Marudan land was brought under the control of one leader called Uran. That is not clear. They look at the historical development of the ancient period based on the rule of these 3 major dynasties. Actually, there is a gap between the excavations at the present held at Kiladi and the literary works that is available for us. There is a gap of long years. Unless we fill this gap, we we cannot understand the real meaning of Northern and what was the role of the Northern in the history of ancient Tamilakam. Therefore, here based on the term occurred in Kalitogai, Kurundagai, Aingaru Nuru, and Nattinai, I come to the conclusion that Northern enjoyed a high status in the field of administration even before the formation of three dynasties, Chera, Chola, and the Pandyas. Then, so actually, regarding the Cheras were the descendants of the Northern, who was a leader of Kurinchi region in those days. When the Cheras emerged very popular, the Cheras ruled the Kurinchi, mainly Kurinchi region, and also they annexed some region from Mullai area, region from Neidal area, and region from Marudam area, and brought under their control. So whatever the gods and the goddesses mentioned in the Sangam literature, and also including Tolgopium, these worship places came under the control of a Chera ruler when the territorial administration was extended from this Kurinchi region to Maduram, then Neidal, then Palai and Mullai region. Kalitagai, there is a reference that after the devastation of previous capital of the Pandyas chose Madurai as the latest capital, and they annexed places from Chera region and the Chola region, and in the newly annexed places, the flags of Cholas and the Cheras were removed, and the Pandya flag was installed in these conquered places. Therefore, the territorial expansion occurred by the Pandya ruler itself. Therefore, when we go into the looking into the meaning of Sandor, explanation about the Sandor, it is necessary to understand what was the political situation of Sangam age in the early stage. Then, actually, when we speak about the Sandors, poets were the poets of the Sangam age were first called as Sandors because they brought out voluminous literature. So this literature reflected the social and economic and political condition of the people. This literature also helped for the progress of Tamil language. Therefore, the poets were called as Sandors. Then again, we can find a number of poets who till today considered as Sandors and example for others. One important Sandor poet known as Kaniyan Pungungundanar. He has read, actually, his poem is appeared in Purananur number 192, in which he wrote that, to us, all towns are one, all men are kin. அதாவது இந்த உலகம் எல்லாம் நமக்காக உள்ள ஒரே உலகம், நாம் எல்லோரும் ஒன்றோடு உறவினர்கள் என்றுள்ள கருத்தை முதலாக உலகுக்கு சொல்லியவர் யாருன்னு சொன்னா அந்த கணியன் பூங்குண்டனார் என்ற அந்த புலவர். அப்போ இவருடைய கருத்தை மையமாக வைத்துதான் இவரை சாண்டோர் என்று அழைக்கிறாங்க. இனி அடுத்து புறநானூர்ல 218வது பாட்டுல இனி ஒரு கருத்து என்ன சொல்லுகிறாங்கன்னா, how the people united. அதுல என்ன சொல்லுகிறாங்கன்னா, intellectuals united together and non-intellectuals united together. Therefore, when the intellectuals united together, they could create so much things. They could change the system of administration, economy and religion of the state என்றுள்ள கருத்தை சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. Then the Sangam literature gives a lot of evidences who should be considered as Sandors? Puranarur poem 182 speak that the Sandor would not eat alone, even if he possessed amudam, nectar. அது யாருக்குன்னா God இந்திராவுக்கு சமர்ப்பிக்க கூடிய அந்த அமிர்தம் கிடைத்தாலும் சாண்டோர் என்ன செய்ய மாட்டாருன்னா தனிமா உட்கார்ந்து சாப்பிட மாட்டாரு. Sandor would not get angry. Sandor would not be lazy. Sandor is fearless man. Sandor lives for getting prestige, and Sandor would not engage in bad activities that would produce bad result. Then again, the Sandor possesses hard work. Then the Sandor would live for others. Then again he concludes that the world existed because of the existence of a Sandor. That was the characters to be possessed by Sandors reflected in ancient Tamil literature. There are number of evidences are there, but here due to lack of time, I don't want to give more explanation regarding this aspect. Then again, actually, in Kalittogai, there is a references about Sandor. It is said that the man who is known, who should be considered as a Sandor, if he earns money and spend money in a moral ways and means. நேர்மையான வழியில பணத்தை சம்பாதித்து அந்த பணத்தை செலவு செய்யக்கூடியவன் தான் ஒரு சான்றோர் என்பதற்கு ஒரு முக்கியமான எடுத்துக்காட்டு என்று சொல்லி எங்க இருக்குன்னு சொன்னா கலித்தொகையில இருக்குது. Then there are references in the Sangam literature that the Sandor also considered in other ways. கண்ணகி சிலப்பதிகாரத்துல சொல்லுது, கோவலன் was killed, கண்ணகி ஸ்டாண்டிங் அலோன். அப்போது கண்ணகி கேட்கிறாங்க, அது சிலப்பதிகாரத்துல சொல்லுது, என்ன சொல்லுன்னா, இந்த மதுரை சிட்டியில பிறருடைய பிள்ளைகளை தன்னுடைய பிள்ளைகளாக பார்க்கிறவங்க யாரும் இல்லையா, ஏன்னு என்ன நான் படுத கஷ்டத்தை அவங்களால புரிந்து கொள்ள முடியலையே என்று சொல்லி கண்ணகி சொல்லுது மாதிரி சிலப்பதிகாரத்துல ஒரு சுருக்கமான விஷயத்தை சொல்லுகிறாங்க. Then again, இந்த தமிழ் சொசைட்டியில இருந்த ஒரு முக்கியமான தமிழ் சொசைட்டிலையும் என்னன்னா வேதிக் சொசைட்டியில இருந்தது போன்று இங்க அந்த சதி சிஸ்டம் அது ரொம்ப வேதிக் சொசைட்டியில சதி சிஸ்டம் ஏர்லி வேதிக் பீரியட்ல கிடையாது, லேட்டர் பீரியட்ல தான் கொஞ்சம் கொஞ்சமாக பரவி வருகிறதை பார்க்க முடியுது. அப்போ there was a reference that one or two incident of sadi occurred in Tamil region in the Sangam age. அப்போ இதுல யாரு ஒரு poet எதை பற்றி சொல்லுகிறாங்கன்னு சொன்னா, அதாவது பெருங்கோப்பண்டு என்றுள்ள அந்த poet எதை அவங்க her husband Poodapandian died in the battle. After the battle, she prepared to commit self-immolation. At a later period, it was called as sati. அது உடன்கட்டை ஏறுதல். அப்போது என்ன செய்கிறாங்கன்னா சான்றோர்கள் அதை தடுத்து நிறுத்த பாக்குறாங்க. அப்போது அவங்க என்ன சொல்லுகிறாங்கன்னு சொன்னா, இந்த உலகத்துல ஒரு விதவை கைமையாக இருந்து தனிமையில் பாய் போடாமல் தூங்குவதையும், தென் தேர்ச்சில்லாத உணவுகளை சாப்பிடுவதை விட இறந்த கணவனுடன் சேர்ந்து இறப்பது அதிலும் நன்கு என்றுள்ள அந்த கருத்தை தெரிவிக்கிறாங்க. ஸோ இருந்தாலும் it indicates that the Sandors tried to prevent a lady from committing sati. ஆனா இந்த போயத்துல இருந்து எதை நாம் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடியுதுன்னா, even though the Sandors tried to prevent a lady from committing self-immolation, the Sandors did not help for the removing the difficulties met by the Taimei, that is called the widows, suppose if they lived after the death of the husband. Then again, then another reference that there are public also wanted to see that the good mothers also wanted to see that their children should be grown to the level of Sandor, to be praised by the poets. நாம் புறநானூறுல பார்க்கிறோம் என்ன செய்கிறாங்கன்னு சொன்னா, a mother who happened to see a soldier who died in the battlefield, அப்போது it is written that அந்த மகனை பெற்றெடுக்கிற போது அவர் எந்த மகிழ்ச்சி அடைந்தார்களோ அதைவிட அதிகமான மகிழ்ச்சியை தன்னுடைய மகன் அந்த போர்க்களத்துல ஒரு ஹீரோயிக் டெத்தை சந்தித்தாங்க என்று கேள்விப்பட்ட உடனே அவங்க மகிழ்ச்சி அடைகிறாங்க என்றுள்ள ஒரு கருத்தை சொல்லுது. Then again, another reference that Purananur also included, somebody told a mother that her son ran away from the battlefield facing back. So it is written that the mother or the old lady went to the battlefield carrying a kapti, stating that suppose if I happened to see that my son ran away in the battlefield, I would cut off my chest through which I fed my son என்று சொல்லிட்டு பேட்டில்ஃபீல்டுக்கு போறது மாதிரி காட்டுகிறாங்க. But she found that the boy found dead after killing a male elephant. Therefore, there also it is said that the mother felt very happy to see that the son met a heroic death. Then in the Sangam literature, Sangam age, there was a habit called Madal Erudal. That Madal Erudal means if there occurred a love between a boy and the girl, and suppose if the boy or a girl did not satisfy their love, satisfy themselves for getting into a marriage with the lover, both the boy and the girl often went for moving with a horse cart that is made of அந்த பனைமரத்தினுடைய அந்த அதாவது அந்த இது பட்டையினால செய்யப்பட்டதுல they used to move around the street and requesting the public to help the public to make an arrangement of marriage between the girl and the boy. Therefore, in the Kalittogai, there are three or four songs speak about this incident, and there the Sandor came forward and helped the boy and the girl to get a marriage. Then Sandor வந்து என்னன்னு சொன்னா, சாண்டாண்மை is the maximum, the highest level of a good character of a man. So there are plenty of references about need for சாண்டாண்மை in the Kalittogai, then Aingarunooru, and also Tirukkural and the latest work. In the Aingarunooru, in the Kalittogai, regarding சாண்டாண்மை, 9 important qualifications are prescribed by the poet. They are comfort, அதாவது ஆற்றுதல், admiration, அதாவது போற்றுதல், attribute, அதாவது நல்ல பண்பு, affection, அதாவது அன்பு, knowledge, that means அறிவு, conscious of speech, செறிவு, maintaining secrecy, நிறை, right conduct, முறை, and forbearance, பொறை. இந்த 9 தகுதிகளும் ஒரு மனிதனுக்கு சான்றாண்மை அந்த அந்த நிலைமைக்கு ஒரு மனிதன் மாறுவதற்கு இந்த 9 தகுதிகளும் இருக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லி அதுல சொல்லத பார்க்க முடியுது வந்து. திருக்குறள் also supporting the need for developing சான்றாண்மை. திருக்குறள் said that affection, fear of sin, benevolence, favor and truthfulness are the 5 pillars on which the perfect goodness of the man could be built. Therefore, in those days, the Sangam literature and the post-Sangam literature insisted the need for emergence of Sandor with Sandanmai, and even if there were plenty of literature, plenty of references, plenty of good character identified by the poets to consider a man as a Sandor, a man as a man of Sandanmai, அதாவது ஒரு சான்றோர் ஒரு நல்ல நிலைமை விஸ்டம் ஸ்டேஜ் பெர்ஃபெக்ஷன் ஸ்டேஜுக்கு போகும்போது தான் அவர் வந்து சான்றாண்மை உள்ளவராக மாறுகிறார் வந்து. இந்த சான்றாண்மை குணங்களை உடைய வம்ச மன்னர்கள் யார் என்று சொல்லி 10 என்றுள்ள அந்த 8 தொகை தொகுப்புல வரக்கூடிய லிட்டரரி ஒர்க்ல அழகா சொல்லுகிறாங்க. அதாவது there are in few places the Chera rulers were identified as Sandor. In 1 or 2 places it is said that the Chera rulers were the predecessors of Sandor Kulam. Predecessors of the Sandor Kulam. Therefore, in though the different meanings, explanations, interpretations were given by different poets about the concept of Sandor, need for Sandor, importance of Sandor in the public life, private life and political life, the only ruling family, that is the Chera ruling family, was called by the poets as the members of the Sandar Kulattur. Members of the Sandar Kulattur. So we can see the link between the term Sandor, Sandanmai and the Northern. I told you earlier, the term Northern was first used in Sangam literature to identify the leader of the region. Therefore, in the Kurinji region, in the sense that part of the Eastern Ghats and part of the Western Ghats was the main area of Kurinji land in which the Northern ruled. So descendants of the Northern were the Chera rulers. The Chera rulers were known as the Sandor Kula Mannargal. So this people became unpopular following the introduction of a Brahmanical culture. As Dr. Sovanan sir told in the morning, Dr. Sadasivan sir also told yesterday in his talk that how the Sandor Kulattur were pushed to the lowest status due to the influence of a Brahmanical culture, Sanskritization of literature and other developments. Therefore, these Sandors were known as Sanars. Suppose and the word Sanars ennulla word, I belong to Kanyakumari district. Suppose நான் பார்த்திருக்கேன், நம்ம பேரண்ட்ஸோட வெளியே போற டைம்ல என்ன செய்வாங்கன்னா ஹையர் காஸ்ட் பீப்புளை பார்த்துட்டு என்ன சானா இங்க வா, சானா இங்க வான்னு கூப்பிடுவாங்க. தவிர சானார் சேர்த்து கூப்பிட மாட்டாங்க. சானான். அப்போது அவங்க அந்த வேளையில சானார் சானான் எதை பயன்படுத்தினாங்கன்னா சாணியை அள்ளுபவன் என்றதை காட்டுகிறதுக்கு தான் அந்த சாணான் என்றுள்ள அந்த வேர்டை கொலோக்கியலா பயன்படுத்தி இருக்காங்க வந்துட்டு. தேர்ஃபோர் அந்த சான்றோர்னு உள்ள வேர்டு அறிவு திறன் படைத்தவர் என்றுள்ள வேர்டு, அந்த வேர்டை பிறகு என்ன செய்யறாங்கன்னா ஒரு லோ கிரேடிங் தொழிலை செய்கிறாங்க என்றுள்ள இதுல வந்து அவங்களை இன்க்ளூட் பண்ணிருக்க என்ன செய்கிறாங்கன்னா சாணான் என்று சொல்லி கொலோக்கியலாகவும் பயன்படுத்த ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காங்க வந்துட்டு. Therefore, I come to the concluding part of my lecture. Therefore, the term Sandor is referred as a man of knowledge and wisdom. Sandor, according to the ancient literature, that referred the man of knowledge and wisdom. So the term Sandor was given by the poets to the ruling family of Chera dynasty, because the Chera rulers concentrated too much for strengthening the army, for giving protection to the people, for look after the welfare of the people. Therefore, politically, this term Sandor was applied to the Cheras because they had a strong army, because they had a strong idea of protecting the people, and also they looked after the welfare of the people. Then literary base also, the poets called the Chera rulers as a Sandor collector. If you go through the சிலப்பதிகாரத்தினுடைய லாஸ்ட் காண்டோயில ஒரு ரெஃபரன்ஸ் வருது. என்னன்னு சொன்னா, கண்ணகிக்கு இமயமலையில இருந்து கல்லெடுப்பதா அல்லது பொதிகை மலையிலிருந்து கல்லெடுப்பதா என்றுள்ள ஒரு டிஸ்கஷன் எங்க வருதுன்னு சொன்னா அந்த அமைச்சர்கள் மத்தியில வருது. அப்போ ரெண்டு ஆப்ஷனையும் எங்க கொடுக்குறாங்கன்னா சேரன் செங்குட்டுவன் முன்னால பிரசன்ட் பண்ணுகிறாங்க. அப்போது சேரன் செங்குட்டுவன் அந்த சொல்லுது மாதிரி அந்த சிலப்பதிகாரத்துல ஒரு செய்தி வருது. என்ன செய்தின்னு சொன்னா, நமது தமிழனுடைய பெருமையை இமயமலை வரைக்கும் எடுத்து செல்ல வேண்டும், அங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய ஆரிய மன்னர்களை தோற்கடித்து அவர்களுக்கு தமிழர்களுடைய சிறப்பை காட்டி அதன் மூலமாக என்ன செய்யணும்னா அங்கிருந்து கல்லை சுமந்து கொண்டு வந்து அவர்களுடைய தலையில் சுமந்து கொண்டு வந்து இங்கு கண்ணகிக்கு கோயில் கட்ட வேண்டும் என்றுள்ள ஒரு ரெசல்யூஷன் அந்த சேரன் செங்குட்டுவனுடைய தலைமையில் அமைந்த அந்த அமைச்சர் குழுவில அதை பற்றி தீர்மானம் எடுப்பதாக ஒரு ரெஃபரன்ஸ் வருது. Therefore, the Cheras, though the Pandyas, the three Sangams there convened by the Pandya ruler as per the previous evidences, in the later period, Cheras emerged as a leading royal rule for promoting Tamil culture, Tamil language and Tamil literature. Therefore, because of these reasons, the poets consider the Cheras were the descendants of Sandor Kulattur. Therefore, the term Sandor and Nadan. Nadan was a term used in the Sangam literature earlier to identify the ruler of a Kurinchi region or the leader of the Kurinchi region. The Sandor is a term given by the poets analyzing the various activities in which the Chera rulers involved and through which they helped for creating a big kingdom. They also extended their full support for protecting the people, and also they also involved seriously for the growth of Tamil literature. இன்றைக்கு இருக்கக்கூடிய அந்த தமிழ் இலக்கிய, அதாவது சங்க இலக்கியங்களில சொல்லப்படக்கூடிய பெரும்பான்மையான சொற்கள் எங்க இருக்குன்னு சொன்னா நாஞ்சில் நாடை சுற்றி உள்ள பகுதியில இருக்குது. அப்போ இந்த நாஞ்சில் நாடு மொழியை இன்றைக்கு வெளியே சென்று பேசினாங்க என்ன சொல்லுகிறாங்கன்னா கொலோக்கியல் லாங்குவேஜ் என்று சொல்லுகிறாங்க. இல்ல, அந்த நாஞ்சில் நாடை சுற்றி உள்ள பகுதி, முக்கியமாக கன்னியாகுமரி டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்ல விளவங்கோடு தாலுகா பகுதியில இன்றைக்கும் மக்கள் பேசக்கூடிய அந்த நடை சொற்களில சங்க இலக்கியங்களில் இருக்கிற சொற்களையும் அந்த பேச்சு மொழியையும் நாம் அதிகமாக பார்க்க முடியும். அப்போது நாம் இதிலிருந்து எதை புரிந்து கொள்ள முடிகிறது என்றால், அந்த சேரர்கள் அவர்கள் அந்த சான்றோர் குலத்தை சேர்ந்து இருந்த காரணத்தினால அந்த தமிழ் மொழிக்கு முக்கியத்துவத்தை கொடுத்திருக்காங்க என்றுள்ளதை நாம் தெரிந்து கொள்ள முடிகிறது. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to bring or even give an opportunity to help me to read many literature and evolve an idea about the conceptualization of a title Sando. So I made it clear. Actually, whether the public or the historians will accept the statement that the Northern, who was a leader of Kurinchi region earlier and continued the administration even before the creation of a ruling family of the Cheras in the Kurinchi region. Okay, thank you very much for listening to me lecture, and also I extended my warm gratitude to the organization of this two-day international seminar on Palmyra theme. Helped me an opportunity to participate in the intellectual activities. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your wonderful words. You have given us a good idea, not an idea, but you have come up with evidence that Sandos are there in Sangam literature. And we are from the ruling kingdom. Till now, the people didn't have any idea who they are from. But today, I feel proud that you have given a lot of evidence from literature and the writings during the Sangam period on Sandos. And we could proudly say that we are well educated. Thank you, sir. Once more, thank you on behalf of
Thank you very much.
Here.
Thank you,
sir.
thank you.
And now I ask Dr. J. Augustine.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I request Dr. J. Augustine to come up with a few words on Dr. C. Thomas.
He is on the line. Dr. Augustine is on the line. Okay. Yes, sir.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir, we could.
Somewhat today I have online classes, so I am unable to follow the whole session. So that's what I used to come in the middle. So sorry for that.
It's not a problem, sir.
Okay. So anyhow, so basically Thomas sir is like a guru for me, and some extent he was more motivated in all the sense in my research and everything. So he's a very knowledgeable person, and he used to do his research in a deep sense. So he's really so nowadays we can say that one of the great historians of South India, but basically we doesn't focus. So these type of platform give an opportunity for him, and I think after his retirement he is going to sign in a very good manner. So I congratulate the organizers as well as Dr. Thomas for his nice words. Thank you.
Thank you, Augustine, sir, for your wonderful words.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you,
sir.
Thank you, sir.
And I request Usha Raj and Anthony ma'am to say some few words about Thomas sir's words.
That was really wonderful, and I was listening the whole session, and I didn't expect this much lot meanings are folded inside the word Santo, and it is really mind provoking, and really it's a great opportunity provided for many of us to listen more about our culture, sir. Thank you for the whole organizer for this wonderful opportunity, and really thank you, sir. Thank you for providing this wonderful lecture on the single term, which has lots and lots of intervened meaning. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nandini ma'am.
Thank you.
Now we have one of our organizing committee member, Amal Hieronymus, to speak on sons and lovers, sons of lands. Thank you. Now I invite him.
Dr. Thomas has really dug out the history of ours from the linguistic point of view. Like it is like, you know, the rocking personality that has been found by everybody, and your words were so powerful, so piercing, like the warriors of our root, and you made everyone wonder, sir. Your words were really it is like a boost for us. It's an energy for us. We felt that your presence with us is nothing but the real palm root, the palm root we have identified, and that's how
Thank you.
you made us.
Thank you.
And it is it was very authentic when you spoke also, that nobody could say against it, because it is written in as a document. So in that way you have made everyone wonder and startle about your through your speech. So astonishing and breathtaking performance of yours. The ancient literature, when you linked it, my God, it was nobody has ever thought of. Nobody's ever thought. And your works will never go astray. Yes, we will never let your works go astray. We will make it the treasures of ours, just like Tolkapiam, and your work will be there. That's how we went on. So proud of you, sir. We are really proud of you. This is not the end of our session. We will continue. Yes. So proud of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. With veneration, we have you. And we have Dr. Emmanuel's speech at 2:30 today. And before that, we have Dr. Mose. Dr. Mose is in fact working in Bangladesh University, one of the greatest scholars on our Palmyra culture. He has got a Facebook even on Palmyra. So such is the committed person we have found out. He was in touch with Dr. Emmanuel for the past two weeks, and even he was astonished by the way Dr. Emmanuel was fed up with these words and the spirit in the Palmyra, and he's a spirited person. This is what we want. It is not that we are as Palmyrians. We have to be with spirit, and that spirit will let us grow. That spirit will vibrate to the generation of ours. It will make us bind together. It will bring us together. So Dr. Ganeshan, when he was talking, all his words were, you know, the longings of being together. The words of being together was highly felt by Dr. Ganeshan. The same way, like we have Dr. Emmanuel, when he talks, we will really understand what he is. And now, let me invite Professor Nandini, Usha Rajan Nandini. She's working in Mother Teresa University. And as all the words regenerated us from Dr. Thomas, now we have Usha Rajanandani to introduce Dr. Mose. We'll see Dr. Mose has been preparing for the past few years regarding this particular topic. And when he ventures into it, we will have wonders. And that wonders we are going to see. Now, Nandini ma'am, you are welcome. Please jump in.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am.
So I'm really happy to introduce my friend, Dr. Moses Selva Kumar, the Assistant Professor of Chemistry, Science and Math Program, Asian University for Women, Bangladesh. And for more than 15 years, I know Dr. Moses Selva Kumar, sir, and very, very hardworking, very dynamic personality. And really, it gives me immense pleasure to introduce him here in this forum. So Dr. Moses Kumar is an experienced analytical chemist actually interested in Panayanmai. So first time I heard this word from him, Panayanmai, the Palmyra culture, and expert in phytochemical analysis and isolation, waste to wealth, science for self-reliance, sustainable development, value-added product development, and even IPR. He is involved in finding some novel molecules, materials from Palmyra palm, which was used for various applications to solve problems. Apart from experimental works, interested in culture, organized many awareness programs to the local farmers and school children about the importance of Palmyra and their products. He organized many Palmyra planting program in local places as well as he had continued it even in Bangladesh. He delivered many lectures based on our Palmyra research at many international national conferences, technology transfer programs in India, Sri Lanka, and many more. He visited northern states of India, Union, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Malaysia, for exclusive Palmyra research. And Dr. Mose has honored by Second World Conference on Palmyra Economy at TSA Arts College, Perur, Coimbatore on 4th May 2019 for his significant contribution to Palmyra research and Palmyra conservation. So the research under progress under his purview is in improvement of self-life and identification of adulterants, even in palm sap, jaggery. He's collaborating with Stody, dried palmyra seeds, sprout powder, and germinated seed powder. So many things, the adulteration and identification of adulterant, and as well as the shelf life also he's working on. And nutritional and nutraceutical values of Palmyra palm, and development of chemosensors for heavy metal ions using Palmyra fruit extracts, and the biodiversity, transplantation of young Palmyra palm, and everything. Almost his research will be around Palmyra. And even he's working on Palmyra houses, water purification system. And recently, when I was talking with him, discussing about Palmyra culture with him, he used to say now he is concentrating on exclusively on Palmyra culture. He got some land for only for the purpose, and right from its seedling stage to its blossom stage, he have to do a lot of research, and he's dedicating that land exclusive for that. He said it's very interesting, and he talks more about our culture also. So, and whatever I'm hearing for this past 2 days, he used to discuss a lot, and we get inspired while he talk. And I think today the session also will be such inspiring one by his talk. Will get inspired by his talk. And his publications, if you see, it will be around palm trees, like an insight into Asian Palmyra palm fruit pulp, fluorescence sensor, and insight into leaf secretions of Asian Palmyra palm, a wound healing material from nature. So like this, he's having a set of publications all related to research on Palmyra. And even today he was discussing about some work related, how we can collaborate in Palmyra products in antifungal and antimicrobial effects of Palmyra products. And he already has a patent on has developed eco-friendly wound healing bandage from Palmyra palm leaf secretions. So it is an Indian patent. And apart from that, he had delivered so many lectures in Indian and international scientific conferences, and he has brought thrown light on our Palmyra culture. And really, we all are happy to have him today in this conference. And thank you for this opportunity to introduce Dr. Mose to this forum. Thank you.
That's so great. And Nandini ma'am, you have really felt and understood the real need of Palmyra culture, and you introduced a person who really deserves to be regarded, and all his works are well recognized by us. And now Pamo Palraj Moses Selvakumar, a good soul of ours, whose work is known to everybody, will start the session with 10 minutes of video then he will continue the session. That's how he has planned his session. And we love to have his voice, and all his achievements will be spread out to the world, and the world will recognize and go on with the palm growing culture of ours. Just as the root of palm gets deeper and deeper into the earth and sucks the water and makes it grow, the same way let all our kith and kin be the root of us to be the blossom of our future Palmyra culture. You are welcome, Dr. Pamo Paul Raj Moses Silvakumar, sir. Your speaker is under mute, I think. You are still under mute,
Yep.
sir. Yes. Now,
Yep.
okay, go.
Thank you so much. I'm really feeling humbled in presence of this community. Thank you very much, Amal Anand, and thank you very much, Usha Madam, for the very detailed introduction. I don't know. I am deserved for this. I don't know, because it's very too much. You have given a lot of things about me. Thank you so much for this invitation to present my knowledge and experience with the Palmyra palm with our community. I especially thank Dr. Emmanuel Aya for his immense contribution for this Palmyra culture. Even I want to dedicate this lecture for him. Whatever I share, today's lecture is dedicated to him. Well, let me start this presentation with one of my documentary movie, which was written by and edited by one of my friend Yuvraj and other team workers. Let me start it, then I will continue the discussion. Friends. Hello. Is it okay? I'm sorry, I don't know what happens. It's not operating. Hello? Hello, everyone. Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Please, go ahead.
But let me once again share this video, because I have some issues in operating the video.
Okay.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Okay. Sorry for the disturbance. Wait a second. Let me share once again. I have some issues in my computer, but anyhow, I have solved the issue. Yes. Okay. I don't know how to decode the view. Some issues, I don't know. Okay.
Sir, if it's available on the YouTube, if you could share the...
No, it's not in YouTube. It is not yet released. Just I developed it. I thought of sharing with this community.
Okay, sir.
So once again, I think let me start out this issue, because it will be giving a clear-cut idea how really we feel about this culture and what are the issues we are facing it. Then if we continue my lecture, I think it will be more meaningful.
இருந்தாலும்
Okay, so let's start this session with this documentary movie.
பனையும் தற்சார்பு வாழ்வியல். மனிதர்கள் மரங்களை வெட்டி அழித்துக் கொண்டே இருந்தாலும் மனித இனத்தை காப்பதில் தாவரங்கள் மாபெரும் பங்கு வகித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. கோடிக்கணக்கான தாவர இனங்களில் வறண்ட சூழலிலும் தாக்குப்பிடித்து வளர்ந்து மனித இனத்தின் வாழ்வியலோடு அளவற்ற பயன்களை அள்ளித்தரும் புல்வகை தாவரம் பனை. பல வகையான பனை வகைகள் உலகெங்கும் இருந்த போதிலும் நமது ஆசிய கண்டத்தில் பரவலாக காணப்படும் எண்ணற்ற பயன்களை தரும் ஆசிய பனையின் தாவரவியல் பெயர் போரோசஸ் ஃபிளாபலிவர்.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Is there any issue?
It's very clear. Go ahead.
Okay.
வல்லினம். பனை வல்லினத்தில் ஓர் நல்லினம். கோடை வறட்சி கொடுமையிலும் புயலின் கோர தாண்டவத்தில் மிரண்டு போகாமல் திரண்டு வலிமையாய் வளர்ந்து நிற்கும் பனம் போல் குடை போன்றது. அனைவரையும் அண்ணாந்து பார்க்க வைத்து வியக்க வைக்கக்கூடியது. பல்லாயிரம் ஆண்டுகளுக்கு முன் கடலில் மூழ்கி போன நாவலன் தீவு எனப்பட்ட இளமூரியா கண்டம் 7 பனை நாடு 7 தங்கு நாடு என பிரிக்கப்பட்டிருந்ததாம். இதன் மூலம் பனையானது தொன்மையான வரலாற்றில் தமிழர்கள் வாழ்வில் இன்றியமையாத இடத்தை பெற்றிருக்கிறது என்பதை அறியலாம். தொன்மையான தொல்காப்பியம், திருக்குறள், இலக்கியங்கள், பக்தி இலக்கியங்களில் பனை பற்றிய பதிவுகளை காண்பது தமிழர் வாழ்வியல் பனையோடு எவ்வளவு நெருக்கமாக இருந்திருக்கிறது என்பதை நமக்கு உணர்த்துகிறது. இந்தியா, தெற்கில் இலங்கை, மேற்கில் மொரீசியஸ், மடகாஸ்கர், தென்னாப்பிரிக்கா, கிழக்கில் வங்காளதேசம், மியான்மர், தாய்லாந்து, மலேசியா, கம்போடியா, வியட்நாம், இந்தோனேசியா மற்றும் பிலிப்பைன்ஸ் போன்ற பல நாடுகளில் இந்த ஆசிய பனை பரவி காணப்படுகிறது. இப்பனையின் தனித்தன்மை மற்றும் பயன்பாடுகளை உணர்ந்ததால் தான் தமிழக அரசின் மரமாகவும் கம்போடிய நாட்டின் தேசிய மரமாகவும்.
Sir, only the audio is coming, sir. Video is not seen here.
Dr. Mose?
Hello?
Yes, Dr. Sir. The audio is coming, not the video.
Oh, God. Sorry. I am able to see the video, but I don't know what's happening there.
It's not getting shared.
Huh?
It is not getting shared.
Just click it, share.
Oh, sorry. So it's my mistake. I think I have shared other screen. Can I play it once again?
Yes, sir, better. You go from the
Sorry for the mistake.
Not at all, not at all.
Yes, sir.
Enjoy, sir. Go from
It's all right. Go ahead. No problem.
மாபெரும் பங்கு வகித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றன. கோடிக்கணக்கான தாவர இனங்களில் வறண்ட சூழலிலும் தாக்குப்பிடித்து வளர்ந்து மனித இனத்தின் வாழ்வியலோடு கலந்து அளவற்ற பயன்களை அள்ளித்தரும் புல்வகை தாவரம் பனை. பல வகையான பனை வகைகள் உலகின் நமது ஆசிய கண்டத்தில் பரவலாக காணப்படும் எண்ணற்ற பயன்களை தரும் ஆசிய பனையின் தாவரவியல் பெயர் பனை வல்லினத்தில் ஓர் வல்லினம், பனை வல்லினத்தில் ஓர் நல்லினம். கோடை வறட்சி கொடுமையிலும் புயலின் கோர தாண்டவத்திலும் இரண்டு போகாமல் இரண்டு வலிமையாய் வளர்ந்து நிற்கும் பனம் புல் குடை போன்றது. அனைவரையும் அண்ணாந்து பார்க்க வைத்து வியக்க வைக்கக்கூடியது. பல்லாயிரம் இதன் மூலம் பனையானது தொன்மையான வரலாற்று இடத்தை பெற்றிருக்கின்றது என்பதை அறியலாம். தொன்மையான தொல்காப்பியம், திருக்குறள், மணிமேகலை மற்றும் பல சங்க இலக்கியங்கள், பக்தி இலக்கியங்களில் பனை பற்றிய பதிவுகளை காண்பது தமிழர் வாழ்வியல் பனையோடு எவ்வளவு நெருக்கமாய் இருந்திருக்கிறது என்பதை நமக்கு உணர்த்துகிறது. இந்தியா, தெற்கில் இலங்கை, மேற்கில் மொரீசியஸ், மடகாஸ்கர், தென்னாப்பிரிக்கா, கிழக்கில் வங்காளதேசம், மியான்மர், தாய்லாந்து, மலேசியா, கம்போடியா, வியட்நாம், இந்தோனேசியா மற்றும் பிலிப்பைன்ஸ் போன்ற பல நாடுகளில் இந்த ஆசிய பனை பரவி காணப்படுகிறது. இப்பனையின் தனித்தன்மை மற்றும் பயன்பாடுகளை உணர்ந்ததால் தான் தமிழக அரசின் மரமாகவும் கம்போடிய நாட்டின் தேசிய மரமாகவும் பனைமரம் பெருமை மிகு இடத்தை பெற்றிருக்கிறது. மண்ணை பற்றி பிடிக்கக்கூடிய சல்லிவேர் தொகுதியில் கண்ணை மயக்கும் கருமை நிற சிராய்ப்புகளை கொண்ட நீண்ட வலிமையான வளைந்து கொடுக்கக்கூடிய நடுத்தண்டையில் உச்சியில் மட்டையோடு இணைந்த விசிறி போன்ற பனை ஓலைகள், உள்ளே பனம் பாலை என கம்பீரமாக நிற்கும் பனைமரத்தின் மீது ஏறி இறங்குவதற்கு ஒரு தனி உடல் திறனும் வலிமையும் மன உறுதியும் வேண்டும். பனையில் ஏறி இறங்குவது கடினமானது மட்டுமின்றி கரணம் தப்பினால் மரணம் என்பது போல் சிறிது கவனம் சிதறினாலும் உயிருக்கே ஆபத்து விளைவிக்கக்கூடியது. ஏறு தழுவுதலை வீர விளையாட்டு என கொண்டாடும் நாம் பனையை தழுவி ஏறி இறங்குவதையும் வீர விளையாட்டாக வாழ்வியலாக பார்க்க வேண்டும். மண்ணோடு பணிபுரிந்து தாவரம் விலங்குகளை கொண்டு உணவு உற்பத்தி செய்து வாழ்வதை வேளாண்மை என்று அழைப்பது போல பனைசார் சுற்றுச்சூழலை சார்ந்து தேவையான பொருட்களை உருவாக்கி வாழும் வாழ்வியலை பனையாண்மை என்று அழைப்பது மிக பொருத்தமானதாகும். இப்பனைகளை சார்ந்து தற்சார்பு வாழ்வியலை அமைத்துக் கொண்டு பனை மீது தழுவி ஏறி அதன் பாளைகளை சீவி பக்குவப்படுத்தி பதநீரை கலையத்தில் இறக்கி பனை வெல்லம் கல்கண்டென மாற்றிடும் மக்களை பனையேறி என்று அழைப்பதை விட பனை வீரர், பனை வினைகள், பனை ஆளுநர், பனை அறிஞர்கள் என அழைப்பதை சாலச் சிறந்தது. வாழையை சீவும் அறிவாள்களை வெள்ளை கல் பொடி கொண்டு ஊமைப்படுத்துவதில் இருந்து பக்குவமாய் வாழை சீவி கலையத்தில் சுண்ணாம்படித்து காரத்தன்மையை உருவாக்கி பதநீர் ஆகாமல் தடுத்து அதை தாளியை வைத்து சரியான வெப்பம் பதநீராக்கி சரியான சூழலில் தேங்காய் சிரட்டையில் ஊற்றி ஆக்கும் போதும் பனை கல்கண்டு படிகங்களை உருவாக்கும் போதும் பனை வீரர்கள் இயற்பியல், வேதியியல், உயிர் வேதியியல், உயிர் தொழில்நுட்பவியல் அறிஞர்களாகவும் மற்றும் தொழில்நுட்ப வல்லுநர்களாகவும் விளங்குகின்றனர். பனைமரம் வேலி காத்தானாக உயிர்காத்தலிலும், ஒளிச்சேர்க்கை மூலம் உயிர்காற்று உருவாக்கத்திலும், காற்றை தூய்மைப்படுத்துவதிலும், சல்லிவேர் தொகுதியை கொண்டு நீர் சேகரிப்பதிலும், நுங்கு, கிழங்கு, பனம்பழம் தந்து உணவு உருவாக்கத்திலும், உடல் உழைப்புக்கு இடமாகவும் உறைவிடத்தை உருவாக்கி தருவதாகவும், மருந்து பொருட்கள், கல்வி, இலக்கியம், விளையாட்டு, பல்லுயிர் பெருக்கம், சுற்றுச்சூழல் மேம்பாடு, பொருளாதார மேம்பாடு என வாழ்வின் அனைத்து கட்ட செயல்பாடுகளிலும் பங்களிப்பதால் பனை தற்சார்பு வாழ்வியலுக்கான மிக பொருத்தமான, சிறந்த, பயன்மிக்க, இயற்கையின் வரமான வரம் தரும் தாவரம். பனம்பழம் பனாட், தவுன், கிழங்கு, ஒடியல், உளுக்கொடியல், நுங்கு, பதநீர், கள், கருப்பட்டி, பனங்கற்கண்டு, பனஞ்சர்க்கரை, பனங்குருத்து மற்றும் பனஞ்சோறு என பல்வேறு உணவுப் பொருட்களை தந்தது மட்டுமின்றி கல்வியை தலைமுறை தாண்டி நடத்திய ஓலைச்சுவடி மற்றும் பல அழகியல் பொருட்கள், கைவினை பொருட்கள், உறைவிட பொருட்கள், மருந்து பொருட்கள், நார்க்கட்டில், பனை ஓலை பாய், பனை ஓலை பெட்டி, பனைநார் பெட்டி, பை, உரம் என வாழ்வியலுக்கு தேவையான ஆயிரக்கணக்கான சுற்றுச்சூழலுக்கு உகந்த பொருட்களை உருவாக்க பயன்படும் பனைமரம், ஆலமரம், அரசமரம் போன்ற பெரிய மரங்கள் உருவாக உதவும் இடமாகவும், தூக்கணாங்குருவி, மரங்கொத்தி பறவைகள் மற்றும் பல எறும்பு பூச்சிகளுக்கு இருப்பிடமாகவும் விளங்குகிறது. மனிதரைப் போலவே பனைமரம் ஆண், பெண் என இரு வகைப்படும். ஆண் மரம் காய்ப்பதில்லை, பதநீர் மட்டுமே தரும். ஆனால் பெண் மரம் நுங்கும் பழமும் தந்து அதிக பதநீரும் தரக்கூடியது. பனை மரத்தின் வாழ்க்கை சுழற்சியானது ஒரு பனையிலிருந்து பனம்பழம் விழுந்து, உழைவிட்டு, கிழங்காகி, ஓலை விட்டு, இளம்பனையாகி, பருவமடைந்து பருவப்பனையாக மாறி மீண்டும் பதநீர், நுங்கு, பழம் ஆகியவற்றை தருவதாகும். மக்கள் நினைப்பது போல கள் ஒன்றும் வெறும் போதைப் பொருள் அல்ல. கள்ளில் சிறிதளவு ஆல்கஹலோடு புரதம், கார்போஹைட்ரேட், வைட்டமின்கள் மற்றும் உடலுக்கு தேவையான தாது பொருட்கள் அடங்கியுள்ளன. இது உடல் பலத்தை கூடியது, மருத்துவ குணங்களை கொண்டது. சிறுவர்கள் பனை ஓலையிலிருந்து உருவாக்கும் காற்றாடி கூட்டுறவை உருவாக்கி மகிழ்ச்சி தரும் விளையாட்டாகவும், காற்றாலை மின்சாரம் உருவாக்கும் முறையை நினைவுபடுத்துவதாகவும் உள்ளது. பனம் நுங்கு தின்றபின் என்றும் வட்ட வடிவம் சிறு சிறுவர்கள் உருவாக்கி விளையாடும் நுங்கு வண்டி ஆதி மனிதன் சுழலும் சக்கரத்தை கண்டுபிடிக்கவும், அண்டத்தை தாண்டி வண்டிகளை உருவாக்கவும் அடிப்படையாக ஒரு ஆண் இளவட்டக்கல் தூக்கி தன் உடல் திறனை நிரூபிப்பது ஒரு வீர விளையாட்டாக இருப்பது போல இன்றும் சில ஊர்களில் தம் திறனை நிரூபிப்பது ஒரு வீர விளையாட்டாக விளையாடப்படுகிறது. பனை வீரர்கள் பனைசார் வாழ்க்கையில் மிக கடுமையாக உழைத்தாலும் போதிய வசதிகளோடு வளமாக வாழ்வதென்பது மிக கேள்விக்குறியாகவே உள்ளது. அதனால் தலைமுறை தலைமுறையாக இவ்வாழ்வியலில் ஈடுபட்டவர்கள் தம் குழந்தைகள் இதில் ஈடுபட விரும்புவதில்லை. இவ்வகை பனையாண்மை எனும் பனைசார் தற்சார்பு வாழ்வியலை வாழ்ந்த மக்களில் பலர் இன்று அரசியல், அறிவியல், சூழலியல், பொருளியல் மற்றும் சமூக
கேட்கணும்.
இப்படிப்பட்ட பனை இனம் அழிவை நோக்கி செல்வது மனித இனம் அழிவை நோக்கி செல்வதற்கு வாய்ப்பாக அமையும். எனவே இத்தகைய சூழலில் பனைசார் வாழ்வியலை மீட்டு மேம்படுத்திடும் வகையில் பனை தரிப்பை அழிப்பை தடுக்கவும், பனை வீரர்கள் வாழ்க்கை நிலை மேம்பாடு பற்றிய ஆய்வு செய்து பனைசார் பொருட்கள் பற்றிய விழிப்புணர்வை மக்களிடையே உருவாக்கிடவும், இளைஞர்கள் பனையாண்மை எனும் பனைசார் தற்சார்பு வாழ்வியலை விரும்பும் வகையிலும் பனை பயன்பாட்டை அதிகரிக்கவும், சுற்றுச்சூழலை மேம்படுத்திடவும் அரசும் அமைப்புகளும் திட்டங்களை பயனுற செயல்படுத்தினால் மிகச் சிறப்பாக இருக்கும். பனையை துணை.
Okay, very sorry. Sometime I am not able to, I think, operate this video properly. There was issues in starting the video as well as the audio issues. Somehow, I think I conveyed the message. And with this, let me share my presentation. Hello.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. Everything okay? Can I continue? Otherwise,
Yes,
do you have a time?
No, please go ahead.
Okay. Well, so this is the title. I'm going to talk about it. So my video may be given enough introduction about the title Panayanmai. In Tamil, in English, we call it as a Palmyra culture, as Dr. Emmanuel named it or coined the terminology. It is like a self-reliant lifestyle for sustainable development. So let me show you a small video once again, which is not much relevant to the society, but it's a kind of imagination. It is a cinema. It is from a cinema called Bahubali. How they connected the Palmyra tree. You can see this.
பாகுபலி என்ற ஒரு படத்துல அரசர் வந்து காளி தெய்வத்தை தான் வழிபடுவார். போருக்கு போறதுக்கு முன்னாடி வழிபடுறதுலாம் காளி தெய்வம். அப்பவே நான் சந்தேகப்பட்டேன் சம் ரிலேஷன்ஷிப் வித் ஏன்னா அது வந்து ரொம்ப ஏன்ஷியன்ட் ஸ்டோரி ஆட்டு அதுல கொஞ்சம் படம் போகுது. மேபி இஷ்டம்.
So this video may be a kind of an imaginary video, but it shows that how the Palmyra tree is more connected to the lifestyle of the people, even imagination, how they are imagining, how they are using it in their cinema. With this, we can understand how Palmyra tree is more relevant to the South Indians. Maybe
Dr. Thomas, excuse me.
Hello.
We have not viewed the video actually.
Hello.
Moses, we have not viewed the video.
Really? Sorry. Can I play it?
Yeah, play again. Play again.
I thought.
You check whether the sharing is on.
It is on, but
screen share. Check the video. Check the audio.
Video sharing.
Someone has kept two devices very close by. That is one of the reasons why we are getting the whistling noise and some other disturbance. Echo is coming. If you can take away the second one to a far away distant place, that will be good.
Okay. Now I'm playing the small video. Is it visible now?
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Go ahead.
A video is not visible, Dr. Amal.
Ask him to click. Ask him to click.
Dr. Mose, you have not clicked the video. You click which video to be played.
There is a disturbance.
Dr. Amal, the noise is coming from your device. I think you have kept two devices closer by. One picks up the extra noise, that is the whistling noise from the other one.
I do it, sir.
Take away the other one from you. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Is it okay now, sir?
Is it, I think, visible, right? Can you see this video?
No.
Only we see the screen.
Oh God! So something.
You just, Moses, sir, you just try to click the video. Have you opened it?
Yes. Is it okay now?
No. Only audio.
Wait a second.
Yeah, fine. Now fine.
I think now everyone is able to see this video, right?
We did.
Yeah, sorry. I think I have technically made a lot of mistakes.
So
Very
go ahead,
sorry.
don't worry.
Okay. So I think this video gives a kind of idea how even the intellectuals, I think those who are working in movies, the directors, using the Palmyra. I believe Palmyra is known for Tamilian people as well as the other related communities like Telugu, Kannada, and Odisha people. They're all more relevant to us. They're also using the Palmyra in their lifestyle, the Palmyra products, as well as Palmyra related culture also available with them. So this video is one kind of evidence. I think this is from a Telugu movie, Bahubali. So let me start from here. Why we are talking about Palmyra? It's in my own perception. I think historically people were discussed about it. So my perception is usage. Okay, because Palmyra contains thousands of usage in our life. It is more applicable everywhere, from starting birth to death. Everywhere it is applicable. Around 1,000 products are available from a Palmyra tree. You can see from here roots to the young leaves. Everything usable in any part of our life. So there are many value-added products people were developed from medicine to alcohol. Everything can be derived from this particular plant. So Palmyra is called as a tree of life. So that's the reason we are talking about the Palmyra culture. So this is the hypocrisy we are seeing in our... Hello, everything is okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You can see this picture. The lorry name is called Panai Chelvam, but it's carrying the parts of Palmyra tree, the stems. So the cut trees, every day, thousands of palm trees are distracted from the people, those who are working with this brickworks. So every day you can see in the road around 4 to 6 o'clock in the morning, some vehicles carrying the body of Palmyra tree. So this is a kind of hypocrisy. See, the name of the body lorry is called Panai Chelvam, but it's carrying the dead body of the Palmyra tree. So this is what our community is today. I think especially Tamil community, everywhere from science to politics, the social society, everywhere what we are talking, but what we are doing is not similar. So let's talk about the distribution of the Palmyra tree. I think many people might have discussed about it, but as I am talking about Process flabellibra is Asian Palmyra palm. It's around Asia. You can see this from Pakistan, Afghanistan, and India, and Nepal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Cambodia, Laos, Burma, Thailand, Vietnam, everywhere. You can see that. But what I believe is from the Kumari Kandam, I think many historians oppose that. I don't know about the Professor Emmanuel opinion, but I have taken from some literatures, people are talking about Kumari Kandam. So Kumari Kandam, maybe from Kumari Kandam, we have kind of 7 coconut tree country and 7 Palmyra based countries. So I think if you are connecting the Kumari Kandam with Africa and India and other Southeast Asian countries, I think through here, I think the Palmyra trees, maybe the seeds might have moved from Kumari Kandam to here and there. So it's spreaded over here. This is the area it's spreaded. So I think we can see the footpath of Tamilians where they moved from Kumari Kandam to they spreaded here and there, maybe Africa and India and even Southeast Asia. So this may be a kind of evidence, kind of suggestion, a kind of idea. I think at this stage, I don't have any evidence. I'm just proposing it, maybe a kind of idea, maybe a kind of footpath Tamilians traveled in the literature, I think in the history. So as we have seen that this is the life cycle of a Palmyra tree, I want to remind a poem from Mani Megalai. So Aravana Adigal was a teacher of Mani Megalai. They were in a discussion. Aravana Adigal taught her a lot of methods how to answer the questions. Among one idea, he asked a question like, Panai mundiyada, panam kottai mundiyada. If somebody asks a question like this, how will you answer? So this was the question. Panam kottai mundiyada, panai mundiyada. Which one came first? We usually talk about the many questions like this, right? He thought, Vina vali vidai arittal. How by question we need to answer. Some people may ask some difficult questions, confusing questions. In that case, you have to raise a question to answer the question. That's what's the method he taught her. So how you have to answer for this question. Yem muttaiki eppanai. Yenda kottaiki etpanai. Like that, you have to answer. This is what he taught to Aravana Adigal. I think we know the time line of Silappadigaram. So even in that time, they were discussed about Palmyra tree and the seed. So to teach a grammar or teach the method of talking, he used the Palmyra seed and tree as an example. So let's compare the Palmyra tree with men. So this is another one kind of a comparison. So I think in a human, we have male and female. I think variety. I think as well, like that. I think in Palmyra tree also you can see male Palmyra tree as well as female Palmyra tree. So to get a baby palm tree around, it will take 10 months around. Within 3 months, you can see that first green leaf. But to see the full texture of that particular palm tree, palm plant, a small plant, it will take around 10 months. It depends on the places. If it is a hard soil, it will take around really 10 months. It depends on water also. So it will take around 10 months for a baby form. And childhood, I think like human being, 1 to 12 years. So 13 years onwards, it will get matured. I think there are palm trees getting matured within in 13 years. So people, Palmyra warriors had their experience. If you are not cutting the leaves of the Palmyra tree unnecessarily, then certainly it will be getting come to maturity within 13 years. So around 13 to 20, 25 years, it will start to give the yield. So height around 60 feet to 30 feet, 90 feet. You can see around even 100 feet. Lifetime around 100 years, even more than 100 years, depends. 100 to 160 years. So it is kind of like you are a human being. If human beings are taking good food and having good lifestyle, they can live around 100 years. It is possible. So like in human beings, female are taking more responsibility and more productive. At the same time, female Palmyra tree also more productive than the male Palmyra tree. So it will give sap as well as fruits also. Well, apart from this, I think importance of a tree may be understood how we are treating the tree in officially, in politically. So you see, we know that the official tree of Tamil Nadu is Palmyra tree. So it really give a very good understanding that so how Tamilians are more immense or more involved in the Palmyra tree. So how the Palmyra culture, how we are living with the Palmyra tree. So that explains, I think, by our how we are treating the Palmyra tree as an official symbol of Tamil Nadu. So apart from that, you go to Jaffna division. They kept a Palmyra tree as a symbol, and a state in Indonesia, a country, Cambodia. I think Cambodians are more relevant to our culture a little bit. I think they have Palmyra tree as their official symbol. So in Sangam Tamil literature, if we go through this literature around, I think from Prananu to any book, so you can see the poems about the Palmyra tree. They might have used it for some explaining some events. Even there is evidence for evidence in Naidal, Shishur, I think Naidal landscape. People were worshipped a Palmyra tree as a kind of god because that much they respected the tree. So this is a picture of a Palmyra warrior. I think people are calling us Palmyra climbers. If you call Palmyra climbers, they know only how to climb. So it's a kind of word may not give an exact meaning. So we have to call them as a warrior. See their physical fitness. What kind of instruments they use. The sickles and a different type of sickles for cutting the inflorescence, cutting the leaves, cutting the stalk. They have different type of sickles. Even they made it in the beginning. Even 2000 years back, they know this kind of technology. How to make the sickles. To cut a micro as well as the nano level cutting of a Palmyra inflorescence. You see, we cannot cut just like cutting the wood. You have to cut very lightly in a nano level. Then only you can tap sap for a long time. So that technology, they knows that, how to create the sickle, how to use the technology, kadipu and other things. See the foot rope, everything. So this is when we look into the deep perspective. So we need to think that these guys are not just climbers; they are warriors. They are warriors. So talking about Palmyra tree, it is a very suitable tree for our climate. Even in very dry condition, it can grow. It can survive, right? So it is a tree for self-reliant and eco-friendly lifestyle, and people are doing social enterprise and developing green microeconomy, and it leads to sustainable development. So from Mahatma Gandhi, I think we can hear from how he believed that Palmyra tree as an antidote for poverty. So in a particular lecture in Brindavan, Bihar, he expressed his concerns about the Palmyra tree. So we believe self-reliant, eco-friendly community living is the best way for sustainable development. So we can have that kind of community living around Palmyra tree. So here, see here. So this picture is amazing. I think See, everywhere people are stealing today. So a Palmyra warrior is just putting a lock for his tree to avoid the stealing of Palmyra sap or toddy from the thieves. So this really gives idea how people are really treating the tree very carefully. Right. So let me take you to the points, what I'm going to discuss. And these are the points I'm going to discuss today. So what do you mean self-reliant lifestyle? Self-reliance is nothing but, so we need to be self-sufficient, self-content. So what we are doing, we should not depend on others for everything. So in that aspect, this tree, Palmyra tree, is a very suitable tree for self-reliant lifestyle. See, what do you mean self-reliance? First thing is we need to save our life, safeguarding our life, right? This is what every individual, every life drives for. First thing is I have to survive. So in that case, the Palmyra tree is really helping us around us. It is acting as a biofence. It's saving us from natural lightning, means it's acting as a lightning rod and windbreak and pollution controller. So this is one kind of first use. And the second thing is it's oxygen producer. So this is what we want. The second need is, apart from saving our life, second need is we need air for breathing. So that is given by the Palmyra tree. The third thing is water. Without water, we cannot survive. So Palmyra tree is conserving water using roots, as well as it's giving the water in the form of inflorescence, toddy. So it's a life liquid provider. The fourth thing is we need to do physical work for food. This is what every human being designed for. Work physically for finding food. Yeah, that we can do. Climbing on palm sap, you can produce your own food. So you can take young fruit, nungu, and sap, and you can prepare sugar, which is food for us. So it is a place for physical work, as well as it producing food, and it is producing medicine. Second thing. The fifth thing is we are looking for medicine and food. Food, then medicine. So life-saving and air, water, then physical work, food, medicine, everything given by the Palmyra tree. Then shelter. You see, shelter. Everyone wants privacy, habitat, to take rest and sleep. We need shelter. It is provided by Palmyra tree, the leaves and stalk, and even the stem. After death, it's becoming house for us. Then energy production. Yeah, leaves and stalk and even stems, even the brickworks, they are using the energy. So education, literature, sports and games, these are all we needed for self-reliant lifestyle, right? So this is given by Palmyra tree. Then weapon to protect us, fighting, fitness, everything comes here. And aesthetic and spiritual enlightenment and inspiration, we need it. Apart from these physical needs, the beauty needs. So we need aesthetic value, spiritual enlightenment and inspiration. That we can get it from the Palmyra tree. And it is a place for grassroots innovation, invention, eco-friendly, durable, beautiful, useful, handicrafts, alternative to synthetic plastics. So we can do a lot of innovations and invention using Palmyra plant parts, leaves, stalk, and fibers, fruit fibers, and the stem. So we can play with that. And green economy. So we can develop a lot of value-added product from fruits and sap and the stem and the leaves. So it's a part of developing microeconomy. Every Palmyra tree is acting as an industry. Every home is becoming industry. So every village is becoming industry. So we can create a microeconomy that will lead to the macroeconomy of a nation. So apart from that, it is contributing to the ecosystem and biodiversity development. This is what the self-reliance life, high-end side says that. So we need to contribute something to develop our ecosystem and biodiversity. So Palmyra tree is playing a crucial role there. So finally, we are attaining the self-reliant lifestyle that leads to the sustainable development. So here we have to see other keywords like science, religion, corporate, politics, culture, education, economy. See the four things: science and religion and corporate and politics. So how they are really impacting this culture, right? So the modern education and the economic development, how it's interfering or really affecting this culture. That things and all need to be discussed. So these are all pictorial representation of what I discussed, life-saving tree. You can see that how the elephants are disturbing the people, those who are staying nearby the hills, especially in Sri Lanka, Ceylon, Ilangai, Tamil Eelam. So there you can see that people are growing Palmyra tree in line to protect them from the elephants. So it won't allow. Any elephants cannot break the fence of Palmyra. It's a wire fence. So the stalks are used to protect the home. I think the thorns around the stalks are a very good kind of sword. It will save the people, and especially the height of the tree, especially protect us from the lightning. And you can see that how we are protecting our home using the leaves and stump. So especially this is for this cause, the government of Bangladesh started to planting the Palmyra tree. 1 million Palmyra tree they are planting every year. So we are also part of that particular plantation program. Well, apart from this, this is what people are decorating the land, used in landscaping for the exotic appearance, protect from heavy wind, especially the plant around the fence and around the seashore. This is protecting the people as well as the soil from leaching. Well, this is what the photosynthesis is going on. Palmyra leaves are very big. They are producing carbohydrates from sunlight and carbon dioxide and water. This is the reason I believe they are able to produce the sugar from the Palmyra inflorescence. So this is connected, the tree leaves, but it is amazing. It contains around 30 to 40 leaves, but the amount of chlorophyll may be more. That is the reason I think it producing more amount of carbohydrate. We are able to get the sugar from that, I feel. But it should be investigated properly through science. Well then, and water, Palmyra leaves, roots are known for conserving water, taking water from here and there, and conserving the water. And we can take the sap, I think, liquid, sweet liquid from the Palmyra tree. And the leaves are used to carry the water. That is amazing. Conserving water, giving water, and providing the utensils. I think it's kind of a leaf-based water carrier. So we can make it. Well, toddy, it's a special thing. I think kind of good painkiller and for the Palmyra warriors. But today it is politically stopped. It's a kind of wrong politics. Today, I think we need to rethink the politics, and it should be, it's our official tree. It's shame on our people. Official tree, we are not able to take the drink of the official tree. See, when you are using the calcium hydroxide, it is giving a sugar. If you are not using the calcium hydroxide, it is giving you little amount of alcohol and sugar and other vitamins and proteins and other things, minerals. That cool drinks, we are not able to drink. The government is stopping it. But government is importing all kind of other countries' liquor and opening the shops. We are drinking it. It's really pathetic, and it's really destroying our culture. We should be given the freedom. It's our food and it's our right. Government should rethink about it. We should make the government to rethink and give freedom to taste the toddy, which was tasted by our forefathers, right? And it's a place for physical work. You can see that. You see this kind of how the people are doing the physical work. Let me share the video. Then we can understand really how much it is a hard work. See this, how much the height of the Palmyra tree. It is around 90 feet. the man and the Palmyra warrior. I call him as Murugan Annan. Murugan Annan is climbing on the Palmyra tree. He really a true warrior. The physique, what he keeps, and how he handled the Palmyra tree, and how he is tapping the sap from this. So it's amazing experience. So every one of our youngsters should practice it. It will really give you a six-pack. So those who are interested to develop six-pack on your body, really you have to work on this Palmyra tree. It's a good physical exercise. Even I have written an article about it, how to make a six-pack in our body by climbing on Palmyra tree. So this is the way people are climbing and handling the Palmyra tree and cutting the inflorescence and tapping the Palmyra sap. It's a very good physical work. Today, all the reason for our diseases is not doing physical work. We forget the physical work. If we twice climbs on a Palmyra tree, we develop really will develop the good physique in our body. So this is a good experience. So let me go to the presentation once again. Well, sorry. Okay, so how the kids are really getting training, how the women, the wives of Palmyra warriors, doing the physical work. They used to collect the Palmyra sap and make Palmyra sugar, Palmyra jackery. And apart from that, they used to collect the leaves and do some kind of handicraft works. This is what their lifestyle is going on. And apart from this, I think Palmyra is providing us foods and eatables. Food is a medicine, food is a poison. But it always gives a very good food for us. I think it's today what we are eating, the fast food are all poison. Instead of oil, we are eating some kind of mineral oil today. We don't know what we are eating it. There is no surety. There is no guarantee of the purity of the food. But Palmyra tree always give a pure food, and it is not much adulterated. And our food should be hunger driven, not taste driven. So if you look the food provided by the Palmyra, all are very tasty and hygienic and healthy. See, from the sap, nungu, tuber, and sap, toddy, and all the other food, palm fruit. And you can see that kolukata. So I think in this season we use the palm leaves to make kolukata. So this is what our lifestyle is going on. So these are the products developed by Palmyra Development Board. Sri Lanka means Tamil Elam, Sri Lanka. And Palmyra palm products like sugar and other products are given to the pigs to develop their body. People are testing in Southeast Asia countries, and animal farms are taking care of Palmyra foods nowadays. And medicines, you see, all the parts of Palmyra shows some kind of medicinal activity. Recently, myself and my friend Mariselvam, we published a review article based on this particular topic. So medicine for our life is provided by the Palmyra tree. So you can see all sort of medicine. Among one research work now I have undertaken is the Palmyra fruit is a kind of contains a laxative property. Even today's women not able to give enough milk for their children, breast milk. So they don't have enough breast milk. If they really eat the Palmyra fruit, definitely they will have enough breast milk to feed their children. I already tested with my cows in my home. My younger brother have 5 cows in his home. So I used to give. I already given. We have made a scientific documentation. Soon I will publish the work, I believe. it's this every cow able to give minimum 10 to 25% of increase in the milk. So this is a new kind of observation. Even in our culture, our women used it. It's not new actually. So I know that my mother told the stories. So in the ancient times, I think not in ancient time, even 20, 30 years back, our women don't have that much food to generate enough milk for our children. So when they want to give milk to their children, they used to go and take two, three Palmyra fruits, and then they will go for feeding their children. So this is what it goes on. So our culture is more relevant to the Palmyra tree. Apart from food and medicine, it gives materials to build their shelter. See this? So there are shelters made up of Palmyra leaves and shelter for cattle, even birds. People are using the Palmyra leaves. This is a kind of a modern home which contains Palmyra stem for their construction. So apart from that, people are making dress material. We know that Mukani is kind of a, I think I'm right. I don't know exactly the word I'm using it. They use Palmyra leaf-faced Mukani to protect them in the rain time. Apart from that, a research group in Bangladesh, they developed the dress material, I think, from Palmyra fruit fiber. This is amazing. So this is what Palmyra tree is contributing to our lifestyle, the energy. Even though it is a negative thing, people are cutting, murdering the Palmyra trees for the sake of heating the soil to produce brick to construct the home. This is really a very bad story. We need to rethink. We need to get other raw material, other firewood, other materials from other plants to use as a firewood. This is my imagination. We can use this modern world as a Palmyra tree as a tower for creating wind energy. This is possible. I have given this job to one of my friend, one of my student. Definitely, soon we will come up with this technology. Well, and apart from that, everybody knows that today we are reading so many books, but Palmyra is the source. There are a lot of Palmyra trees. There are a lot of varieties, and Palmyra leaves are used to transfer the knowledge from one generation to another generation. We know the politics behind the hiding the histories, how people are stealing the Palmyra leaves based history and burning them. We hear the news, but still our ancestors protected some of the leaves with literature. So we are able to read Tirukural and all the other literature today in digital world. So Palmyra tree is amazing in that aspect. Similarly, sports and climbing. After learning education, after learning ourselves, we used to enjoy, entertain, right? In that case, kids are, I think, playing with the Palmyra tree, Nungu Vandi, and cricket bat today. My sons are playing with this cricket bat. So apart from that, I want to show you in the time of Pongal in Surandai, people are conducting this was our culture, Palmyra culture. People used to conduct a competition who is quickly climbing on the Palmyra tree. Let's see the video. I'm going to share the video. Wait a second. So I have to dig out the video. Wait a second. This video, everybody must watch the video. Okay, that case. So let me. Okay. second. Okay. So, did I get it? Hello. It is in my Facebook page. So wait a second. I think now it is available. New share. Yeah. Let's see this video. It is really energizing video, how our youngsters are playing with that. Amazing video. See how he is climbing. Wow. Wow. He is touching the leaves and coming down. So next warrior is on. How he is going. Wow. Fantastic. So this is what our youngsters can develop the physique. Definitely we can become a warrior. Amazing. Okay. So I think this shows how really we are. So this is a way we are really entertained with the Palmyra tree. So part of Palmyra culture. So recently, I think we are well known with the Varma and Silambam and everything, right? So our people might have used the Panankarukku, that stalk with the thorns, right, as a weapon. But I didn't find any literature on that, but I imagined and I developed that particular weapon and I practiced with my sons. So I named it as Panai Mattai Silambam or Panankarukku Mattai Vichu. So let me show you that particular video, how I am practicing it, and it will be an interesting one. Okay. Wait a second. Are you able to see this? I'm sorry. I have done not. Have you seen the video? Hello? Hello, everyone.
Sir, we can't see the video.
Once again, let me play the video because I have some issues in playing videos. Yeah. So this is a kind of Panankarukku Mattai Suttu. I am practicing it, how to handle the Panankarukku Mattai, like Padai Vichu. So that's all. I think it should be developed properly, and we should transfer this knowledge to our kids. See that these are all the various type of weapons I developed. So using the Palmyra stalk with the thorn, right? So with the so this is a kind of weapons we can prepare, and even we can imagine and think more, and we can invent more. So we can just develop as an art, and we can develop our youngsters as a warriors. So this is a way we need to work on, I believe. Well, so able to. Hello. Yeah. Now let me come to the literature. I think we know these things. Anyhow, I want to remind it. So Tirukural is our secular handbook of Tamilians. So Tirukural mentioned in many places about the Palmyra tree. So one of the Tirukural is Tinai Tunai Nandri Sayinum Panai Tunaiyak Kolver Pine the Reward. So this is very famous Tirukural. Like that, you can see many Tirukurals in around the book. I think he written against about Todi also. But I have different opinion on that. I think we have to discuss in a different platform. Well, and great white Bangladesh, I think in the Bangla community, Rabindranath Tagore has written a very nice poem about the Palmyra tree. Talkaj. It's a very famous poem. It is in the textbook of all the Bangla schools. So even in the Bangladesh, you can see this poem. People are enjoying this poem. So it shows that we have some relevancy with the Bengal guys. Bengal guys are more connected with Palmyra culture. So we need to rethink about the Tamil, I think, culture, which is relevant to the Sindhu Valley civilization, I think, and Kiladi, whatever. I think the people of Bengal also connected. We need to rethink, and we have to scientifically prove that. And historically, we have to prove. Apart from that, it's a place for innovation. See how many products we can produce. We can innovate from the leaves and stalks and fibers.
You can see.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir, you can proceed.
Yeah, okay. So these things are all used for the decorations of home and the basic needs of our lifestyle. Well, packaging material. Today, polymers polluted the world. So we can go for the alternative eco-friendly material from the Palmyra tree. There are a lot of things, twines, wires, everything can be developed, bags and packaging materials, and a lot of other materials used for packing food and other materials can be developed from Palmyra trees. And very importantly, many people are working on it, even political parties. And apart from that, you see ornaments, kind of things can be developed from the Palmyra leaf. See baskets and makrim and even the Kalyana Malai. Everything can be developed from the Palmyra trees. And social entrepreneurship, our women and men and youngsters involved in kind of business related to the Palmyra products, developing coir and boxes and sugar and even fibers. Palmyra stalk fibers, petiole fibers are very famous. Many industries nearby Sendamaram and especially nearby Surandai, you can see that. Well, this is a kind of picture I have taken from a research paper, how sugar palm tree is used in our lifestyle everywhere. See how to feed cattle and buffalo and goat and everything, how we can earn money from out of them, how we can treat the waste to the plants, and using biodigester, we can prepare manure and everything. This is well connected with our lifestyle. So this is what Palmyra culture is going around it. So apart from everything, Palmyra is a kind of tree, is a place for giving the plant giving life for other plants. You see, banyan tree and peepal tree and other trees, they cannot grow by their seeds. If the seeds comes out of the birds, then only they can grow. The birds always sit on the stalk of the Palmyra tree, and the stalk is very well wet. So when the birds just put their waste there, from the waste, the seeds grow on the stalk. So you can see that the plants, Palmyra, so banyan tree on the Palmyra tree. Like that, you can see everywhere the peepal tree on the Palmyra tree. And you can see that weaver bird, Tukananguruvi, beautiful picture. So Tukananguruvis always prefer Palmyra tree most of the time. So the stalks are giving life to the many plants. So plants and birds, even for many animals. So they are placed. So why am I calling the Palmyra tappers as a warrior and scientist? So this is the reason. They are physically fit first. They used to handle many weapons. Apart from they are engineers, they are designing their own weapons and instruments, whatever they need it. And they are chemists. When they are making, tapping the sap from the inflorescence, adding calcium hydroxide inside the pot, they are controlling the fermentation reaction. They are chemists, biochemists, and they are physicists. When they are preparing the sugar, they are biotechnologists. They are biotechnologists. See, they are able to prepare the crystals from the jacquerie, means the sap. So they are physics, chemists, biotechnologists, and as well as they are engineers. Finally, they are warriors. So I can call them as a scientist. It's a great traditional knowledge they developed it. So it's our duty to explore everything and create a kind of modern life based on our Palmyra culture. We have to give a life for the Palmyra culture based on the knowledge. But you see the reality. Many people are going out of the job. Many people are dying without caring. I've seen 4 or 5 deaths in this season, Palmyra season, tapping season. பனை வீரர்கள் சாவு பனையின் அழிவு. பனையை பேணணும்னா பனை வீரர்களை பேணணும். So we need to think to conserving our Palmyra warriors. We need to give the enough, I think, care on them. Still, they are economically weaker. They are like untouchable. It's not good at all. We already heard from many lectures. We have the royal values in our culture, but how we lost it? So we have to rebuild it. So Palmyra warriors are dying. At the same time, we are losing Palmyra trees. They are also like warriors. They are protecting our lands in the on the spends. So people are cutting it. So we need to stop this culture, cutting of Palmyra tree. So we have to develop more Palmyra trees. We have to, I know that our government also announced that need to go for more than 10 crores Palmyra tree plantation. The last year they announced they are going to plant 2.5 crores. But I don't think so. The money is reached properly to all the people. And I know that many youngsters are really working on planting the Palmyra trees, especially Palmyra seed plantation. So that is really a good sign. Many political parties are involved in that. So that is good sign. But still, our government should take more constructive initiatives to protect the Palmyra tree, especially conservation. Don't cut. Recently, the Madurai High Court has announced that we should not cut any Palmyra tree. Even in Sri Lanka, I think in Jaffna, they have the Palmyra Development Board. It created a rule, Panai Taripu Sattam, in 1974 itself. So we need to make that kind of constructive law enforcement to not to cut the Palmyra tree. At the same time, we need to increase the number of Palmyra tree. Every home should contain 4 Palmyra tree. Every garden should contain 100 Palmyra tree. That's enough. We can create Palmyra world, Palmyra culture. Without Palmyra tree, how we will create the culture? So it's very important, alarming situation. So finally, we should learn some leadership lessons from Palmyra tree. Be simple and strong and flexible, but don't allow anybody to break it. Try to survive and shine in difficult conditions with limited resources. No water, dry soil. Even we are surviving it. Always follow the vertical growth. Be useful to others in many ways, thousands of products. Be happy. Make others happy. Save yourself, save others. Conserve yourself and conserve others. Be an integrated part of the system, Palmyra culture. Be an integrated part of the system, ecosystem. Conserve your uniqueness. It's very, very important. Conserve our uniqueness. Let's grow more and conserve. It will take care of our generation. So let me have a quick look on our research status today. So this is a research status I have taken from Google Scholar. There are 5,540 papers, patents, everything, all the reports together, publications. And through from Scopus, I have got around 300 publications last year. Every year, more than 30 publications. In this year, already it is 29 publications. So my research, I think especially my research group also contributed 3 publications in this year. So most of the publications are from agriculture side, 20% of the publications. And you can see that most of them are research articles, 255 papers. So this is the status of the research. And from my research group, our research group, my friend Mariselvam and Professor Ranjit Singh, we collaborated and developed the work called medicine, I think wound healing bandage from the Palmyra leaf segregations. You can see that this is a leaf segregations, young leaf segregations. We have taken the panam panju, or I think Olai panju. So we have taken extract and we applied on the rat wound, I think the rapid wound, and we were able to cure the wound in a very short time. So it contains antimicrobial activity, antibiotic activity. So it can be developed as a drug also. We are working on the lead molecules, and it is a little bit time-consuming work. We should find out the molecule which is responsible for the particular activity. So this work was patented and published in Materials Today's Proceeding. And apart from that, my research group found out that the Palmyra palm fruit pulp contains a kind of property called fluorescence, udan olirudal. Fluorescence, green fluorescence. The green fluorescent proteins are very famous, got the Nobel Prize in a few years back. So we were able to found out explore the green fluorescent property of the Palmyra fruit. And apart from, in addition with that, so the fruit extract contains recognition property. It can recognize iron 2+ ion and cadmium 2+ ion in the water. So we can find out pollutants using this Palmyra fruit extract if we develop a device based on this concept. So this is very important in scientific research, and this property can be used in very many applications in future. So this is our initiatives for conservation of Palmyra tree. In my village, there is a lake called Thembathukulam. We have planted a lot of trees on that. Today, we are able to see the small young palm trees, palm plants on the Thembathukulam's surfaces. I think it is very important, significant development. This will really take care of the lake. Apart from that, in AW, we have taken initiative to plant 4,000 Asian palm trees around the campus. We try to make a natural biofence around the campus, new campus. Our students worked hardly and planted the seeds. And today morning, I heard the news from Dedar boy who is taking care of that agriculture work there. He sent a picture. The palm trees are started to come out. So it's a good sign. Even many palm trees sprouts were destroyed by porcupines. So even with that particular destruction, few palm trees are coming out of that soil. So it's a good sign. We are happy about it. So this is what our university is doing. Apart from that, I have a kind of a virtual institution called Palmyra Culture, Panay Anmai, the Center for Self-Reliance and Sustainable Development. We are doing the work from plantation to scientific investigation, as well as the historical approaches to the Palmyra culture. So I thought of developing this kind of culture and digging out all the missing links, what we missed it. So this lecture may be part of that particular important work, right? Be eco-friendly, not eco-friendly. That is my message. So every ordinary man known by woman and known by his and her experience, appearances, extraordinary men and women are known by his and her accomplishments. Let our accomplishments speaks about it. So that's all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Moses sir, for your wonderful lecture.
Thank you. So if any questions we can discuss, otherwise the organizers, I think, take in charge.
Okay. Sir, it is a beautiful lecture. We are very happy to hear this from you. It's an in-depth study. You have spent a lot of days as a chemist. You have spent a lot of days for this doing such a research. We are very happy to hear this. We have inspired how you have connected women to female Palmyra tree and authentically tells women are more productive. It is wonderful. We can, as a literature faculty, we get a new inspiration from you to see things in a different viewpoint. This is very interesting. And the highlight I felt is the role of Palmyra in life. that means oxygen. You have talked about oxygen, water, eco-friendly, sustainable development, economy. Then you talks about sports, how this Palmyra tree contribute to young generation, young people like sports. Then you have talks about how Palmyra act as medicine for life, for shelter for bats. It is quite interesting, very interesting to listen. Then Palmyra leaf help to transfer knowledge from one generation to another. How our old Palmyra tea, this means even the Palmyra clients helped a lot for the knowledge, for the contribution for the society and for having a discourse. Then you just introduce something new, martial art. This is quite interesting because we people know about the sword, other weapons like a nunchuck from karate or kung fu. Now you have introduced new martial art. This maybe in new generation, even the martial arts people can, masters can even try. This will help young generation to. This is a new way, new approach. We saw many people using different techniques, stick and other things that are maybe old techniques. We know we are even practicing. Many martial art people are practicing that, but it is something unique. I never saw. I in my last nearly 15 years or 20 years, I am seeing most of the martial artists take on to Tai Chi and all from karate and boxing, everything, but never saw such a beautiful techniques. It is something inspiring for we people also. Wonderful talks, wonderful lecture. You just speaks on scopus and other pattern, this kind of things. We can do such a beautiful writings or manuscript about Palmyra, and we want to send to not for ordinary journals. In other journals, we want to just write for even the Scopus and Web of Sciences. This is something great inspiration from you, sir. We are very happy to listen to you. I just hand over this section to Amal sir, and we want a great comments from Nandini ma'am, HOD, head of the Department of Biotechnology, Mother Teresa University, and other legends are here, Ben Som sir, Sobram sir, Thomas sir, and many people are here. We want to see the comments, how they are commenting on your lecture. Thank you so much, sir. I just hand over this to Amal sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
It's very enlightening to listen to Dr. Mose. In fact, Dr. Mose, you brought the lineage between the old age and the new age. That is the great adventurous step that you have taken. I hope everybody agrees with the way you have been working. Just as a young blood, you have got enough and more space in the future to achieve. And you are not doing alone, but you are also in tie-up with lots of people and other organizations. That is another positive stroke. Usually people do things as by themselves and boost on their own lifestyle, but you just concentrate on the Palmyra culture, and your Facebook group itself shows that you are a committed person over there. So just exactly you are like Dr. Emmanuel as a young Emmanuel. I really appreciate you for
I don't know. I have to discuss with Dr. Emmanuel.
Yeah, so let things go on, and your style of approach was exceptionally great, and you have touched it from the root to the top, and that is how you have not even left out a single part in Palmyra culture. You have brought in from children to the old age, how they have been utilizing this palm culture, the special art of this universe. You could say that. And the way you also introduce lots of competitive, sportive spirit to the youth, to have different ways of competitions in the world. And you yourself performed one thing. True, we will do. And you yourself performed an art like Karukumada. I have seen my grandpa playing with Karukumada. Yes, he was a palm tree climber, and that's how you marshaled it. That's something good. And we want people like you to come out with different connotations, to different approaches, to finding out how different people are with talents of varied aspects, and you'll have to find them. I think Dr. Shobanan has got something to say about his part of view, sir.
Thank you.
Dr. Shobanan? Good afternoon, sir.
Hello,
Good
sir.
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So,
Today,
Dr. Sobanan.
I the presentation very much. This very scientific presentation, no doubt, because usually Palmyra climbing, totally tapping is something very degenerated thing. So it is a scientific way of projecting the importance of Palmyra tree and also its scientific aspects, especially about the importance of the stem of the tree and also about the important products which are available from the tree. And above all, what I appreciate really that is the scientific aspect, how the medicinal effects of the longer than like caricoty and also about the different items which are available from the Palmyra tree. Of course, this is a new venture, no doubt. It's a very appreciable, highly commendable venture, I should say. When we think in terms of destruction of Panay and Panagiri and all the things, it's a more say enterprising adventure to give a new orientation to Palmyra culture, especially on the eve of this 21st century in an age of information technology. And of course, I do use this opportunity to congratulate and compliment the young and budding scholar for his very adventurous move. All the best.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
It's a great
Great
contribution from
Okay,
Dr.
all the
Sobanan.
best.
And Dr. Sobanan has been watching your presentation, just as Emmanuel sir was beside us watching. We were all together watching your presentation, and I could see every time a smile on the face of Dr. Emmanuel. He was enjoying your presentation, and
Thank you so
that
much.
shows his acknowledgement, because next session is going to be his. So he's also going to interlink the lineage between the historical approach of ours and still what has to be done in the future. That is what many of us are quite skeptic about, and we all believe that we are quite comfortable with the BC group. Even if we are made into MBC, we are comfortable. We will get some benefits. That is what is the thought of many. But what we would suggest, we should go forward. We should make that BC into FC, and that concentration has to come into our mind. We are the dominant figures. We are the rulers. The good things have to be implemented with compulsion. And so palm tree climbing and toddy tapping is a good thing. That has to be implemented. It has to be promulgated. It has to be done with proper stress, just as a mother feeding the baby with a kind of impulsion. Right. This is what we feel like today, and it was a very useful session, sir. We really appreciate you, but don't just stop with what you have now. You will have to keep doing research more and more on this particular topic, and we expect more from you and hope your work will go on. Thanks a lot for being with us. And now the platform is open for Dr. Emmanuel. Dr. Mosi, we've got lot more feedback
Thank you so much.
from others. Yeah, but still we have to give the platform for Dr. Emmanuel. He's waiting here. So the man with 60 years of his experience in the research on Palmyra culture and the people who are to be, particularly the Nadas community and all the other branches 300. And he always stresses the Nada community is the base for all the other branches of ours. So his thought and teaching, it's like a teaching. He's a master. We can listen to him. And Dr. Sobanan is here. We just love to have him, a dedicated person for Nadas for the past 60 years. That is Dr. Emmanuel. And I would like to just possess him and hold him for the session.
Next talk is by Dr. Emmanuel. Sir, before starting this talk, the Lavender Literary Club is asking a simple question to such a legend. A simple question that is whether we want to remain as a BC caste or we want to go for a FC. Because when I was young, I just go with many organizations, even VSDP. Some members of even VSDP asked we want to go for MBC and all. So now we are asking, as a organizer of this conference, we are asking a simple question to a legend, whether we want to remain. This is a great thing for we people, so that we want to forward this message to other youngsters. So that Lavender is asking, Lavender Literary Club, one of the leading organizers of international conference, especially in Kanyakumari district, we are asking a question to a legend, whether we want to remain as a BC caste, or we want to go for and move as a rulers once ruled the nation. We want to go and demand we need the FC, don't need reservation. We are ready to fight. We are asking such question, and we can get answers from other experts also. Other experts can also give the answers for this question. Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon to all.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon,
Welcome to all of you. Today, actually, from early morning, I am very much disturbed about a news of the device of our local MP, Mr. Vasanta Kumar. இதுல இருந்து பேப்பர் அங்க As a matter of fact, it was in the last February 15th that we had a meeting with Mr. Vasanta Kumar, the MP, in Trivandrum, in connection with an inauguration of one Nadar Sangam conducted by Sunil Kumar. Sunil Kumar, no? So today morning I heard he is no more. Many occasions I have met him. Especially I met also his brother, Kumari Anandan, who is known for his oratory speech in Tamil. One day with Mr. Another secretary of Nadar Sangam, we visited the place Pattiviranpatti. Pattiviranpatti is the place of hero of the hero. That is the place of Soundarabandyan Nadar, who stood for the Nadar cause. And we were listening to the lecture given by Kumari Anandan. In appreciation, we had to, attracted by his speech, we had to wait for 15 minutes to see his sentence come to the end without any speck of grammatical mistake. So glorious
was he a speaker, and Vasanta Kumar is his younger brother, great industrialist. He has helped us in many occasions for the celebration of ENI ceremony, who took for the reorganization of station Kanyakumari. So on this occasion, I would like to bow my head for 3 seconds in his honor. Now, because I may forget one thing, the question that was asked to me, the questioner is no more now. Where is he? No, the man. Okay. You call him, the question man. This question, I think he was planning to trap me, because the question of reservation is a political weapon for many of our associations of Nadas. They're playing politics on this. They want to organize or make that matter into their hand in order to collect money or popularize their things. See, the Nadas as such, what is the benefit they are getting? Actually, I do not have a scientific, clear record of the record data that whether these people are really benefited by this reservation. Because whatever I have seen in my experience, many departments, they say, yeah, we are giving reservation, but that reservation doesn't come even for promotion or other appointments till the man goes to retirement. That the officers who are mostly Brahmanical, high standard people, they don't apply this. First of all, we have to collect that data. How much we are benefited by the existing reservation formula. Then, once, few years back, I had a talk with an IPS officer. He was from the police department. I was telling him, the Nadas are forward people. They are superior people. They are royal people, kingly people, and we have to promote this. To my surprise, the answer I received was, please don't talk like this, because we are losing so much of our reservation quotas and facilities and our word. And the other thing he told me was, he was, being an IPS officer, he was familiar with a lot of information from the government that Nadas are of a very high-ranking community. And I was surprised to hear from him that he was hiding those facts from government in order to get this reservation for his people. I told him, I could not convince him. I told him, okay, let it be on one side, but you just please supply me whatever the records you have to indicate the historical information that Nadas are of royal community. Whatever the government records you have, please, can you spare with us? He was ready to spare. At the same time, he was a bit hesitant. Now, to reply directly, no problem. To reply to him, I am much away from politics. I have made some efforts to know about the history of Nadas. In OBC and BC, these reservations, in my mind, the benefit people are promised are not reaching to them. So why not? We are very able people, we are intelligent people, we are quite competent, and why not we compete with others? There is another formula that I can suggest. If somebody can do this formula, which I think will be better, that caste is a reality now at the moment. We have Brahman caste, Kshatriya caste, no Kshatriyas now. Middle class, other so many communities are there. You take the population ratio of each caste and whatever availability of the job, admission, or opening for post of IAS, doctor, or any such things, you allot according to the ratio of the population. That would be a better suggestion to my thinking. If that is allotted, that is well good. And until that is allotted, we can go and strongly say, actually the same question was put forward among the Nadar Association in 1910 when the Nadar Association was formulated. So this question is still continue. So till then, it would be better, according to me, that we can say, you know, the Kerala Sudras, they promptly attack and okay, they simply declared we are forward. What they lost? They didn't lose anything. They have influenced, they are with their merits, they have come up and they have proved they are forward. So we are quite worthy to be forward and we can do forward. That will be a good formula. At the same time, till this is achieved, we can ask for the community ratio basis reservation. That would be my suggestion. Whether the questioner is satisfied or not, I don't know. This is what I would say. Thank you. Now, friends and respected speakers, Dr. Sobanan, Dr. Moses, and I don't know many others. Nandini Madam, we welcome you. Today, one subject I have taken, it is a tantalizing subject. Who are the rulers of Wayanad or Travancore? As a matter of fact, it is very difficult to say, as it stands today, to identify who are the rulers or who were the rulers. Which community was to be identified as the rulers of this country? See, there are many mysteries in this world. To identify the ruler of Travancore is the greatest mystery that one may face in this scientific 21st century. It remains really a mystery. There are persons who misrepresent person, impersonating the persons, a community impersonating a community, a ruler impersonating identity of a ruler. I am at loss to understand, is there any ruler at all? It is a fact, yes, there was. But who were they? That is still stands a mystery. So, whatever material I have got to present before you, I will try to analyze the matter within whatever within my limits. First of all, on the photo, I would like to show you a photo here. Okay. The photo you have seen is, it has not come from the heaven, but there is a place in Andhra Pradesh. There's a place in Andhra Pradesh called Gadigota. Okay. That is few kilometers away from the capital of the Idiga Nadalvas. That is the Idigas, Vijayanagara Empire's capital. I have taken the photo myself. This indicates a culture close with Palmyra is very much linked up with Lord Rama. You know the history of Lord Rama, the history says he was there in this earth on 3107 BC. 3107 BC, Lord Rama was there attached with this great Palmyra culture. That is almost 1,500 years ahead of the coming of the Aryans, the so-called Aryans. Aryan coming or Aryan invasion to India is supposed to be between 1000 to 1500 BC. Another matter I would like to emphasize is the Parada War, Parada Yuddham, Parada War. According to historical evidences, this war has happened in 2350 BC. 2350 BC. The state manual of Travancore says the king of Chera, the Chera king, distributed food to the soldiers of the Parada War. There, one of the warriors, he was Bhishma, his symbol was Palmyra tree. And these two was more than 1,300 years before the coming of Aryans. So where that culture has gone? Who was the root of that culture? In history, generally it is accepted. History recorded in the Jain text and Buddhist texts are more acceptable or reliable than the history recorded in the Brahmanical text. There was a tussle among the Brahmanical group as well as in the Buddhist and Jainist group. You know, in one day, 8,000 people were killed are sent to gallows in the 8th century AD. Another thing I would like to tell you, a book written by Bharatiya Vidyabhavan, History and Culture of Indian People, Volume 1, The Vedic Age, tells the establisher of Jainism, Mahavira, was son of a Nadar. These many years back, the history clearly says that Nadars were from the ruling clan, ruling community, even in those ancient days. This Mahavira statue you can find in Chidaral, which was a Jain center. Also, it can be found in Nagargoil Nagaramman temple. I have seen that statue. It is around 3.5 to 4 feet tall. It is placed side by side to the great goddess of Nadas, the Kalika. There is another name and statue of another Nadar, Nagamani Martandan Nadar, in the same Nagaramban temple, Nagarkoil. One thing we should know, that Chera country, which is the Wayanad, the Travancore, today is Kerala, is basically a Tamil country. The remainings of the Tamil words in Balochistan, Afghanistan, are making people wonder and how has been lost. Recently, maybe some 15 or 20 years back, Haryana people were using Tamil words very popularly, and they made an assembly among themselves, and they decided, oh, many of these words are now forgotten, so let us use Hindi. Very recently, the Punjabi and Haryana words, if you follow, you will find a lot of Tamil words in them. So we cannot deny the Tamil authority or Tamil authorship in the Chera country. Their social system was non-violence. Mahatma Gandhi acquired this system of non-violence from Jainism, from Buddhism. India is known to the world not by any of the other systems or religious factors than these principles of non-violence. That is the noblest factor that any religion or any community of the world has developed. How this noble factor of special people who have been tarnished. There comes the coming of Aryans, introduction of the Varnashrama Dharma, and the Brahmanical virus. Actually, it is a virus because you are wounding the hearts of people, the common people, the base society, and telling him you are an untouchable. Don't you feel ashamed to utter this word? Denigrating a soul equally important as you, created by the Almighty. What is the Tamil culture? We all know the great Tamil culture, Yadum Ure Yavarum Kalir. Wherever I go is mine. Whomever I see are my brethren. See how much closely this culture is going with the Jainism or non-violence. I don't take sword when I see a man. No, he is my brother. Can I cut myself? No. It is the love that rules the society. You know, when you take the Sangam literature, it speaks about 4 or 5 landscape of type of lands. One is Naidal, connected with the seaside, and other is Marudam, it is a plain region. Next is Mullai, and Kurinchi, and Palai. Palai is some sort of wasteland where most of the Maravar type of the people live. Kurinchi is lived by Kuravar, or the hunters, who are later turned as the people using the will, bow. Incidentally, the symbol of Cheras are the will. And Mullai people are called Poduvan, Kurumburanadan, and even as Ayan. Marudam people, mostly they are Kuravar. They are also called as Kanavar. Their leader is identified as Nadan. He is also called his god. Sometimes he himself is also called Cheyon or Chenon. So, and Naidal people, Valayan or Meenavar. So these are the system that Sangam people, they show to us. Such an one society has been divided into different people, sects. Somebody, the fun is, the Brahmanical texts say, somebody has come from the mouth, somebody has come from the shoulder, somebody has come through the thigh, and somebody has come through the foot. What a strange definition. If you think about this, the people who have said or made this formula for you, are they intelligent? Or the people who obeyed that are fools? This is the what that we have to think of. The history written in 408 BC refers to about this people of Palmyra culture. That history says the people were intercontinental traders, they were learned people, they were good sailors, they were teaching other societies of yonder lands and countries. And such a standard people were them. In my youthhood, when I was about 30 years and something like this, I have seen an old man say, there were a bunch of copper plates which was tied up and kept in a preserved in a box. And that box was preserved in the Madurai Meenakshi Amman temple. That is the copy of the great book, Valankai Malai. Valankai Malai is a book equivalent to the Buddhist Mahavamsa. The recent war in Sri Lanka, such a book and such a record was destroyed. And what I want to say is, I heard this from an old elderly person, and after a few years, I was astonished to see that these copper plates bunch were missing from their temple. How it has gone, how it has disappeared, who has bribed to take it or hide it, we don't know. We know most of the records about the people, the country, daily activities, and so many such things are being stored in the temples according to our belief and customs. These records were stored up in temples written in palm leaf rolls. As the Muslim invasion has approached, in the year 1375, such records were procured from Padmanabha Swami temple. You know, that bundle itself was having 5 lakhs of palm leaf. Someone was scrutinizing that, and what they declared was that the rulers were called Sandors. In one of the lectures by Thomas, I just heard the Sangam literature says the kings of Chera kings are from this Sandor family. They belong the family of Sandors. Such revealments are coming forward when we search. And from the lecture of Dr. Sovanan, I heard, first, the intelligent Brahmanical people, the word appropriate would be the cunning Brahmanical people would be better, that these people, first, they did not create any 4-formula caste system, but they divided as Valangai, Idangai. Those who supported them, they stamped, oh, you are Valangai, my right hand. Those who did not support, you are Idangai. You are such a worthless. From that formula, they went ahead, dividing 1, 2, 3, like this. Thousands of divisions in many ways they made it, and they concluded among human beings into Punjab and up to Panjamas. And for their benefit, they did not hesitate to kill people in thousands of numbers. These people, around 19th century, we find that these people are thrown out of their own temple. The temple, they themselves are their ancestors who built up for their worship. From same temple, these people have been thrown out, and they had to fight back for more than half a century. Almost for 75 years, they had to undergo sufferings, and they had to fight back. And there is an inscription in a museum in Trivandrum, as if that last Maharaja has declared Alaya Praveshanam, that is temple and entry, the right to enter into the temple. It is not a gift of his free will or a gift of his graceful free gift. It was a result of people's blood. It was a result of people fight for more than half a century. Men, women, old, young, so many have fought for it. When I look at that declaration, I could only laugh at that. People are hypocritic. Even rulers have become hypocritic. They don't want to tell the truth. If you analyze such things, today we have heard many things in our lectures, and the Moses was telling and demonstrating one Kariku Mattai Prayogam. I was impressed by that. You know, in Travancore State Manual, Nagamaya refers to one branch of Nadars as Kariku Mattai. But Nagamaya clarifies it. It is not Karikumattai, it is Karikupattayar. But today, after hearing Mr. Moses' lecture and his demonstration, I began to think maybe it was correct. But one thing it induces us to think is the period, a period even when there was no metallic sword, a period when there was no metallic sword at all. That time, Karikumattai is a sword. And what he was demonstrating was that he took that Karikumattai and swinged it all around. Yes, he can make injuries. He can defeat your enemies. What it impresses is the age of its detection. That says how remote, how much antiquity we have. That is the thing I could assess from his demonstration. And here, another Divan of Travancore says there were almost 43,000 of Ettuthuram Nadakal in Eranial Palace, around Eranial Palace. That they were administrative people. Apart from the king, there were administrative people taken from the same community. At the same time, history also records that in the year around 1677, there was a group called traitors, dangerous people who wanted to loot the country, who wanted to kill and destroy the real dynasty of Travancore. They killed 5 children of the royal family. It was these people, those who have looted Padmanabha Swami temple more than 6 times. And also in this period, when you come closer to 1715, 1718, within this, the Mandrik application induced by the Brahmanical Tantras or Aranyagas, Atharva Veda principles, these are impacted so much that one king cannot exist more than 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. If a king passes 3 years, he has a long life. So within a span of 3 years, you see 3 or 4 kings in Travancore. Now at last, in 1718 and 1721, one king, a big king, King Ramavarma, comes to rule. He was also entrapped in the Sujindram temple by installing some designed woman, and he is enchanted to her and he marries her. And this is the beginning of the fall and destruction of deviation of the dynastic lines in the Travancore country. It is a serious issue. With this issue, the strength army, the community fold of these people, of Travancore people, are getting divided. So finally, this king marries her, and she is very intelligent. She asks the king, "You ought to agree for one thing to me, then only I will have the first night with you." The unfortunate king has no other alternative. He agrees to that, and finally, these children are grown up. They are the great Thambi Margal. Sound. So when these people grow up, the Thambis grow up, even their father doesn't give support to them. The father, Ramavarma, gives the support to his sister's son, Martanda Varma. This creates a havoc in the family as well as a havoc in the country, because a system was followed there long time is the patriarchal system in Travancore. The people, the Kodai people, they follow the patriarchal system and they began to support the Thambis. At the same time, there are one section of the people, they are separating from the mass. They say, no, we want a purified blood, royal blood in our lineage. So we will support the Martanda Varma, who, although is only the sister's son, doesn't matter. We will get him and we will come, make him to our fold in the long run. So there is created a great division among the Nadalwar community. Finally, the supporters of Martanda Varma chases him. He is running away from place to place, hills to hills, house to house, and tree to tree, and caves to caves. He is hiding in many places. In the meanwhile, there is a martial art champion with 108 Kalari Sangam under him. He is giving shelter to him. He is keeping him in his house at Tachanbalai. And this man name is Anandapadmanabhan Nadar. He gives asylum to Martanda Varma. He keeps him with him and teaches him many of the Atharva Veda practices and Kalari practices, many of the secret feats to him. And there is another family also from little away from the Pandya family, also is supporting him. Finally, they are able to organize a big army to fight against the Thambis, and Thambis were supported by the Nambudiris and such group of people. Finally, Martanda Varma became the king in 1729, and many wars are fought. His country is being expanded. There are minimum 12 wars fought by the ability of Anandapadmanabhan Nadar. One of the famous war is the Kolachal War in 1741. When things were going smooth like this, Martanda Varma is attached to Anandapadmanabhan in such a closeness that the other party, Etuvital Pulamar, Nambudiris, and some of the Christian wings, they are jealous of him. They make a hidden plan. And in 1748, Martanda Varma gives a huge gift to Anandapadmanabhan Nadar and many copper plates. And one of the copper plates, which is still under the protection of the Tachanbalai family, gives almost 184,000 of acres of land, and also in an equal position for him when the king is in the palace. Equal position, that is, Anandapadmanabhan is not less a person in his palace than anybody else. So, and to implement their plan, they are bringing out one Brahman boy somewhere from Tirunelveli side, and his name is Ramayan. This Ramayan is very able, very intelligent, as well as crooked, and he plans in such a way how to make Martandavarma, how to make Anandapadmanabhan hate Martandavarma. Finally, they think the only way, because they cannot fight in front of him, they cannot chase him, they cannot do anything against him in his front. So they make a plan. The only way possible is to poison him. So they arrange a banquet, they put poison into it, and when he has taken the food, poison was working there, almost in unconscious way, they cut him. One kurupu is cutting him, and with this cut, he tie over his belly and these portions and jumped on his horse, goes to Tachanmalai, and he dies there. This death of Anandapadmanabhan, who has been considered as the right hand of King Martandavarma, he was shackled, he was shaken, he could not know what to do. He was his right hand. So whatever he would do, either for war or for any such things, it was with the permission or with the consultation as a best counselor. With his knowledge only he used to perform any of the things. So with this, Martandavarma decides, he knows how cunning all the Brahmanical society who has surrendered him, always aiming at the treasures inside the campus, always trying to take advantage of the wealth of the country through hook or crook. There is no legality for them. There is no morality for them. So, Martandavarma, so to say, was compelled to surrender his kingdom to Padmanabha, and he is surrendering his own sword also to him. Next comes, now before going to the next point, I want to make a point here. This is an history which has happened in 1750. This history is being written down in 1891 by a novelist, by a historian, they call it a historian called C.V. Raman Pillai. This C.V. Raman Pillai has pictured this Anandapadmanabhan as a son of a Pillai, son of a Tirumukhattu Pillai. That is also impersonation. So he doesn't mind to call another man as his father. He doesn't mind for that. Maybe you may mind it, but it is nothing for him. But his intention is to deviate or change the real dynastic history of Travancore. Not only this, even myself, I have learned that when I was in the high school. The government has made it compulsory for the students to study that book. This elite people of his society, they have made a Sahitya Academy Award for that text. Then it was translated into Tamil as well as English. So these are all things going on. They have got that influence to change, to corrupt, to destroy, to bury the pure and true history. That was what is happening in our country. Next to Marthanda Varma has come Dharmaraja. He ruled from 1758 to 1798. He ruled for such a long time. But Marthanda Varma probably has given some basic instructions to him so that he knows if things are going on like this, his relations, his family, his dynasty, his community will be desecrated. They'll be destroyed. All the wealth will be procured by the influential people. So he has given instruction to share the properties among his daughters and sons, like this. Some arrangement he has made. On this arrangement, one daughter, Vannichi, she is getting the authority to rule the treasures of Travancore. You know, in 1459, Kodai, Marthanda Varma VII has entrusted his relations, the Kodai people, to rule the treasures of the country. So, not only that, he also gave the right to collect taxes. He entrusted the symbol of tax collection, the Shank, to this family. But in the due course, they have not allowed these people to live long. Vannichi was killed, and her daughter Valli was killed, and Velandi, their husband, he was killed. There is a series of killing in those periods. And today, if any evaluation of history is taking place, somebody has to answer for this sort of killing. Let it be there. On the other portion of the country, he has allotted to another party. There is one fort, that is Udayagiri Fort, and one palace, that is Erinial Palace, with another palace at Trivandrum, and a salt farm of about 100 acres and more. And there are almost thousands of acres. With all these properties, they gave to another king. But unfortunately, when that king was killed by poisoning, because in royal palaces, killing, poisoning, these seems to be very common, but not by Santos, but the crooked-minded people. So this palace was, this group get their sunk, and it is marked as correlation state. Anyway, after this king in 1810 is being poisoned, these people are attacked. Along with them, 108 temples are also given to them. And people attacked, and one of the branches of this family escaped to Ceylon, Sri Lanka, and again come back and file a case in 1955. The case was almost won over. There is a drama in the case. The government says lies. Government misleads the history. They refuse to give the records. They first say they do foul play. They say no record is here. Then they say some records have been there, all burned out. Then they are going to Chennai and filing a writ petition. The writ petition, they are sanctioned, okay, whatever remaining you can get. So they are getting that some records, almost 2,000 survey number property, that is huge, millions of acres of land they are getting possession. Possession means possession by law, but not hand possession, not under the hand. But the archaeology department is playing another trick. They have got a bundle of palm leaf record written favor of Vannichi. That they have given the copy. But the dynastic records, which is written in a copper plate, the archaeology department has not given to them. So these people are put in a precarious position economically, socially, and in many ways. And there have been people planning to take off their life. So many things are there. At this time, their position was questioned. So this moment, they approached that time Madhava Rao was the Diwan of the country around 1900. So when Pattayam is given to them, it is called the famous Kodungallur Pattayam. According to this Pattayam, their privileges are mentioned and secured. There are some inscription in Suchindram temple which says the same words of privileges to these people, which can be compared with the inscription of the Suchindram temple. So finally, in 1941, the last king of Travancore, Chittre Tirunal, he passes away. Actually, Chittre Tirunal is one of my favorite kings. When I was a student, we used to glorify, sing songs in his glory. But in 1995, in 1941, he dies. In 1995, one book is coming out from the royal family, that is Sri Padmanabha Swami Temple. There, the author brings a new character called Divagara Muni from Gujarat, unknown so far. And there is also so many things inserted into that by adoption. There were adoptions. The purpose of adoption was to secure the family of Thirupapu family. Thirupapu family comes under the Nadan head. Thirupapu is the crowning clan. Mutta, that is also to get the consent, who shall be the king. They consult with the Mutta generation, that is also a clan. With the consultation, they select the king. But in this book, the system of adoption is written in such a way as if it is a common practice. After the demise of this king, there are so many things that are inserted into the system of adoption. And there is a book and a series of Kerala Society papers that indicates that the Brahmins were used as a warden, go-between for this adoption thing. Adoption normally were taken from the Thirupapu family of Nadans, and one Idattara Devan was used as a warden to go between, say, just to go between for some benefit of money. Here, what we find is, in the census report of 1901, they speak about the branches of the Tirupapur family, branches of Nadars. What they say, one branch is the Itanath. Itanath is a term based on the Inda Nad, that means date palm. They are the branch of the great Vijayanagara Empire who ruled almost half the world. And they have 20 lakhs of soldiers. Some lakhs even borrowed from the Spanish land, Spanish country. They were a very strong people, and they had 360 trade points in those days. The next branch is Illam. Finally, some Brahmins amalgamated. They have just snatched away this branch of Illam. Then another branch is Kana. Kana could be seen as the Gana who are responsible for organizing the Sangha. That was existent even during the Buddhist period. Another branch they show is the Kavara. Kavara is the Kavadi. Kavadi actually in our pure Tamil system, it is not considered as a low class or a low, it was considered as a brother only. And it was a brother who took care of the same community, same brothers, cutting hair and participating in some ceremonies, childbirth time, and spreading the Nadapada, spreading cloth. So for such things, it was with good heart, good intentions. And there is another one which we refer to the Karikumattai. Karikumattai, maybe it was true. Now after reading watching the Moses' presentation, I think Karikumattai may be the right word. I don't know. Because in the ancient times, before the invention of iron and all, Karikumattai was the sword. Anyway, one branch is Karikumattai. However, Nagamaya refers to as Karikupattayam. Another branch is the Muta. Another is the Natan. Another branch is Kriyam. Those who do the work, Palmyra, cutting leaves, processing of these things, those are the Kriyam. Those are the workers mostly. And the last is the Tirupapu, is the ruling clan. There are many generations of Tirupapu Nadan. They have ruled this country, the Chera country, Travancore, the Vanad. So this is a clear indication that Nadars have been the rulers. There is now, as far as the present condition is there, in 2011, one Sundar Rajan, an IPS officer, he was the first one to explode the great news that there is a huge treasure preserved in the Padmanabhapuram temple. But this was not liked by the Brahmanical people. Finally, there have been, in case you may know all these things, finally the chambers were opened. It is estimated there have been 2 lakh crores worth materials, gold and other things there. But one chamber is not yet open. The present royal family say, no, we cannot open it. Why? Oh, there is snake. What snake? We will beat it. We have beaten so many snakes. We can beat that also. No. That is a different type of snake. It will bite us. Anyway, it will bite us. How it will bite you? Because the version of the people who filed the case, they say there are very valuable, important records about the ancestry of this community and the Chera dynasty. These records are preserved there. That's why the real truth will come out. So they are afraid to open the chamber. These people say that chamber must be opened. The world must know what is the truth. Kerala government has made a step, but they went to the Supreme Court. Now there is a ruling on that. It should be for the time being to manage the things. The right to manage the things are given to the royal family. But the royal family, what does it do? It is joining with those people who once did not hesitate to loot the treasures of Padmanabha Swami temple. Who are they? They were the Ettumittil Pilamar. Do you know the definition? What the writer of Padmanabha Swami temple says in her book? She says, these Ettumittil Pilamar are lords of the people, 8 house Nayars. That is what she says. But do you know what the historians say about this Nayars? As far as I have known, Ettumittil Pilamar, I don't want to expand the fact now, they are different sects. They were the traitors and sealed as traitors of royal family. They were the looters of Padmanabha Swami temple. They were the murderers of Umayamma and his children. They have committed so many crimes. But the East India Company's Gazette, what they say about these Nayars, no Nayar knows his father. That is their version. This is quoted in many other books also. As a common man, would you be happy to accept such a man, such a community people to rule a country? Addition to the definition of Sandor, which is degenerated as Chanan, is they have many epithets: Varma, Perumal, Sandor, Sanar, Sandanmar, and they are sane, they are honorable people, they are trustworthy people, they are people who make right judgment. This is the definition of about the Sandors. So whom will the common people, the best society, will accept as their king? The palace patrons, they say such a lie. Moreover, I think it is 1928 that the Nayars have forgone their Marmakatayam and accepted Makatayam by legally. Now, just check up the things, verify the things. There is a record in 1055 AD. In 1055 AD, a branch of this Nadal war, that is the Chola king Rajaraja Chola, an inscription says he is a Nadalvan. A record of 1459 AD clearly indicate the rulers, the relation of the king Martandavarma VII were Chanar, or of toddy tapping community, or of people of Palmyra culture, as quoted by Herodotus, the first historian of the world. They are also termed as Sandor. They are also termed as Perumal. They are also termed as Kodai. So there is still another record. The Kodungalur Patayam says about the privileges. That indicates they are the Kali Putirar. There are inscriptions to indicate the Sapta Kanyas, 7 virgins. There is an inscription in Sujindram temple. The Sapta Kanyas belong to the Sandor community. Valangai Malai indicates Sandors are the children of Mahakali. And Mahavamsam indicate Sandors are the children of Mahakali. There are many Sapta Madriga inscriptions, icons throughout the Hindu temples of India. There are many worship places which they say indicate is historical fact. There are many social records say, okay, I will show. Social records say that is Nadas are Kshatriyas. I show this Katna Purma. So this is a record of 1935 and 1925. This is a social record. They do not divide the religion. The Hindu also mentioned as Hindu Nadar. The Christians also recorded as Christian, Kshatriya, Christian, Makkavadi. They say like this. So all this indicates the original rulers of Travancore is the Nadas. And there is another record which show the king has given these properties with the survey number, with the identification of the this thing to the owners of the Eranial Palace. And again, these properties are under the custody of a trust called Chairman Perumal Memorial Family Trust. Chairman Perumal Memorial Family Trust. So there are sufficient. Now go back to Sangam period. Yesterday we heard what are the details referred to about Nadan in the Sangam literature. And State Manual of Travancore says, if you want to know about the history of the Chera country, go and refer to the Sangam literature. Today itself, Dr. Thomas, he has made a lot of references about the dynasty of Chera kingdom. They are the family of Sandors. Chera kings are from the family of Sandors. It is clearly said. So in Sangam literature, starting from Sangam literature, going through inscriptions, going through census report of 1901, and going through copper plates, going through traditional custom of the society, everything clearly proves. And the history of the common people, what is going on in the common custom among the people. Why would it say the? So all this prove that it is the Sandos, it is the Nadalwas, it is the Nadans. There were 39 branches, but according to me, these branches have been further divided into almost 300 branches throughout India. But according to the given history of Travancore, it is 9 branches. So all this clearly indicates Nadas, or so to say, Nadalwas, equivalent to Sandor, are the real rulers of the country called Travancore. How the judges do not know the history? There is the people like C.V. Raman Pillai, they want to divert the history and put the truth to the dustbin. But our judges are honored people. They are the people who empower and implement justice to the common people, to a nation, to an individual, to a community. So this responsibility is overlooked. We have nothing and nowhere else to go. But there are ample proof to establish Nadas are the real owners of the Travancore dynasty. And if at all anybody is using their possessions now, they are using it illegally. You know, while one of the Puduparakal family has contested in 1955, they have published a public notice about 108 temples of Kerala. It was published in the common paper, but no objection whatsoever till this day has not come. Why they have not contested? Because truth is here with these people. But through murders, through some backdoor policies, as they have got a Sahitya Academy title for the book of C.V. Raman Pillai, they can do something, but that is not going to stay long. Because truth is truth, and truth will prevail. So whatever, there are still more evidences that we have to dig up. There are copper plates. Many copper plates might have been burnt. But the strange thing is, the archaeology department, which is to investigate the truth and project to the public, that itself is taking side and pleading and going for money or some other thing. We don't know. Each department, if it is doing its own trustworthy duty of judgment, then the truth will openly display the Travancore dynasty really rest with the Nadalwar of Tirupapur family of Nadans. This is my conclusion. And we should not stop here. We should accumulate still further evidences. This is more than enough for a man of good common sense, a normal thinking man. If he is serene, if he is balanced mind, these are all quite enough proof. If somebody is making plunder or using force, then there is other departments to take care of that. Who are you? Why are you coming here during night time? It is something like a theft. There is the judiciary to judge all these things and make things known to the truth. There is another thing I would impress upon you: the unopened chamber. The public must press to open that, because it has in it the treasures of culture. Leave out the gold and other big malas. There is one mala of 10 kilos. Okay, take it. You want that, take it away. But there are the crowns, the symbol of a culture, symbol of a ruler. Chera, Chola, Pandya, crowns are there. This you cannot just simply leave out. This is a question of linguistic matter. It is a Tamil property. Malayalam has come only in 17th century. Where were you? How do you craftily twist things? No. The judgment should be pakka and should be done on the basis of justice. That is what we want. Thank you very much.
So we open the panel now for your queries and questions immediately. Dr. Sobran, how do you feel about Dr. Emmanuel's input of thought? Dr. Sobran, kindly unmute your speaker.
I'll get up or sit here.
Dr. Sobran?
அவருக்கு கொஞ்சம் ஹார்டான கொஸ்டின் அது.
Dr. Thomas, what's the comment that you bring out here? Dr. Thomas?
Sir?
Yes, come out with your thoughts.
இல்ல சார் வந்து நான் லாஸ்ட் மினிட்ல ஒரு ஃபியூ மினிட்ஸ் வெளியே போனேன்.
No issues.
கமெண்ட்ஸ் எதை பத்தி கேக்குறீங்க?
About the thought of Dr. Emmanuel's presentation.
Oh, Dr. Emmanuel sir. Okay, he is the author of Bible of Palmyra culture.
Okay, sir.
Very intelligent and hardworking scholar, no doubt, sir. You cannot. Sometimes you are more than a university level professor. I cannot compare you with anybody. The intellectual knowledge that you instill in your mind. We are inspired with your speech, sir. Hope the younger generation will follow your footsteps and do more concentration on the people belonging to this Palmyra culture for undertaking research. Definitely, they will bring out volumes of books related to Palmyra culture. Definitely, they will also think about helping this community to come forward. Thank you, sir.
Actually, I have been waiting for a day like this for the last 20 years, at least 20 years. But through the effort of Mr. Amal, Frank, and so many other his dear friends, I am glad to see these things materialize the last 2 days. It is a new experience for me. I don't know how to operate all these equipments, but I push where they show me to push. But actually, it was very much educative for me also, especially Dr. Thomas, he was teaching about the Karikumattai application of sword fighting. It was very interesting. Like that, Dr. Sobanan, the Valangai Idangai differentiation, the first step of the classification of the innocent society. So there are so many interesting points. Of course, I could not listen all because I was much tired and sleeping almost all the time. But some of the lectures I listened, very useful. We should continue this. And not only this discussion, the main thing is we have to implement something serious. If people can think in that line, the hard efforts of my my friend and my children, Amal and other people, that will be useful. We have to take the proper step. What are the proper steps? We have to apply our brain, and with all coordination and suffering and sacrifice, we have to meet those things in the correct time. Thank you very much.
Dr. Soman, would you like to contribute something?
Irkara.
Dr. Soman, have you got something to contribute?
Namaskaram, sir.
Unmute yourself. Unmute.
Kalu Soham undo.
Okay. Pardon, sir?
Kalu Soham undo, sir.
Hello, sir.
What shall I react, sir?
Hello.
Yes, sir. Sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Dr. Soman, sir, is on the line.
Sir, good evening. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, sir.
Sir, really, it is a matter of immense pleasure, first of all, to see you through this online presentation, because we were not able to meet for the last several months or years together. So this is a golden opportunity.
And it is my pleasure to see you and hear the precious words that you have, open your mouth. And of course, the barriers are thrown out, and now we are coming to the same line. Thank you very much, sir.
Lockdown and Corona, really, we should congratulate, we should appreciate our friends, Professor Amal and his team for making such an intellectual association. It's a wonderful matter. Professor, sir, actually, yesterday also I listened the entire speech. Your inaugural address, I listened right from the beginning till the end. Today also I could listen the entire speech. You know, it is something very informative, and of course you are shedding a lot of new information to several hidden corners of our history, especially of Travancore Renard. As we know, already know, you are a man who is really dedicated to the cause of research, and you are really dispassionate, and you are doing excellent, wonderful job towards bringing these hidden truths to the limelight. And as I already used to say, your life is really dedicated to the cause of history, especially to the cause of the Palmyra culture, especially to the cause of the Nadas. And I hope and I pray to the Almighty God that you would be able to continue your great service towards the cause of the people. And of course, we will be able to meet in person very soon, sir. Please convey our regards and respect to your family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. But what we have been doing things, and your contribution to history, say, enlightening to me about Anandaranga Pillai, the treacherous man who made the loss of their insignia, the dead palm and tiger. There is a wonderful experience and information to me, and you have helped me in so many occasions. I am thankful to you. But what I want is, sir, that we should not stop this here. As long as and as far as we can, we should materialize into something in action. For that, we may think of what are the means.
It is true that now youngsters like Dr. Thomas is a really sincere, dynamic, dedicated scholar, and he's highly intelligent. I think he would be able to do a lot in this line, and your valuable guidance and assistance that would definitely help him to go further deep into the topic. And of course, we are having a number of such enterprising youngsters who can undertake our job in a very satisfactory manner.
That is plus point. What about Dr. Rajayan and Yasudas?
They are the pioneers, of course.
They are still okay health-wise?
Of course, they are okay, no problem. Dr. RNA is very much okay. Professor Rajayan is also okay. And
Rajayan sir is in Madurai or here?
Okay, he's continues in the same condition, but he's okay, sir.
Madurai?
Madurai. He's there at Madurai. Okay. What about Dr. Sarveshwaran?
Sarveshwaran, actually, he has some leg problem. And after the corona, he could not move. He got his treatment from Kim's Medicals. So 2 months back, I had contact with him, but he cannot move and all. Yeah.
Recently, I also contacted him, but I think we met last year in the university. But what about your latest work? Are you doing any other publication now?
No, I started some work, but these people made me turn the gear some other direction. So I cannot reject. Anyway, let us see now. Weak. Very much weak.
I can just advise our friend Amal. Amal, is he there?
Yeah, he's here. Yes.
Hello. Hello, Professor. I'm having a small request to you, as you are doing wonders.
Not only me, there are about 30 professors together with me.
Of course, it is a wonderful thing. It is really, really wonderful. So I can have a very small advice, suggestion to you that, since your team is capable of undertaking such wonderful things, you can have a volume, felicitation volume, something like a felicitation volume in honor of our great scholar, Dr. Emmanuel sir. A felicitation volume to honor people of such eminence. So your team can undertake. Of course, our assistants, our resources are always at your disposal.
We can, sir.
Felicitation volume in honor of Dr. Emmanuel sir. At the age of, I think now he's 84. Am I right? What is his age?
That's a good initiative. We'll take it, sir. We'll really take up.
Yeah.
We'll take up that.
At the age of 8 next year also. So we can collect all these papers. And what I would like to mention, yesterday and today we presented a number of papers.
Yes.
And you have a number of papers. So you can just try to collect some of these papers, some of the important papers in the edit, and you can be the editor. And you and your friends can be the editors, and that would be a wonderful publication also, to your credit also. So the papers which were presented yesterday and today can be collected, and they can be edited, and they can be published in honor of Professor Dr. Emmanuel sir.
That's a great suggestion, sir.
So definitely there will be some international publication companies from Delhi or from other places will come forward. Otherwise, even we can contribute ourselves, no problem. It is only a matter of a few thousand rupees. So only thing is that you should contact with these people. Some of these presentations are really wonderful.
Really,
I should say, because that Arun Selvaraj, and also that
in the last year.
John Ramesh and Professor Sadashivan, Professor Usha, Nandini, and all that things are each and everyone is very, very important. Today's last speech about the scientific aspect of Palmyra culture is important. So that there are all new information. Definitely there would be great demand from the part of the scholars, from the part of the universities, departments. And definitely you can sell out some 1,000 within no time, I think. So you can get it published through some company. Or even if we publish from our own side, definitely you can sell it through the booksellers. So that is my humble suggestion. So I think you would be able to collect these papers, and you can edit it, and you can be the editor, and of course it can be published in the form of one of the treatise and wonderful work on Palmyra culture.
We humbly acknowledge your suggestion, sir.
So one moment, sir. we have a publisher with us, and we are about to publish.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. I know that your team is a
publisher.
wonderful team, so you can do wonders. So that would be something everlasting on.
Definitely, we will find a good publisher.
Yeah.
We start the work very immediately. So that the presenters who present the paper immediately submit the script.
Oh yeah, you can just advise them to send it.
Okay, sir.
So collect all the papers and can edit, and that can be published. So that will be an everlasting contribution.
Our professor is here, Dr. Sovanan is here. He will also go through the script very seriously.
Yeah, definitely.
Dr. Emmanuel Aya, it was an ocean of information.
Really.
Dr. Emmanuel Aya, your presentation was an ocean of information, I would say. This should have been brought to the knowledge of hundreds and hundreds of people around us.
I see.
We do not know. I should say, I do not know this much of information. But you have dwelled into the world of history. You have done a lot of research, and you have brought it to the light of the world. This presentation, I'm sure that the more the people are brought to the knowledge of this presentation, will certainly bring more people into light, and this will ignite a big fire in the minds of the people, and also this will certainly drive away the ignorance, the people where they have a lot of joy in taking themselves being idle there. And I must really appreciate every effort that have been taken by Dr. Amal, Dr. Rajesh, with the blessings of God and with the blessings of you, Emmanuel Aya. And also, though I was not able to listen to the program fully yesterday, I had to go and come and do a lot of things yesterday. Today, I was able to be there for a few hours, and I was able to listen to the presentations. Dr. Thomas, amazing, sir. And also Moses, you have given a good start. Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Mose. That's how I should pronounce your name, I think. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. So this is my humble request to each and every one, dear organizers. Please make every talk a separate video and keep on forwarding it. The more we forward, the more the people would listen to, and let the people know what is actually going on. Thank you so much, Aya, Rajesh, Dr. Rajesh, Dr. Amal, Dr. Thomas, Dr. Emmanuel, Subarnan sir, everyone, Dr. Augustine, the John, Michelle ma'am, everyone, wonderful. So thank you so much. Beautiful. I don't know, I find it very difficult to bring up words to my mind to say thanks. And so come on. May the good Lord be with us. Amen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Benison. Let your blessing continue to be the great successive career of ours with the blessings of all the senior advisors. And Nadine ma'am, would you like to say something? I know you are prepared with some stuff to be said.
Yes, sir, sure. Yes, I was really astonished, sir. And really, first I was thinking, when I was hearing all talks from Thomas sir, Emmanuel sir, I was thinking like odd man out actually. We usually sit with the scientific discussions and like this, and it was really different, and it was like an eye-opener really. And I was really happy. We are also living in the same era, like people working in this area and really contributing so much for one particular culture. It was really happy to be and here and listening to people like Emmanuel sir and Thomas sir, and even I heard so much from even Moses sir, and it is really, really wonderful, and it should not stop here. I'm really waiting for the day to come to meet you all again and discussed a lot. And I was happy to hear about that word. My father-in-law's father's name is Ananda Padmanabhan Nadar. So while sir was saying about Ananda Padmanabhan Nadar, it was really happy to hear. And really, it's God's grace. I'm connected to all new people. And really, our students, our children are learning about history of Western culture, of Shivaji, of Tipu Sultan, so many like that. But we don't know our own culture. Our children have to know these things, and it should not go in vain. Dr. Emmanuel sir's work and all should not go in vain. And really, I am eagerly waiting. And even Moses has said the same thing. We are really eagerly waiting to meet you all, and we'll discuss more about history. I think we also will contribute in from our side too. I was thinking only on science, and we have not ever thought about histories and all. And today it is like a eye opener. We also have to think about history also. And thank you for the opportunity, sir.
That's a great sharing and experience from Nandini ma'am. Nandini ma'am, you really.
Actually, it is a
Sir, make a comment about that question related to reservation.
an asset. Thank you very much.
Sir?
In fact, as Nandini ma'am was telling, like we didn't even think about this virtual conference. We were thinking about having a physical appearance of conference at Kanyakumari to be conducted. But due to Corona, we were all put into a mess, and we are forced to be under virtual conference. It doesn't matter. Time will permit us to meet us all face to face and sit and discuss many more things, the history of ours, the glories of ours, the richness of ours. All could be shared in person, and time is there. Still time to go, and we are waiting to meet on. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Thank you for all your comments.
So here I expect Dr. Rajesh to continue the summation of all those things, followed by the genesis of Nadas to be continued by Yamal. Let me request Dr. Rajesh.
Thank you, sir. And there was a question by Dr. Thomas. Professor was asking about the reservation system, and the question was answered in between the session of Emmanuel, sir, where he said that that means a reservation. He was not onto it or not against it, but he was telling that based on the people, based on the percentage of the people, the reservation has to be done. That was a suggestion.
I am also supporting the statement of Dr. Emmanuel, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, reservation can be given based on the numerical strength of each caste. That
yes,
is good,
sir. It was based on the numerical strength.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Numerical strength.
Yes.
Then something, sir, suppose if there is a reservation, those who get through open merit will suffer for getting promotion.
Yes, sir.
For example, I have been selected as a merit candidate in the TRB exam conducted in the year 1996 to get appointment in the government college. Before that, I have been working in Loyola College. So what happened is, I got appointment in the open merit quota, but when the roster system was introduced, I was pushed back.
Yes, sir.
Those who got a less mark got a higher seniority, but I got a higher mark. But in the rotation system, as an open category candidate, I was pushed to the back. Some difficulties also there, sir.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. We'll discuss it later, sir. Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Last not the least, now we have Professor Amal with the title Sons of the Soil, and he is here to wind up the plenary session. I welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rajesh. When I think about the greatness bound together from all the genius around, I'm a bit scared to talk and emit some of my thought that have been brought down from the scholarly point of view. I have a few things to be shared with. That is like, what is really the genesis point of ours? What really has brought the Genesis point of us. When we look into the history, it goes back to 10,000 years, 20,000 years, 30, it doesn't matter. But from the scriptures point of view, we have been learning many a thing about Bible, or from about Babylonian literature, or Puranas, or from what do you call the Mesopotamian literature, and all these things talk about creation. And when this creation is brought into the light of the world, it is not just a story that has been brought into the world. It has got some evidence. It has got some proof. It has got some authentication to say that people are not just thrown into the world like animals, but we are brought into the world like with human intelligence. With human intelligence. And that is what the scriptures tell us, that men and women are not made, they came in the evolutionary process. And oldest available historical books we have as Bible, Vedas, Puranas. We have the Tamil literature called Tulhapiam. This all goes back to the era of ours into thousands of years. But from all these things, what we come across is the okay, excuse me. What we come across in all these things are, like, as per the literature, it is not that human beings are just thrown into the world with animal skin, but with black skin. This black skin is the starting point of the research. The black skin is no one but the Palmyrians. The black skin is not the European. The black skin is not the people who are in the cold region, but who are in the hot region. The region where we belong to, the region where we are merged with the Lemurian continent of the African and the southern region of ours. This is how the world of evolution goes along. And there is also a statistical study with the lifespan of human beings go from 70 years to 120 years, even 10,000 years before. The antiquity of ours goes back to 1,70,000 years. The human antiquity goes back to 1,70,000 years. But these all tell us that we are all with black color, the black spot Palmyrian root. And when we take into the study, it has been noticed that we have 56 land of regions. We have the 56 land of regions brought down from the study of the books and the literary and historical books. And what we see here, like the Surya Vamsa, that is what we come across, the Surya Vamsa. As per the rulers of Surya Kulam, we call the people of sun's rays. The people of sun's rays, or we call the people of moon's rays as Soma Vamsam. These two regions, these two sects come as the ruling of the evolutionary process of human being. So it is Surya Vamsam, Surya Kulam, the sun's rays, the Soma Vamsam, the moon's rays. When we come into the point of Surya Vamsa, we have the root of the Joyaswal, the Kshatriyas. The Kshatriyas move from the Brahmas, the Adiris, the Chandrans, the Buddhan, the Pururanavan, the Ayu. This Ayu is the starting point of Nagusan, whom we call the Nadan. This is how our history goes. It is not just a story. It is evolutionary process and the thought of ours as a Palmyrian culture. Just from the Surya Vamsam and the Soma Vamsam, we move on to the Magellan Vamsam. This Magellan Vamsam is what you call this Mahismati root. Yeah, Mahismat root. We call the Kaliputras root. This is what has been found in North Indian region, where we have the Kaliputras, the Yadavas root from the Chandra Maharajan. See how we have been we have been coming as an evolution. We have the Yadu root. Then we have the Kunti's root. See, from the sun and the Surya Kulam and Soma Kulam, we have the Jaswal Kulam, the Satriya Kulam, the Adi Kulam, the Purana, the Pururavan Ayu Kulam, and the Ayu Kulam leads us to Nadan Kulam. See how we have been from the history having the root in all our elders. Then very interestingly, we can see even before the Jaswal group, we have the Nadalvas group. We have the Santo group. We have the Santo breed, we call it. It has been traced out from Manu. So we call it Vaivasvata, from the Vaivasvata, the ancient part of the human origin, the aboriginal king, Ikshavaku. And then we come back to Illam, then Buddha. So we have the historical background. It is not like just we come out and say we are the Palmyrians. It is not like we just come and say, oh, we have the root, we have the elders. Nothing of that kind. We have our authentication, we have our proof, we have our evidences. We say that Ikshavaku root has the Nada breed. Ikshavaku root has the Nada breed with 35 generations. These are all records. Nobody can deny it. Even before the Yadavas, like Yadavas were having about 57 generations. 57 generations, and the Nada breed is with 35 generations. It is not like just throwing out in the air that we are just promulgating what is not new. It is all us in the breed of ours. These are all documented. When you go to the book of Amar Puranam, written in 1901, Amar Puranam written in 1901 by Cornelius Nadar. It is all the collected information from the government point of view, from the government sect. We have found and traced out all the documents, and we have data for all this. These data are all brought out from the documents. So when we talk about the brothers of Nardans, we are not just in the concept. We are us, practical ways. So this endless effort of ours will never go astray. This endless effort of ours taken to bind all the Palmyrians put together will never go in the air. This is the starting point. There are miles to go on. Even when we were discussing with Dr. Emmanuel and other team, with Monique Savio, Frank and Dr. Rickson and others, we were thinking that we will have to go for a statistical analyst. Like when Bujita Gurubala Brajadipati was talking about the Nadal was in Tamil Nadu. The statistics of governments, it is just 5%. But we know we have the authenticated evidences contributing more than 5,000 voters in every constituency in Tamil Nadu, which means our percentage is not just 5%, it is more than 20%. Our calculation goes to more than 1.5 crore as per the real statistics taken by Pala Prajadipati and the team. See, so how the history has been abolishing our growth. The history has been trying to pulverize the efforts taken by us. All the groups in India are against this Palmyrian rule. All the groups and the people and all the other sects are against our growth. And why should we be having the inferior complex? Why should we be having that we should go back to the MBC level and BC level? We have to come out. We are the reigners. We were the rulers, and we should maintain our dignity, our rights, and all the mathematical calculations were brought out by our root. It is not just the concept we throw in. Starting from Tulgapia's literature in Tamil, we have the evidences. Tirukural talks about Nadan. Tiruvalluvar talks about the efforts of Palmyrians who take and who rule the world. The Chera, Chola, Pandya community, the rulers talk about our rights. And that is what, as Emmanuel was telling, like when the door is open in Trivandrum, the last door open will tell all the truth about the Nardans, the Palmyrians, the Ilavas, the Idigas, the Gauds, the Billus, all the 300 branches record is embedded there. We have to do it. We have to file it. We have to find it. We have to restore the treasures of ours. We can never let them go. So this initiation taken by us will never have an end. It has been taken from the sweat of many. It has been taken from the bounded thoughts of many intellects. This will never go back. It is not only for the intellectual intellects, but this is also for a farmer. This is also for a palm tree climber. He should know what is his right. He should know what his prestige is. The other day when we were in the university, we happened to meet person selling the palm food, palm juice, and they feel themselves inferior to somebody, and we had to tell them the truth that we are not the inferiors. We were the rulers. We were the dominant figures. As Emmanuel Sir was telling, that each temple, the 108 temples of ours were filled with golden ornaments of Palmyra tools. Palmyra tools, the Palmyra tools, the sickle, the bags, the tools, and everything was made into gold and kept in the temple. Why? Because we were the sacred people. We were the rulers. We were the reigners, and we can never let it go. And it is a time. Why should our generation stay illiterate about our culture? As Nandini ma'am was telling so rightly, it is the right time that you have to pass on to the generation of ours the real truth of ours. It is not the prediction that we make. It is not the illusion and assumption that we make, but we pass on to the generation the truth. The person who doesn't know the mother tongue and the father will never know the real life of his own. That is how the truth from T.S. Eliot and Freudian researchers tell us. So it is not that we just simply sit and have a conference and go on. We work on. We do more research. We sit under the feet of the scholars. We sit under the feet of the elders. And as Nandini was feeling about her, that she felt exhilarated when she heard the word Anandapadmanabha Nadar as the grandfather's name of hers. This spirit has to be as the vibrant of every generation of ours. When my child grows and he or she has to tell, oh, my fathers and fathers, my elders, my forefathers were the rulers, and their breath is in me, their blood is running in me, their vibrant thought is in me, their crown is with me. That feeling has to come. That feeling has to lead them to the world. It is not the modern society and all the gadgets are making all the people like lifeless commodities. No, all the lifeless commodities should go astray, and all our truth and the reality, the history of ours has to come arise. Just like the resurrection of Jesus, we have to get the resurrection of the Nardans and the Palmyrians. The regeneration of our breath should be brought anew, just as the literatures talk about our regeneration, the real rebirth of ours. It is a time. It is a time we rise. It is a time we find our root. It is a time every phase of ours have the smile, and the chuckling achievement of ours is spread throughout the world, just as the palm literature, palm scriptures of ours were said. This will be carried on. This will be carried on. We promise we will go on. Thank you very much. I thank all the professors and the scholars who have been embedded with. We are not diverting ourselves on the basis of religion. We are not diverting ourselves on the basis of language. We are not deviating ourselves on the basis of regions, but we all come together. We have all come together already. We are in the bond, and we will never go astray. We will never be divided, cut into pieces in the name of religion or cult. Religion is just a practice. A cult is just a practice of an individual that can no one question each one's right. And we can never argue that you belong to such particular area. That is our individual right, just as someone possesses a land. But this Palmyrian right is ours, and no political party could divide us. No political leader could take us into scattering areas of the world. We will all be united as one root of the palm tree. As Bhishma was sitting under a palm umbrella, and we will all sit under one umbrella. That is the palm umbrella, and we will never be scattered. Whether it is the Iravas of Kerala, whether it is Idigas of Andhra Pradesh, whether it is Billavas of Karnataka, or Gauts of Karnataka, or Patels of the other regions, nobody can take away our rights, as beautifully stated by every scholar. We are bound together. That is the only prayer we have. All the Nordans, all the Palmyrians are bound together as one bread, as one flood, as one blood, all bound together. And this binding will never go off. This binding will never go off. Trust in God, we believe, we let it go on, echoing, vibrating, generation to generation. Let me invite Dr. Frank to wind up the session with with the final words before the vote of thanks by Monique Savio.
It was a wonderful words by Amal. He has come up with the raise and he have come up with the motivation words and the thought and idea, and it's actually the breath of every man who is under the umbrella called Palmyra. And this is how everyone has to be there as your brothers and sisters. Join hands to be one. And we are happy that you all have participated and you have all been with us for presenting the ideas for the past 2 days. On the first day, we had great speakers who said about Palmyra. Then we had about Burma Kalai, which is an art, martial arts, what we had. And moreover, it is a Siddha, it's a medicine. That means for the days yesterday, we saw that we were not back in martial arts, we are not back in medicine, we were all advanced. We had advanced technology even 2000 centuries back. We had our own medicinal values, even world known today. As when Professor Ramesh said, it's more better than Ayurveda. And we speak about Burma, and moreover, today we saw that we had kings in our race. We had our own people who have ruled for centuries, who have not ruled the world, has not ruled this continent, this subcontinent, but ruled the world. And all overall, I think you have gained a lot of knowledge from such people, such Jains. They have come up with historical evidence, details, and the charts what they have received. Moreover, we have seen 3 sessions of Emmanuel Sir was come up with a lot of things, who we are, and he has ample evidence of all it. Now, we are about to wind up the 2-day conference with a word of thanks by Monique Savio, the president of ITDT Club. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. Hello, everyone. This is Savio. It's a good evening to you all. I am really scared or nervous to talk in front of all these intellectuals. I am not one among you. I just wanted to participate in this historical event for our community. I think I meant historical event. That's because I have never seen somebody talking about our community in English. I wanted this, or this happened, and everyone will come to know about us when there is no barrier of language. As English is the international language, we did this in English, so everyone will come to know about this. Firstly, I just wanted to talk about the book written by Dr. Emmanuel, Antiquity of Nadas, Sons of the Soil. This is absolutely my personal view about this book. It's a Bible. It's a holy book for every Nada on this planet. It's a tremendous work, a hectic work. It's a great work, and he has dedicated himself for nearly 60 years. That's not a joke. I mean, a lifetime of a person is almost 60 years, and he has dedicated himself with no expectation. I mean, who can do that? We should honor him. At least everyone who is participating in this webinar, please try to buy this book. And not for the money's sake that I am talking about here, at least that will have him a courage. At this age, the spirit that he has, since I personally know him, I don't think anybody will have that sort of spirit which he has. I'm here to do the word of thanks. There's a saying, a good start, it's half done. He has been waiting for 20 years for a platform like this. And today we have started, and it is really a good start. I just wanted to be a part of this historical event. That's the only reason why I'm asked to do this vote of thanks, nothing more. Firstly, I thank Lavender Literary Club and Cliro India in collaboration with International Tamil Development Trust and Cape Comorin Publisher for their wonderful work they have done. And the first day, I thank Mahaguru Bala Prajadipati Adigalar for his blessings and His Highness Prince Madililla Imachala Pavandu. And again, I have nothing more than thanking this man, Dr. M. Emmanuel, Chairman Cliro, for his expertise, especially in our community. And we all have to be proud that there is a man like this in our community. I see, personally, it's my point of view, I see him as a next Vaigundar. The spirit that he has, the work that he had done for this community is immense. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to thank Swami Kannu Javamani Isaac Samuel, who talked about how people migrated from Tirunelveli. Associate Professor, Sultan Idris, Education University, Malaysia. We thank you, sir. Then I thank Mr. Arul Rajaselvan, who spoke about Burma art, Assistant Professor, Nesamani Memorial Christian College. And then I thank Dr. Sadasivan, retired head of the department, MK University. He spoke about toddy tapping. We thank you, sir. And on the first day, as a last speaker, I thank Dr. A. Usha Rajanandini, Associate Professor, Mother Teresa University, Kodaikanal. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And Dr. Ramesh from Trivandrum, he also spoke about Varma art. The second day, the keynote address was done by author Dr. Shobana, retired head of the department, History, Kerala University. And I thank Dr. Ganesh Shanmugavel, Senior Lecturer, Institute of Teacher Education, IFO Campus, Malaysia. He spoke about unification of Nadas in the branches. And next, I thank Dr. Thomas, retired professor. He spoke about Santor from the point of literature. I thank you, sir. And we thank all the technical assistance which was given by Mr. Rickson, Frank, President of Lavender Literary Club, Dr. Rajesh, and we thank you all. Have a wonderful day. Thank you.
Good evening. The dream of Lavender to organize a palm culture conference is fulfilled by the support of Cairo, India, International Tamil Development Trust, and Cameroon Publisher. We echo the spirit of our civilization to the future generation. We will meet in the next conference. Thank you, all of you. We sign off from this conference. We can meet again in the next conference. Thank you.